if you don't have 3 different classes, like let's say you've got a controller character, a recon character, and an assault character, something like that, you're kind of throwing at this point because you give a lot of team-wide Evo buffs by having all of those options available to you, because sometimes your ring console won't spawn and you might have to rely more on getting those perk bins or maybe scanning a survey beacon as you go around the map. And then, of course, the other thing that really changed things is the Evo harvesters. And as you can see, they give you 350. That's one of the biggest, dollops you can get in this Evo system. So you will see teams pathing towards their endgame goals and circles, going through and past those Evo harvesters to make sure they maximize their Evo.
Exactly right. And those Evo harvesters, they just spawn randomly around the map. I do believe it's about 40 seconds from ring 1 when they become active. So it is a simple way to do it. Like you touched on, Genome, if you don't have the scan characters to do the beacons and stuff, teams might have to look at exactly rotating into those Evo harvesters. But our professional teams have had a couple of weeks to undergo the new meta changes and how all the upgrades and everything works. But, it's going to get access to a skill tree. So, Genome, I want you to take us through this just because we're going to have different character changes. These pros have gotten different characters into the meta, and then having these, we're going to touch on a couple of core meta changes. So that's Bangalore, Bloodhound, and Caustic. And we can see exactly how their skill trees work and why teams have selected these for their competition.
All right, so as you said, that's the predominant team composition that we're seeing at the moment, Lace. Bangalore, Bloodhound, Caustic. So just walking through those legends, if you guys haven't had a chance to play, or you've been wondering what the pros are using when they choose those perks and upgrade their levels, Bangalore first here, still a strong character. I mean, obviously one of the big changes we've had is that digital threats are no longer available on SMGs, right? You can only use them on pistols and on shotguns now. So yeah, Bang, you often get with ultimate cooldown, obviously very strong ultimate, and then I feel like there's a little bit more choice in that level 3 upgrade, but most people I think I have been seeing going for the Cover Me perk.
Yeah, exactly right. So, I haven't had my chance to sort of jump onto Bangalore, but watching a lot of scrims today, we'd noticed that, that's what they've been going for. It seems like a bit of a spread throughout it. And like I said, a lot of people are now picking up Bloodhound. We didn't get a chance to see the skill tree there, but Bloodhound has been absolutely a major pick. And I do feel like the skill that they have done has been quite similar over the picks as well. So we can have a look. We'll take a look at the quick beacon. We're going to see where these teams are landing today for World's Edge. Elfish, why don't you take us through these drop spots?
Yeah, nothing too really major to touch on. Obviously, you've got that one little contest over toward Lava Fisher, but besides that, everyone seems to be pretty comfortable, pretty happy. Good spread. Akuma MXF is really going to be the only one that we're certainly looking forward to, at least for this first lobby on World's Edge, but I'm sure over the course of today there's going to be plenty more where that came from.
And what I'll just say there as well is, it has changed quite a lot because of these changes. POIs with PvE options like Trials, the only one, is now one of the most important changes on World's Edge. So teams will generally loot a little bit slower and will path towards those final circles a little bit slower as well, going by the Evo harvesters.
Yeah, I also wanted to touch on, we've obviously brought up with Evo stuff. Evo harvesters and stuff randomly spawn and teams are dropping with white shields. We touch on where teams used to drop on purple shields, which is pure luck. It may feel like it's a little bit more simple, but let's go have a look at how these teams are changing with Season 20. Match 1 is underway. This is World's Edge.
Indeed it is, and it's time for us to jump into Game 1, A and C lobby, and it's time to get a bit of an idea of what APAC South is going to bring to the table with regard to all of these changes that we see coming through into the new season, and already contest is going to begin with a little bit of an exchange. Again, we did mention that one on map there, so it's going to be a difficult one for MXF by the looks of things. Akuma just getting on top of that one pretty comfortably, and really not a whole lot to touch on, unfortunately, for MXF.
It's an interesting contest as well, right, Elfish? Because obviously they're trying to split, or not trying to split, they're trying to take control of both Lava Fissure and Mirage à Trois, so it's like, how do you decide where to contest, right? Like, does one team land Mirage and one team land Lava Fissure, and then they run into each other? You know, do you have to react to that mid-air and think about, you know, watch where the other team's going to decide where you end up? Or is there sort of a gentleman's agreement between the two teams that, like, okay, we're going to contest, but it's going to happen on Mirage à Trois? It's actually quite an interesting one.
Well, it's something that we'll, I guess, keep an eye on as we head into the next couple of games of World's Edge, because there may be a world where MXF just decide that, yeah, maybe we don't want to have that hot drop contest. We'll still contest, but we'll potentially be the one to drop toward Lava Fissure instead, and maybe take the fight that way. Now, actually, quickly here, we should take a look at those Legend comps. A little bit of a variety, actually. I'm seeing a lot of Watson in there. There's a little bit of Valkyrie here and there as well. Yep. So, you know, it's not exactly all what we spoke about. In fact, I would say, I don't know, even maybe only 50% of the teams here are running that Bang, Caustic, and Bloodhound comp.
Well, I think that is actually kind of standard if we're looking across the regions for the moment. I think NA ran roughly 50% of that composition. In EMEA, it was a little bit more varied. They had about 30% Bloodhound, Bang, Caustic. And they also had some other fun picks. Like, we saw a couple of lifelines come out over in EU. So, who knows? Maybe if we go across the Storm Points, some people will change it up. But yeah, that's, I think 50% is, you know, kind of standard. But at the same time, it's also less variation than we saw in the previous meta at the start of this split.
Yeah, KPG under a bit of pressure right here. They've already lost one member, and Legends Gaming is as Legends Gaming does. They're going to be happy to run at that fight, at least for the moment. Shaping taking a fair bit of damage there, though. Want them to back off, and the nade as well. So KPG fighting back, and Legends Gaming, I don't know if they're even going to be able to revive Shaping easily here. They obviously gave KPG enough time to get the res of their own. So now it's actually KPG that are on top in this engagement, 3-on-2, and well, they're the ones that are on the hunt at the moment. So Legends Gaming, that has turned the tables on them for sure.
I mean, that was massive. Yeah, I think it was basically just like a, you know, a throwaway kind of nade, right? Like hey, we're just trying to get to our spot. Like, leave us alone. You know, toss a nade behind you to try and dissuade the other team, and yeah, it landed. They're actually thinking about going back for the res now, because KPG, interestingly, didn't want to finish it off. They're too worried about getting their spot and getting priority in zone, so they have taken an evac over to Lava Fissure. They'll get a good spot, and Legends Gaming will walk away with their full trio back up and running. So honestly, kind of good news for both teams.
Yeah, we're going to get used to seeing this, aren't we, now as well, where as soon as you walk into a building, there's a caustic trap somewhere around the corner. I mean, it's one of those things, I suppose. It's obviously information for the team that has got that caustic trap, and minor nuisance for the team that's walking into the building, but obviously, at least on World's Edge in particular, we're going to be seeing a lot of caustic, and maybe not so much on Storm Point, but even then, still been seeing a little bit of that here and there. And the issue is, like, the more caustics you see,
yes,
you kind of see more caustics, you know?
100%. It's almost like it's just like self-fulfilling prophecy, right? Where it's like, people just hate playing as other caustics unless you have your own caustic. You know, you hear people in the comms all the time, right? They'll be shouting out, like, if there's caustic traps or a caustic ult that's gone off, they'll be like, hey, okay, you have to push in. This is all you. We can't see anything. We're going to take damage. Like, you have to be the entry fragger now as the caustic. So I think you often will see a lot of those entry fraggers on that character.
Well, it's an interesting discussion I was seeing as well, I think a couple days ago, about who should be playing the Bloodhound and who should be playing the Bangalore as well. Because, you know, should your Bloodhound be like your best fragger, or should it be your IGL because they can get the info easier? And there's lots of conversations going around about that. I don't know that there's been a consensus. Maybe you have a better insight onto that than I do. But from what I've seen, it seems like different teams, like, you know, they'll have different, like, certain players or whatever roles on different legends, if that makes sense. And there's no, like, across the board, yeah, we're going to have our controller player, for example, playing the Bangalore or the Bloodhound or whatever.
Oh, Legends Gaming trying to go for their second reset of the game, and they get it. Strafing Flamer's revive timer is going to be getting pretty short at this time. Keep Going Gaming also going for a revive in the middle building of Lava Fissure. But yeah, going back to that talk, now that these teams have stabilized, I think there's actually good arguments on both sides. One of them being, obviously you have more IGLs on MNK, and one of the big advantages that we sort of didn't get to talk about before of having Bang and Blood on the same team is now that with Digi-threats less prevalent, popping Beast of the Hunt and having that ultimate, you have Digi-threat sight at long range now, because Digi-threats couldn't even do that before, but Bloodhound ult does. So if you've got ARs and you're running and looking at that through smoke at mid to long distances, that can really help having your MNK player on the Bloodhound. But yeah, by the same token, sometimes you want that ability to get out and scout forward quickly, and that's what Bangalore gives you. So yeah, there's a bit of an overlap here, and I agree, it's a hard problem to solve.
I mean, well, I guess I feel like we're still pretty early on in that whole discussion, right? It's only been a couple of weeks since the changes and since these new comps have, or not new necessarily, but these compositions have started to come back to prevalence in the meta. So it'll be something that develops, and maybe in a few weeks' time we will have a little bit more of a set idea of where we should be at. Peju gonna have to drop the Bangalore smokes there to heal on up, copying a lot of damage for MDY White, who seem to have been putting in a bit of work. They've got one set of reds and a couple of sets of purples as well, so doing pretty well on that Evo so far.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Being given the opportunity really to use it just yet. There's going to be a Corsic ulti tossed on in as well. I wonder if they're thinking about pushing off the back of that. That is a lot of damage. What a great pickup. I'm not sure that that's going to really prompt much of an aggression though in the end from MDY White, because it probably just came through half a second too late to really punish. They're going to have a look.
Target spotted.
Oh my god, landing Monument and Fragment. Yeah, the fact that Phaedra's up to red already, pretty incredible. I can only imagine he got an Evo cache to get him up there already. I don't think it's even possible to sort of do enough, even grab enough like Evo harvesters and whatnot to be on there otherwise. Also, his teammates would probably be there too, or even just enough damage, because if you...
He's only got 200 damage.
Yeah, exactly. Right, so yeah, had to have been, I guess.
Yeah. You get 1 Evo point per damage, so every little bit helps, but it's not going to be the biggest of contributors unless you're having like a massive game. And then I'd say probably largely it's going to be coming from your knocks and your kills anyway. So regardless of that fact, we should take a look at the zone as it's pulling back over toward Lava Fissure. Most teams have called that one relatively correctly. We saw the initial movements at least going in that direction, and the rest of the squads have kind of filtered into Countdown to sort of take the sloppy seconds in a sense. You can see Team Burger up there have been sort of quietly flying under the radar a little bit on the northern side of the map. Pricey, Way, and Sharky taking it quite a relaxed approach. And, again, this is one of those situations where you kind of have to ask yourself, like, is this the right approach now, as opposed to what we would have seen in the previous seasons? Because you might be having a bit more difficulty kind of getting the Evos. Like, they're all sitting on blues, which is not a bad place to be necessarily, but we have teams that are running around with like double purple and a red, for example, that have been fighting and that have been looting and doing this and that. And you're essentially kind of like sitting in this one little part of your own territory. Maybe you're putting yourself at a bit of a disservice for later on down the track. And, well, here's one thing that we were talking about a little bit earlier. Bloodhound at mid-range with an AR. That Havoc doing some good damage.
Yeah, Turbo as well. I mean, Havoc obviously being one of the big pickups this season. If you can get it with the Havoc, it is deadly. X and Y, they actually took it down there from White Flash, but White Flash, again, kind of like Keep Going Gaming earlier in this game, very much happy to just play safe and push back. They don't finish off the kill, so a couple of KP going begging there for these teams.
Yeah. I mean, I go back to that previous point. I just wonder if it's a little bit better to sort of try to be a bit of a more proactive team. Are you going to be benefited maybe from being like an edge-based team rather than someone that just crashes center and sort of sits in a building for the entire game and tries to pick the circle correctly? I think it's definitely more of a discussion now than it was previously, where you could still kind of get your evos just from doing chip damage. So being central wasn't necessarily as maybe big of a deficit necessarily, but
yeah,
seems like it's a little bit harder now to do that.
You didn't have to like think about it the whole way through the game, right? It was kind of like it was going to happen or not. Like you got the shields that you started with, and then you did damage as game went on, and yeah, like maybe if you really needed to upgrade from like blue to purple, you'd look for some extra poke and trade your meds for that. But now you kind of have to think about it the whole way through because, yeah, you know, maybe you're rotating past an Evo Harvester. You know, maybe you need that team wipe to get to the next level because you can't sit on blues all game, right? Like that is a significant disadvantage, as you said, when you're going up against the teams who've managed to find a way to level up further than you.
You can't just swap it out later on in the game either. That's not how it works. I mean, you get that swap for it's like 30 seconds, you get bonus armor basically, and then it resets it, goes back to essentially what your Evo is. So, yeah, anyway, we'll talk about Team Burger since they're on the topic list at the moment, it seems like. Lost Pricey already, and Way struggling a little bit as well. He's going to have to pop himself that bat. Beast of the Hunt running out. It doesn't really look like Team Burger are in a particularly enjoyable position here. There's not a lot of cover to play with. Down a member and having to make a pretty big rotation. As we mentioned as well, still sitting on the blues, and for the most part we're kind of looking at pretty much most of the lobby actually sitting on purples, at least at this point. So it'll be a tough game ahead for Team Burger.
Yeah, it's a shame too. They've got that position up on the hill over the other side of the train tracks, which is actually an excellent position for this ring. In fact, I would say Godspot maybe the building on the other side, potentially. One of the two best spots in the game, and they've only got there as a duo. So they are, you know, with all these bloodhounds in the game, obviously people are going to be scanning them. They are very susceptible to a push. Not good here for Team Burger.
No, certainly not. Bearclaw Gaming also in an engagement at the moment. That one does not last very long. MDY White are taken down very quickly indeed.
Wow.
Jump back over to Countdown for a second and have a look at what's happening there. Got a team down on the low ground having some troubles. I
mean, that was the team we said, right? They should be bullying other teams because they had such a huge early armor advantage. So for them to go down this quickly is, you know, really not playing towards their win condition of yeah, just trying to win those early fights.
Well, it doesn't always go to plan. And armor ain't everything. Get stuck in a bad position. It's still pretty easy to get melted in a game like Apex Legends. Speaking of which, full engage as a duo might be suffering much the same kind of a fate. Johnny Dang going to try to drop that here, but realistically speaking, how are you going to get out of this one alive? That's a nice little crack there. The R99, 100 damage in one clip, but not going to be enough to really save the day. And T4 is an interesting team. Second for the lobby at the moment. They've been putting in work, and they definitely need to be putting in work if they want to make it through to next week. They're sitting at the bottom of the overall standing, so they need 2 big lobbies today to keep themselves in the mix.
They do, and they just took a big scalp to do it, Elfish. That was wonton dumpling they just took out at Mirage Artois. So obviously a team that's no slouch. They're almost locked for land at the moment, so maybe they're not locked in today.
Ooh, Serenity. This will be a difficult one to make work, but it looks like they've actually found a nice moment of respite. Can't say the same for White Flash as they are taken out, and VK Gaming will be the spoils, or victors of the spoils. Could at least lose one of their members on that engagement, but overall, not too bad. There's a stick from the Arcstar, and that's going to do some real nice work. Unix is taken down, looking for the flush there as well, and it's going to be even better than that. T4 eliminated in the blink of an eye. They've gone from, yeah, second top in the lobby to no longer taking any part. Not sure the job is going to get too easy, though, for VK Gaming here with Legends on the cliff above them.
Yeah, Legends are, because they're covering all the angles right now from up on high. And VK, yeah, it was, you know, Arcstar stick plus some nice work from a Disruptor alternator that helped them take out T4 there. But as you say, I don't know if they're going to make it out of this circle.
XNY taking it a little easier. They're on a pretty busy side of the zone, and they do have to move pretty far. Got the Valkyrie, which obviously does aid in the rotations usually, though in this kind of circumstances, not so sure it will. No Caustic either could potentially be a bit of a problem if they're going to have to go through or into one of these buildings. Burger gets taken down on the other side of the map.
You can see where the ring's pulling up in the mini-map just to your left there. LU have actually taken over that spot across from the tracks. They're spread out and holding that pretty well, ready to EMP anyone who tries to pull in there. Team Burger did get taken out. They actually took up a less, enviable spot, I think, just to play small, but unfortunately it didn't work out for them.
Well, KPG have set themselves up quite a nice fortress here. The only thing that would make it even better is probably having a caustic maybe instead of a Bangalore, and then you'd have really an impossible building to push. But with the Watson fences, it's still going to be pretty tough. X and Y are trying to deal with that. Wow. A little bit of damage back and forth so far, but no real commitment. And you can just see how busy that building is getting, and, well, there's all the visual clutter with the smokes everywhere. Unfortunately for X and Y, they are running out of options as they're now down a couple of members, and XD, just trying to get some last-ditch bits of damage down, but runs out of bullets and can't finish anything off. And now it's KPG who will turn things back on their head. Lots of damage coming down again, and it's just an absolute mess. It's just, what on earth is even going on here? I mean, in the middle of nowhere, or in the middle of everywhere, and just getting absolutely booked.
I cannot imagine trying to be an IGL in that moment. I mean, what do you do? What do you call it that? I'm getting stressed just thinking about it. Like, I think you just have to do as much damage as you can, maybe try and pick up some KP, and maybe you limp out of there with one leg and a crutch, because it just felt like an impossible moment for those teams pulling out.
Akuma, on the other hand, are in a fairly envious position, actually, given they've got control of the top level of that building.
Strafing play.
He's not doing well. Heck, though. Hanging on for Bear Claw Gaming. And getting into the placement points and getting some damage down there as well. Legends Gaming out of the picture. We're down to 4 squads remaining. Heck is certainly going to get pushed in a second here. Akuma having a bit of a look as to whether or not there could be a third party around, but Killerpos is ready to take that fight. So far, no connections. And Heck is just trying to get out of there, but where do you even go? There is nowhere to go. All angles covered. Lightning Unicorn on top of the building. EMP is going to go through as well. Cause a bit of a ruckus. Set things up nicely for the final remaining 3 teams. Lightning Unicorn being one of them.
They're getting a little bit more active now. They were playing back, just playing their spot on the north side, which made a lot of sense. But now that the other teams have had to engage, you can see them taking good spots. Jack Cute doesn't get the top of the building, but they've still got ultimates in the bag. They've got the Caustic ultimate. They've also got EMP and the Rolling Thunder. So you will see all of those used now to try and capitalize on this last dying moments of Game 1.
Well, Akuma certainly seems like the healthiest of teams available. Nice couple of taps there with the triple take and maybe 1 or 2 more. Preemptive reload from Yukoi, but more than happy to chase this Caustic down. And might have bitten off more than could be chewed, but it is still Akuma alive in the one-on-one, I believe. It's Killerpos.
Yeah. Killerpos versus Jack Cute here. Actually going for the revive. I think they're calling out that this is happening. Nades go in through the window.
Play to bring around the Rosie. Killerpos just jumps off right past Jack Cute. Fight still happens. I mean, he's got a 30-30 repeater. Not the ideal gun, but Akuma is still going to walk away with the victory in the end. That was a strange end zone, actually, but a little bit of fun, and there you have it. First game under wraps.
Oh, that was great. Akuma closing it out there with quite a few kills. VK Gaming also picked up a couple. A couple of teams, really just picking up a brace of kills there, Lace. And yeah, it was a fun little finish. Couple of super glides there, just to try and outplay their opponents off the railings.
Yeah, what an incredible start to our first match. I was keeping a close eye on VK Gaming there, Genome, because they're sitting about 22nd on the leaderboard. That huge Arc Star stick from them to clean up. You said that they were going to have a little bit of a tough rotate, but they managed to find themselves and wedge themselves under the bridge. And then I kept a close eye, and they did their best little mountain goat technique up and scaled the wall. And then I think they come out in about 3rd place with a bit of KP. So this might be such a huge start for them because, we want to see our top 20 teams sort of push their way through. And, being 22nd on the leaderboard, that's kind of what VK Gaming needed. But then, Akuma there holding on for the clutch was exceptional too, Genome.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point to bring up, Lace. I mean, VK Gaming are in Group C as well, so that means they've got the two games, the two series to play today. Yeah. So double the chances to improve their points and push up. But yeah, absolutely, these kind of results are what they need to make sure they have a berth in the regional finals.
Yeah, you can sort of see them here. They were wedged in between. They see them over there on the rock there, just waiting patiently for all this chaos happening up above. But, you know, Akuma were just doing work around the outside and absolutely cleaning up. It was quite scary to see that they, you know, almost been taken down by the 2v2, didn't be able to get the res off inside the building, but that didn't matter to them.
What about this part with Yukoi? He's basically playing PvE. It's like they're not shooting back. What's going on?
That's it. Well, you got a triple take in your face, you know, sometimes that happens, but that was exceptional from them.
That movement.
Yeah, as we go have a look at what Akuma just did. 13 kills, and look at the damage.
Kill a pause, adding 9 to his total. I don't know if you saw this, Lace, but actually, we got the full spreadsheet of all ALGS kills ever released this week. So shout out to Chrono Creative for putting that out. And if you look at APAC South, Killapause is the overall kill leader for APAC South. And this is, of course, not including, you know, Zero and other people who've gone over to NA now. But yeah, he's sitting at 891. So with that game, he's actually ticked over to 900.
That's it. Got some, you know, big shoes to fill. But yeah, Killerpod's just doing exceptional work. You know, we've seen it before and we're seeing it again. I'd also like to take a touch on there. Lightning Unicorn. I mean, it's second, which is quite good. But yeah, a huge 11 kill game from VK Gaming whilst placing third too. So that's incredible to see. And as we see the leaderboard overall, we have Akuma sitting there in first, 13 kills, and then VK Gaming, like I said, 11 kill points with a third place, bringing them to second.
Yeah, so a lot of heavy hitters up the top there. I guess the thing that's, you know, just a little trend. Will it become a trend, I guess, is the question here, is that teams with a lot of placement points also picking up big kill points, right? And I'm wondering if with this new meta, we get a bit more of a snowball feel to the game, Lace. Whereas before, you might have seen teams who were playing Edge, you know, crafting up to Evo red armors. They'd get a bunch of kills, but then not be able to make it into zone and crash out early. Will this new system mean that the teams who do end up placing later also grab most of the kills, and you see sort of a concentration in points? I'm going to keep my eyes peeled for that.
That's such an interesting take. I yeah, definitely want to see that sort of in action. But you know what? Like we have a fair few teams there up in the top of the leaderboard that really need this. Another one I want to touch on is Lightning Unicorn. I think they're sitting about 16th. You know, they are above the cusp there, but, you know, they might need to hold on because there's other teams that are just very close behind them that we may see in the later date. But we're going to take ourselves a little short break. So you guys sit, chill, relax. And welcome back, everyone. What an incredible start to week 5. This is Groups A versus C. You know, we've had our teams have to endure major changes to Apex Legends as we hit Season 20. This is the final week of our group stages where it's kind of make or break for our teams, Gino.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple down the bottom there that, we won't be seeing next week. We'll have to say goodbye to them after this. I think if you're in Group C, you've got 2 chances left to make a dent on that scoreboard and start pushing your points a little higher. But yeah, if you're in Group A or B, only 1 series left to make sure you crack that top 20.
Exactly right. You know, we saw a huge game just from Akuma then. They're currently sitting 9th overall on the leaderboard. So, you know, I feel like they have themselves a nice little spot there. And, of course, I want to touch on VK Gaming again, who are about 22nd on the leaderboard. And they still have their next chance in the next group. So that's been really good. But, you know, as we see the scans come out and, the beast of the hunt, let's take a look at our Bloodhound Evo picks, because this is just going to be some interesting stuff, Gino.
Yeah, so new season, new stats to go off. So Bloodhound, one of the legends I would say where the perks aren't set in stone, right? You're not going to see that 100% pick rate for certain perks because they're honestly, there's a bit of, a bit of push and pull, a bit of, some different options to go with here. So as you can see, most Bloodhound players who made it to level 2 went for the tactical cooldown there. That makes sense. You are essentially, it's good for the team. It's more of a team play. And then Raven's Blessing, if you're perhaps more of an edge style team, maybe the zone's really far away from you in this particular game, I think that's why you'd go for Raven's Blessing, because you want to enable your Bloodhound player more and give them a bit more fragging potential by having that ult up more often. Then as we move to level 3, again, you're seeing it's pretty much the same sort of story there, right? Odin's Glare gives you more information for the team for longer, whereas Taste of Blood, again, is enabling that Bloodhound. If you think you've got a particularly potent fragger on the Blood, you might want them just rolling through other teams with that perk.
Yeah, that's really interesting, the way you sort of depicted that, generally you'll see a lot of people sort of choose the same picks as they level up their shields, but you are right, teams that may be on the outskirts may want to choose that because, they're going to have more time to rotate in. You see all the white birds everywhere to pick them up to get the ults. So teams may, look at other metas, but be completely different because that's just not their play style. So, we're going to see lots of things come out through that as well. But hopefully we can have a look at our quick leaderboard at the moment. No, we're even just going to forget that because we are heading into match number 2. Let's forget about it. Let's going to see who climbs to the top. Let's take it away. This is match 2, World's Edge.
Okay. Akuma once again runs straight through MXF. So I think that's 2 from 2 now from Akuma on these contests. Once again, we saw it happen over at Mirage Trois. And then they will be pulling back up to go through, loot the rest of Lava Fissure and grab that survey beacon.
Yeah, look, again, as you said, 2 from 2 for them and more than happy with things there. So, again, it's going to be one of those conversations, I guess, that we get to have all day long, but always a bit of a strange one when you're on the receiving end of those kinds of hot drops and you're just losing multiple times. Just starting to wonder, should you be doing that? Maybe just go somewhere else?
Well, I think
one thing I've noticed is teams are pretty stubborn.
I'm trying to think if MXF, I think they were contesting elsewhere in previous weeks. I think they might have been, or maybe that's in other groups where they were contesting Lava Siphon. Anyway, sometimes if one contest doesn't go right, then you got to start thinking about, okay, well, let's go contest someone else, right? Like, I don't know, change something up. Because if there's no free POIs, you just got to give it a go.
Yep, I guess that's true. Unfortunately, not working out too well for them. I'm going to see a bit of a different pool this time around. Going to go hard down to the south toward Lava Siphon. Seen a lot of the countdown Lava Fissure type of circles in the last couple of weeks, but changing things up. And yeah, we're looking pretty good in the spa there. This is the casting room, by the way. For those
hold up. Why don't we get to cast from a spiral fish?
It's the studio.
What is that about?
I don't know. I mean, you gotta get onto EA and see if they've got the budget for it. I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure you can make it happen.
Well, you got a lot of faith in me then.
You gotta just pitch it as the next innovation in
True.
Apex Legends broadcasting. I mean, what's not to love?
You know, it helps improve blood circulation.
I'll even bring my swimsuit Loba cosplay.
Okay. All right.
I don't know if that's a selling point or not.
Yeah, maybe Twitch chat can tell us about that one. One, if you want to see, you know, Elfish in the spa. Maybe two if you don't.
Oh, there's going to be plenty of ones in the chat. Either way, we'll take a look at the compositions. Seeing again, what was 35% actually coming through for the Bang Corsic Bloodhound comp. So not even the 50% that we sort of were initially talking about at the start of the last game. A couple of these obviously are duos, so that's going to change things up a little bit there as well. But still seems to be quite a spread here in APAC South, which is always going to be pretty fun.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, definitely a bit of Watson coming out there, and I think that's just seeing Akuma pick up a disruptor for the alternator. Nice. Yeah, I think part of that is because of how strong Watson upgrades are, right, in the perk system. I mean, Falling Stars individually, possibly one of the best perks you can get in the entire game. If you guys haven't seen that one, haven't had a chance to play with her yet, when the gen gets set up, the Interceptor Pylon gets set up, enemy ordnance coming into that, can be a knuckle cluster, can be a grenade, will spawn arc stars that you can use for your team.
Yeah. I love
Incredibly
Arc Stars. Absolutely. Big fan. Not such a big fan of Watson, though. I don't know if it's enough for me to get convinced to play Watson. But
I've actually been playing a bit of Rampart myself this season.
that's an interesting choice.
Yeah, well, I mean, dude, like, Sheila starts purring when you get the upgrades for that, and all the level 3 upgrade that allows you to your entire team to reload faster when you're behind the amped cover. Honestly, pretty incredible.
You know, I mean, like I said, I've always been a fan of Valkyrie, and I think prior to that as well, I was a fan of Ashe. I've always been a fan of those like mobility legends. I was kind of hoping that Ashe was going to come back in, but I haven't really seen much of that. So,
which is teams were definitely thinking about it. You saw a bit of experimentation early on because the arc snare changes are pretty good.
Yeah.
I just feel like she probably needed a bit more for her ultimate because that's sort of enabling your team, and enabling your team is what you need in competitive pro level play.
Yep. I did like that meta where Ashe was one of the sort of go-to picks. The mobility that ultimate allowed was it always resulted in some pretty fun fights. You know, you just see a full team like appear on a roof next to somebody. Always a bit of fun, but maybe in another day we'll get to see that. I'm sure at some point Ashe will come back into meta. It's been a little bit of a slower game so far, hasn't it? Still got 19 teams alive.
Little note there as well. Of course, we have the return of Tom Young Kung. Say goodbye to IBG and back to our favorite hot pot.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it depends who you ask. My girlfriend, she says Chinese hot pot is the only way to go. Every other hot pot is fake. So I'll just leave that
I tried it out for the first time after Champ Birmingham. I literally had Tom Young Kung, and it was delicious. So I get it.
Well, VK Gaming are going to set themselves up pretty comfortably. Love to have this kind of like downtime when you've got the Corsic on your side. Set up all of those traps. Lightning Unicorn on the move a little bit. And they might be getting into a bit of a stoush here as well. MDY looking to push up on top of the bridge. We've got lots of ultis getting popped everywhere. Rockets, EMPs, everything going down. MDY, though, have lost a member. Gaps picking that one up, though, being traded back straight away. We're going to need to see the rest of Lightning Unicorn trying to find a way to get into this fight. And, well, they're not doing a very good job of it, unfortunately. Jack Cute's gone down now as well. So, just comes down to Lala Bang trying desperately to survive, going up and down, using that terrain to the advantage. The Corsic trap will cause problems. And Lightning Unicorn eliminated.
Yeah, wow, the armor swap there from Joey was crucial. Both of the MDY Black players were very low. Lala Bang, full health. And yeah, came up to Zip. You know, really needed to just grab it down quickly. But unfortunately, yeah, the finish in the armor swap came through too fast. And that means MDY Black have been able to get off the respawn as well. So Organstern back in action.
MDY White not too far away. It doesn't look like they're going to be pushing anything. And T4. Well, they're not doing too bad for themselves overall in the lobby, sitting there at 9th. But I'm not sure that's really going to be enough to get us too excited about their prospects going into next week. You'd really need to see them probably go top 3, top 5, something like that in both of these lobbies to be able to make it back into the top 20 of the overall standings. They started well in the last round as well, but just kind of got run over. So, hope to see a little bit more from them here.
Leveled up. Better lock down and upgrade.
Okay, apparently, Zone Evo charging is not completely dead, as we see Serenity all the way down the bottom here in stacks, just grabbing some Evo Harvesters to push them closer to the Reds. Currently, they're 1,300 off. And they're just behind White Flash, who are about 1,000 off Purples themselves. So if they do run into the back of them, we're going to have... we'll have the drop.
I like the feel of that spot. Let's go.
I guess one of the questions is, do they have a vault key as they're rotating through now? Vault is still locked. No, it doesn't look like it, so no chance to grab that Evo cache if it indeed did spawn. As we said, one of the only 2 ways you can get one of those insta upgrades. Oh, nice shots from the 30-30 coming out there.
Yeah, couldn't really follow it up there though, Jesco. They're going to have to try to make this cross, Serenity. Looks like it'll be initially a 2-1 split with Legacy and Bugi opting to push initially, but deciding better of it. They would have been kind of running into a crossfire. You can see Legend on the other side of this. They had a sight line as well. So Serenity's going to go straight back into the cave, which is going to offer them some semblance of safety for the meanwhile, but they have to move eventually and almost delaying the inevitable, it feels like right now.
Yeah, I mean, they've got the ring info, right? They managed to scan the beacon while they were out in zone. There is one at stacks. So they know it's shifting over to the left. They just know that there's, as you can see, not really a lot of space there for them to get in. So looking for some KP over here towards White Flash might be the play.
Target spotted there.
Tom Yum Kung, MDY White, maybe the 2 teams to beat at the moment, based on that mini-map right there. Interested to see how Team Burger can go in this game. Didn't really feel like they got the greatest of opportunities in the last one. Zone's going to shift hard up to the north as well, though. So MDY Black, I think that are going to be the big benefactors of that. And we will get to see the rotation coming through from Bugi, Legacy, and Jesco that we were hoping to see earlier. This time, though, it's an aerial rotation rather than on foot. This will be a risky landing position.
Oh, good spot though. There's no one in this caravan, by the way. Like you can see, obviously it's set up with the fences and everything. But they have somehow identified that correctly. That it is a playable spot in the next zone. The zone will be shifting up. It looks like where we had that fight earlier on top of the train tracks, it might be a zone that pulls towards that direction.
Legends Gaming eating an EMP. No one pushing off the back of it just yet, so they'll be given the opportunity to reset. Patience of virtue here for Strafing Flame, though. Eventually will get peaked. No connections coming from it. It's more of a skirmish, really, than anything else. No overcommitment. Legends are doing a pretty good job of, I guess at this point, really just showing off their muscles, you know, doing some flexing in the mirror. Everyone's having a bit of a look and saying, oh, not sure if we want to push that. Those guys look kind of strong. On the other side of the coin, though, MDY Black more than happy with what they're seeing inside of that caravan. Morgenstern already finding the initial knock, and Full Engage are fully out of this round.
Wow.
The first teams to get eliminated.
Aggressive push, yeah. Like Morgenstern's still up the top of the tracks. They don't want to give that position up, right? But they have a, they've pulled down there. It means they get so many resources in the meantime. So that's a pretty big play for MDY Black over here. And now they can just get back up top and start surveying the land around them.
Here goes Killer Paws leading the charge. He's the tip of the spear right next to Yukoi and Crusader.
Let's go this way.
Duo on the other side there, or was there a third player at the other end of the building? Can't quite tell, but Either way, Akuma not going to push in just yet. More than happy to take up some residence on the northern side of this zone and keep themselves relatively healthy.
I suspect we will find something here. Subject spotted here.
All right, why don't we have a listen in with Akuma here and see what their play is for this next phase of the game.
Getting pushed by the team from right or not, left or not. What about like under the house?
Let's explore over there.
You get nade stacked really easily,
Yeah.
and then you get pushed out really quickly.
I need to check here first. It's like pretty safe here. Fucking safe on me.
Yeah, it's
Next
very
ring,
good.
just play.
Like not early though, right?
No,
Yeah,
no, definitely not.
You just gotta
early.
care these guys don't fucking swing, bro. Like,
Yep.
Yeah.
fucking idiots. You gotta be careful.
One of you
top
can
roofs.
play here. One of
Yeah.
you can play here.
I'm playing back there.
That's why you, look, you play here on me, on my side. I'm gonna play that side.
Yeah.
Someone flying.
Flying!
walk
They're
down
gonna fly in there.
On the
Wait,
bridge, on
what?
the bridge, on the bridge.
Splash,
Under the
one
bridge,
splash.
they're not one, they're
Yeah,
not
yeah,
one.
Left side
Under the
tunnel. Left side tunnel has moved out more height. They're playing further out.
Target spotted
Yeah.
there.
Under the bridge, shooting each other.
Maybe team gonna evac on the roof later. They're gonna get died at literally
One team
everyone.
under here, one team under here. Two team over there.
You got scanned from tunnel.
The
You have
house.
angles
Yeah.
on you.
Almost.
Little.
6-3 on bang.
Right side, you shooting right side? They're all dead, I
Yeah,
think.
bottom right. Yeah, they died for it.
I hear
No,
evac
actually,
from
no, they didn't.
Siphon.
They didn't. They didn't die.
Hear
Yeah.
evac from Siphon. I'm
I
not using
almost have the
scan.
free shots, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah, on my side, cracked. Bang one, bang one.
No.
You have really good shots, you have really good
kinda
shots.
hit.
I can't see.
Careful left shooting you, I'm smoke left for you, okay?
Yep, thank you.
It's blocked
I
up,
can
vision.
almost knock. I can almost knock.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just only thing is you're left.
Yeah.
I'm playing close to you now.
Keep recycling. Keep doing those smoke killer.
Yeah.
Is that we're playing on your ping
high
next
shooting us.
next right?
Yeah.
Like the yellow? Yeah.
Yep. Let me put more chops down.
I'm smoking top left now.
Yeah.
Underneath left, I think.
I can scan them.
Yeah, scan. Yeah, they're not playing here. Oh, they're not one.
Hey, knock. Wait. I'm not wasting nade.
I'm nading.
Okay, I'm watching. He blood ulted
They
as
might
well.
push, they got push. Oh, bad net.
We gotta be careful. We don't get.
Yeah. Look at them. Look at them if you can.
Next stream we can try to AF them to like third them. Can we try to break the
Agree.
fence?
Hey, down here. Red ping.
Look
We need another scan. Oh, one team dead.
I've scanned.
Can you scan?
Akuma in a fantastic position here. The ring pulls very close to them. They only really have to worry about final start in the building next to them.
Oh, you can see that big red banner at the top of the screen popping up pretty consistently. Now we're down to 10 squads. Team Burger looking much better this time around. We talked about them getting stuck on the triple blues in the last game. Now they've got triple reds. Sharky, Pricey, Way, all looking hot to trot, really. Legends Gaming maybe suffering in a bit of a different kind of a capacity. Easy flash with a big on spray. Has to pull out that hemlock in the end to finish off Heck. And, well, Legends Gaming are really in the thick of things at the moment. Fight's
I mean,
not
they're
done
just
yet.
redlining it today, right? Every single fight, like they're winning a lot of fights, but every time we're just having to see so many resets by them, and they keep getting them off. I mean, last game I think they ended up in about 5th spot, but it took about 4 resets to get there. So, look, honestly, props to them for being able to win these fights and then continuously get back up and just keep going.
Live by the sword, die by the sword. Dexa, of course, on the caustic is more than happy to be fighting in this kind of a situation. There's smokes and gas all over the place, but he does not care about that at all. Just holding that W key and trying to get into the thick of things, but Tom Yum Kung eventually going to be pushed back. Maybe they're more than happy with the pushing back that they've done, because they've now sort of taken up residence in this position underneath the pylons. Legends Gaming are still fighting.
Yeah, nice little bit of loot they get from that fight as well means, yeah, you can see care package weapons on the way here. Serenity, they're just hiding underneath where Legends Gaming are right now, but Tom Young Kung is right on the other side of them.
Yeah, those barrels aren't lasting long either. They're just getting dropped off. But either way, Tom Yum Kung being pushed by the zone, also running into an unfortunate sticky situation, and will get taken out and eliminated. Zone's just not quite going to push far enough to dislodge the guy sitting under the bottom there, but Legends Gaming up on top are having a ball of a time. I mean, this is the perfect spot to have a bow check in, really, isn't it? Long range, high ground advantage. Nade's getting tossed down the bottom there as well. And Easy Flash looks like he wants to try to get aggressive. Getting those supporting shields tossed on through as well from Strafing Flame will make life pretty easy in the end. Serenity do get eliminated, and Legends Gaming are just farming in this round.
Good spot for them. Akuma also with a good spot. They've moved up on the Siphon side and have taken the high ground over there. Final Start still in that building, as well as MDY Black still up on top of the train track. So 5 squads left alive now. Oh, another down onto Strafing Flame. We've seen that happen so many times today.
A little bit of back and forth as we've only got 5 teams left alive now, so zone relatively large for the amount of teams that are still up. Action slows down for a little bit until we go back to Legends Gaming, who just don't seem to be taking their foot off the gas at all. It's Akuma that unfortunately got into their sights this time around. And Legends are doing a great job of controlling the high ground, aren't they?
They are. They're doing so well. I mean, that was a very swift push to take out Akuma, who are in a strong position. Also having a look at Wonton Dumpling down the bottom. A horrible game 1 for them. They're looking to turn their fortunes around here in game 2. Nice little nade there on Tree Clean.
Yeah, a little bit of spam coming through as well. Peak God, he's low, but doesn't have to worry about that at the moment. Just has to try to control the space. Done a pretty good job of that for now, but still another team below. It doesn't feel very good for Wonton Dumpling here. They're kind of the meat in the sandwich, and they're fighting hard to try to survive at this point, really. There is that moment of respite, though, that's going to allow the bat to come through, and instantly another crack. Legends Gaming are just not letting them up at all. The wingman shots, they're all connecting. Easy Flash is absolutely frying at the moment, and Legends are just... They've gone from like 15 points to 35 in one game. That was just utter decimation from Legends.
Wow. Incredible work from Legends to pull back in. That was just a monstrous game by them.
Yeah, indeed. Not really much more to say. I felt like we were kind of just watching the Legends highlight reel at this point. It just didn't stop at all, did it? So, I guess, yeah, I mean, really, I don't know what you thought about that one, Lace, but that really did feel like pretty much that entire end zone. It was like anyone else that you swap the camera to, they're kind of just getting owned, and then you swap back to Legends, and it's like, oh, these guys are farming. Just didn't stop.
It's exactly why he's always the top fragger, the top damage dealer, just doing some 360 wingman kills right at the end. I think he had about 9 kills with 5 squads left, so I'm not too sure how much they picked up altogether, but it just seemed like they were swimming through the competition right there. Also, I think it was MDY Black that placed second Elfish. They're about 21st on our overall leaderboard, so that might have been a nice little game for them as well to sort of push them over that those top 20 teams that they need to go into the regional finals.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, something to certainly keep an eye on over the course of today. There's still a lot of work to be done, though, as we said. And it's not even just about making it into that top 20. It's also about getting as high up in that top 20 as you possibly can. Get get the money, obviously, but also if you can, make it into the top. I think it was top 8 overall for the season, including the matches next week, then you do get that opportunity to go play overseas, which I think is pretty much what everyone's playing for at this point. Money's nice, but the fame and glory, I guess, is another thing.
That's it. You want to make it to land, but $125,000, spread across our teams is exceptional. I think it's $20,000 for the first team, and Legends Gaming here, they're sitting at the hippity top of the leaderboard. No one seems to be really even closer to them. Wonton Dumpling is just far behind, but their first game they didn't really pull out too much there, but they're creeping on up. But let's have a look at that 22 kills, Elfish, from Legends Gaming. Easy Flash is delivering 11 for the team.
I mean, it's exactly what I was saying. It was like every single time we would swap away from Legends, it was like nothing was happening or someone was getting wrecked. And then we would go back to Legends and it was like these guys are getting like 3 kills in 5 seconds, and then they're on to the next team, they're on to the next fight. 3,000, almost 3,000 damage from Easy Flash, like you said, putting in a huge chunk of that damage. Was really set up nicely as well. You could kind of see that supportive style coming through from Strafing Flame. Easy Flash is dropping down, taking fights, getting the heals coming through from Strafing Flame. So the composition really working quite nicely there for Legends as well. Right, they're running something that, you know, I guess you could argue is maybe not the standard meta at the moment, or at least not the prevailing trend when it comes to that Caustic Bangalore and Bloodhound composition. They've gone for something a little bit different, and evidently they've got a way to make it work. They've figured out how to sort of utilize that composition to its best effect, and yeah, that's a huge game from them, straight up to 40 points and back to the top of the lobby where, quite frankly, it feels like they kind of belong.
Exactly right, and this is the last time we'll see Legends Gaming as well, because, you know, they're a part of our Group A, so the 6 games they played today is it for them. But, you know, they've, like we said, they've solidified themselves quite nicely in first place. Lightning Unicorn as well, I believe this is the last time we see them, so I believe they're sitting, they're in our top 20 teams, but they might need to do something sort of to just really push themselves above, because we've got a couple of teams such as MDY Black, who really want to get in those top 20s, but have, you know, the next standings, the next groups. They'll be participating from Group C. So there's a lot on the line for some of our teams, you know, being the last 6 matches.
Yeah, exactly. Lots to play for. Obviously, still, you know, conversations to be had for those teams sort of in the middle of the pack or the bubble or the bottom of the pack. I don't know. It depends on what you sort of want to say. I think for me, they're kind of like toward the bottom of the pack if you're just sort of trying to push your way into that top 20. But those are the big ones, and yeah, MDY Black having a decent one there is nice to see for them, but more to do, obviously, with still 4 games to play, at least for this lobby.
Exactly right, and as we just finished up game number 2, we'll take ourselves a little short break, and we will see you for the final game on World's Edge.
I may have tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will lava.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the APAC South region where groups A and C are competing for spots in the regional finals. Elfish, what an exceptional game we just saw from Legends Gaming. You know, they're having a 22 kill point lead, plus placing first with absolute style. And of course, who did that for us but Easy Flash?
Yeah, 22 kill win. I don't know, man. Is that like one of the biggest we've seen this split? It certainly would be up there. It's a lot. Either way, yeah, no surprises to see Easy Flash up the top of the damage charts. Player K in there as well from Legends. And Kuma have been quietly having a pretty good game too. So AKM kind of jumping in as well. Top 3. I mean, we're only 2 games in and Easy Flash is already at 4,158. So that number is going to grow pretty substantially over the course of this lobby. And I don't recall exactly what the highest number was. I think it was around 12,000 for Jen Burton, like way back in the day. But at the moment, actually, he's kind of on track to beat that or at least go equal to it. So we'll keep an eye on things.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we always see Easy Flash pull out some insane damage, and then to have, you know, Player K as well do it on the exact same team, you know that they're absolutely obliterating it. But, you know, we're going to get ourselves back into the action. We are in match 3, the final match here for World's Edge. Let's take it away.
Yeah, indeed, it's going to be MXF and Kuma once again at Mirage Etoile. They're going to try to go head-to-head. It is, I will remind you, 2-0 so far for Akuma, though with a P2020 Crusader might not be super excited about taking a fight. Not exactly the gun you'd want off drop. So a little bit of a slower start to this contest.
Yeah, the other ones have been over pretty fast.
By now, they would have been over.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like P2020 Longbow, got a just a Mozambique for Artoria here on MXF. This one's looking tough.
Yeah, MXF already starting well. They got that 1-for-1, but Artoria's down as well now is unfortunately going to leave it down to just a 1-on-2 for MXF. There's a res happening on the roof. Doesn't really look like that is going to be
Oh, they got it off!
By Akuma, at least not initially. The B2020's out. They're trying their best. There's not really too much really to write home about. Unfortunate! MXF surviving for the moment, but Yukoi has the health advantage. He doesn't want to take the fight.
Trying to shoot through the knockdown, but he can't get there. Akuma takes it in a clean 3-0 sweep, but damn, dude, hit a one. It was a 44 no scope and then a 106 headshot to almost bring that back for MXF. So valiant effort.
Yeah, valiant effort, but at the end of the day, it's still going to be 3 from 3 for Akuma. So where's your value out of that? They would be on, I assume, 0 points for this lobby so far, which is not a nice place to be after 3 games. Either way, Akuma more than happy with that, as they can now kind of focus in on their looting. Get the ball rolling for game number 3. And look, Akuma, for their own right, I have to say, the fact that they've been contested hasn't really slowed them down at all. At least for the last couple of rounds, because they've been kind of almost matching Legends.
Yeah, and I mean, like, obviously they got gifted the zone in game 1, right? Getting a Lava Fissure zone, but you know what I'm surprised about actually is if you look at this, Lightning Unicorn looting countdown. Why not send one guy over to like loot the top of Lava Fissure while all this nonsense is going on? Steal half the loot.
It's true. I mean, if you've got someone that's kind of like watching the broadcast or is like paying attention to where teams are dropping, you know, like you could actually sort of make that call. I guess it's a bit of a difficult one to call just on face value, because you can always say, well, what if they just decide to drop Lava Fissure and then we've got one guy that's like kind of entered into Lava Fissure on his own. But
because you can make that decision like mid drop
on the drop,
right? Like yeah, you can just watch the dive trails and sort of like it's close enough together that you can veer away if you need to.
Yeah, fair enough, but not something that we've seen. Maybe something for later on down the track, but I suppose there's not too many opportunities to see this exact same lobby again over the course of this split, so might not come to fruition. Either way, VK Gaming going stuck inside some relative safety up here by Survey Camp. It's Godhand on the other side of that engagement that are just sort of firing a couple of chip shots in their direction.
Well,
Nothing really too major happening up there.
I mean, they managed to take out 951, right? And Casa has just retrieved with the crypto drone, grabbing the banner. Unfortunately, the nearest respawn beacon is like right where Godhand are. So I don't know if they maybe want to go back and get the respawn beacon further down at the train tracks, maybe even towards Epicenter. Those ones are kind of free at the moment. But at the same time, they've got an awesome spot in the zone. So it's like you also don't want to give that up as a duo. It's going to be tough here for VKG. They popped a respawn. Where is that? Or was it? Or did they have a Moby? Yeah, it looks like they had a Moby.
Well, Legends are kind of ready and waiting for that. Though, no real engagement happening just yet. Legends have actually decided to move to one of the other buildings here in the survey camp.
Super safe decision like that.
I don't know if you saw on the graphic up the top, there was 95% pick rate for the Bangalore. The only team that hasn't picked a Bangalore for this lobby is full engage, which is the duo. So,
right. So yeah,
I wonder if they were a trio, would it be a 100%?
Yeah, I mean, like I think honestly, I know I've had this chat with Hugo from Apex Status about using the sort of stats, and like I think you basically just throw out the duo stats, right? Because obviously you have to make weird decisions there with two people to try and just play for zone and that kind of thing. So yeah, I would essentially call that a 100% pick rate for Bangalore. So very interesting that we're back up to 100%. When you think about those other metas that, we saw Gibraltar or Wraith or Valkyrie at 100%. Now it's Bangalore.
Yeah, well, everyone gets their time in the sun, it seems. So a shield crack. The Hex gone down to Legacy there with the 30-30 repeater, so could actually be a bit of a problem. Not sure if that's going to be resable. Certainly not finishable, at least for Serenity here, but there's a couple of teams that are sort of floating around. Serenity have to deal with RERUN, who was actually on their roof for a moment there and has been found out. Yugi getting that one. Serenity are kind of on the hunt right here. You can see Hex just trying to book it. Belkin's gone north, Hex gone south. Serenity well and truly carving out their little spot of territory on the map by dislodging their opponents. Bearclaw Gaming.
Obviously teams up in the tunnels here with the zone pulling very northerly. Keep Going Gaming, Final Start. These are two teams we're looking at right now, and then further over towards the respawn beacons just outside of the northern tunnels. You've got Lightning Unicorn as well. Okay, Hot Dog, they're going in for it.
Final Start. Taking it slow at the moment, it has to be said. Beast of the Hunt ticking away. Oh, but there's a good amount of damage straight up from the Havoc, and they want to push off the back of that. They recognize the advantage they've got. There's the first knock. Second should come through pretty quickly here, though I wasn't expecting it to go back in that direction. Selka is able to trade, and it's still going to be the 2-on-1 to deal with for Final Start.
But they're all running now because Lightning Unicorn is coming in. They, as we said, they were at the respawn beacon outside of this. They heard all the Calamity and they pulled up to try and grab a couple of the kills for themselves. Final Start. They turn around. They actually do get Gopgaps down, but I don't think they're going to last for much longer. Selka, one bullet.
Yeah, I'm not sure this one's going to go too well for Selka. There's just nowhere really to go, unfortunately, and Lightning Unicorn with a perfectly timed third party. They themselves are not going to get third partied. And they actually have a huge amount of territory to play with on the northern side of the map here. Pretty much the entire train tunnels in their control. But obviously later on in the game they're going to have to move out, but for now, very happy.
Yeah, they don't want to stay in there for too long, Elfish, because where the zone's shifting, it's going to the right of the respawn beacon. But the other side of the train tracks are in, and that is one of the best spots to play from every single time this circle is in. So Lightning Unicorn, they don't have that info right now, and there's not a a ring console anywhere around that they could probably get to. So yeah, there's a couple survey beacons back in Skyhook, but for them, they really want to move when they see this next circle get revealed, it's very important to take that spot. Because Bear Claw Gaming are out there as a duo up the top. But if LU just move a little bit across to the right there, I'm you know, might actually have to back them for this game.
They're going to hedge their bets at least for now, right? They're going to take it slow and see what happens. Once that information comes through, then yeah, they're definitely going to jump in on that opportunity. But, you know, things can still go wrong against a duo. It's been a bit of a faster paced game in comparison to our last. We've lost 4 teams already. A lot of shenanigans happening around in the survey camp, but some teams still coming up from Fragment over toward Landslide. You've got T4 there as well on the move in. But for the most part, deciding to get that congregation toward the northern side of the map. MDY Black here fighting for their control of the tunnel against Overlooked Entertainment, who have already lost 1 player, and it's a decent start for MDY Black as they are able to get themselves another one. Vasey is on or off to the races, I suppose, at this point. On the trot is probably where I should have gone with that one, but yeah, out of the way, that's for sure. And not a particularly enthralling fight, really, for Overlooked Entertainment. They kind of just capitulated.
He's popping about on the way down there. Does actually get out. I think the question is, does he get spotted out by Team Burger, who are currently sitting in Skyhook, prowling for easy kills like that one to come
Pricey
their
definitely
way.
saw him. Pricey definitely saw him, but Vasey's on the way out anyway, so not going to see much of a chase from Team Burger there.
Yeah, Burger, they actually have that ring info, so if they start pushing up towards those northern tunnels, they could play for one of those great spots up north.
Hmm. Couple of teams sitting in the epicenter at the moment. Got X and Y at the top, Wonton Dumpling down the bottom. Bit of a weird day so far from Wonton Dumpling. We had high expectations for them, but haven't really had a whole lot of praises to sing for them in those initial couple of games. And if I'm being honest, this kind of looks like it's going to be another difficult game for them, having to come out from epicenter. There's going to be a lot of teams to fight on their way into survey camp.
Oh no. BC is on the run again, and this time he doesn't make it out. Way picks up an easy kill left Team Burger, and now they've got a minute to see if they can push further on. Of course, they've got the Bloodhound there on way, so they can just start popping these scans, clearing out positions in front of them. Potentially looking for that fight with Lightning Unicorn. Back in survey camp, however, we've got still quite, well, there's 4 teams, essentially 1 in each major building.
Ooh. Tom Yum Kung is one of those, or at least they're trying to fight their way in. They're actually going to have to settle for playing underneath for the moment, at least until they reset. Darkstar's getting tossed on in as well, and that's a good crack. Asia's also found the knock onto Bugi, so that'll be the go signal, I'd say, for Tom Yum Kung.
Oh no.
Jesco's dropped as well. The issue is going to be when you're fighting in a spot like this, there's always going to be third parties coming through, and X and Y will take that opportunity and try to run with it. And X and Y also have to be a little bit aware that Wonton Dumpling's going to be coming up behind them, so this is going to get messy very quickly indeed. Tom Yum Kung are still holding on.
Asia!
I've lost a couple of players.
Asia's is just popping off with the hammer points Mozam through the smoke right now. Critical damage being dished out by the Bangalore player.
I don't know if it's going to be enough to keep them alive, though. I mean, you've got Wonton Dumpling here that also want to sort of try their hand at this engagement, so
they're done.
Out of the frying pan, into the fire. Tom Yum Kung, kind of like Genome's last night, hot pot, but unfortunately not going to be lasting too long when they're on offer. And Wonton Dumpling will try to continue that momentum, rolling their way forward as well onto X and Y, who were causing them problems in epicenter. Maybe they have to take a step back here to try and find time for that res. Players 3 for the rest of this game. Doesn't look like they're going to be given that opportunity, though. The fight continues, and eventually X and Y are out of the picture.
God, what a
I
disgusting
think Wonton
fight.
Dumpling might just have enough time for a reset here.
That was kind of gross, honestly. None of those teams had proper time to reset there. You know, they were really just hoping to maybe hide behind a smoke and get something off, but not a lot of revives going their way. As we said, still quite a few teams over in survey camp. And the ring is actually pulled back. So, you know, we were I was sort of operating under the assumption it was going to keep pulling north, because we do see that quite a lot. But this one is actually pulled way far back in towards White Flash in the building. So that's an absolute lottery win there for that
Yeah,
team.
that's a very big, that's a weird pull, isn't it?
It is, yeah. So them and Godhand just in fantastic positions now. Team Berg, as you can see, somehow did the do-si-do and got around Lightning Unicorn to get onto the east side. So they'll be okay sitting up the top there. I don't know how they got around them though. Then maybe they took the balloon from inside the northern tunnels.
Yeah, possible. This is actually not a bad spot for Burger to be in. Not if they're going to get pushed by Lightning Unicorn. It'd be a lot of ground to cover for Lightning Unicorn. We'll see what ends up happening, but... Well, now, Burger feel like they're in the best position, considering that they have the quietest side of the zone. Legends, though, as they usually are going to be a team that's going to be in the middle of the fights. Hasn't been such a big game from them just yet, but that is about to change. There's a lot of teams floating around.
Enemy there.
I mean, the benefit for Legends is that they don't have to necessarily worry too much about those caustics here, with a little bit more room to play.
Yeah, also a decent spot for the Gen. Obviously, the Gen can eat up barrels. It can eat up caustic ults that are thrown in, or Bangalore ults like that. So there's one coming down around them, and yeah, it's zapping them up. Actually, I'm just gonna check. Yeah, we've got falling stars. So there we go. Player K generating arc stars for the team right now.
I wonder how many of those are getting tossed out at the moment. T4 also getting taken down in the meanwhile, and Legends are on the move. They want to take the fight forward. Alternator, Golden Mag, or Easy Flash. It's not a bad spot to be in.
Yeah, they actually lost the second Gen though, and a caustic ultimate comes in, so they, in the end, they can't find a safe spot for the Gen, because we saw Player K popping an ultimate accelerant to get the second one up immediately. Now that's gone down, and now they're in struggle street. I
mean, they're doing okay for themselves. The nades and all that sort of chip damage is causing a little bit of a problem, but it's not as if they're an immediate threat of going down right now. They've sort of carved out their moment of respite. Lots of boxes to loot. Oh, but there's a team underneath, and this will be where things start to go a little bit wrong. Legends Gaming having to fight for their lives. Somehow Player K is still alive. Eventually going to tick away. I think to some caustic gas there in the end. And it's VK Gaming that are trying to take this fight. I think they themselves are kind of on the back foot.
I think they knew that without that help from the Watson, they had to go inside, but they couldn't because White Flash are in there with a catalyst. Too much goo, too much, you know, the doors reinforced as well was just slowing them down. And as you saw there, it was too long that they took to try and make that happen. And therefore, MDY White are going to eventually take that spot away from them.
Yeah, it was VK Gaming that took it initially, but now it's in control of MDY White. Who is the team that we're kind of keeping an eye on at the moment. Nice fight to win for them as well. They get the purple Evo for the last member. You do typically want to be at about purple. At least at purple, rather than sitting on the blues in the final sort of skirmish of the game. So they've at least accomplished that. And as you can see, they've got plenty of loot that they can hoover up there. Yeah, a bit of time as well to play with. Even some armor swaps actually coming out.
I'm surprised that armor swaps are still in the game after the changes that we got in Season 20. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if they got that got changed and removed at some point. But for the moment, MDY White with all of those loot boxes are starting to set those up.
Well, Wonton Dumpling trying to put some damage down as well. They have lost one member, but still sitting pretty for the moment. This is a great spot to be in for MDY White. I mean, they just chill. They really do not have to do anything at this point. As long as they keep their heads down, they are almost guaranteed at least a top placing. Unless someone decides to int them, but there'd be no reason for anyone to try to jump into that position. So
I mean, yes, but they are on the outside of the circle. They're going to get pushed out pretty quickly at this point, right, Elfish? Because you know, you've got teams like Lightning Unicorn who are sitting up on the rocks here, and just across from them, Burger are in a similar position, but they managed to lose way. He got fully finished, so it's just Pricey and Sharky sitting up there, a bang and a caustic, trying to pop some ult excels right now and get their ultimates online. They've actually got Wonton Dumpling playing, or at least one of the players playing right underneath. You see that? They're completely split. Just Gugu or Peak God over there sitting under Team Burger now, and then a couple of those teams just shoved into the building. So honestly, I think Lightning Unicorn might be in one of the better spots right now. They've got quite a bit of cover to play.
Don't mind the look of White Flash with his bow check either. It's connecting a lot of shots.
One more for purple. Boom, there you go.
Really good chip damage coming through. Now the vision is obscured.
Pricey.
Of course, doesn't matter when you've got the Beast of the Hunt ready to go. White Flash, losing a lot of HP though, and their cover has kind of disappeared with the zone pushing its way in. This bow check, again, needs to do work, and so far, kind of is. Some shots starting to miss now, and really need to get this damage down. White Flash are really under the pump, pushing their way forward. They do get rid of Wonton Dumpling, which will give them at least a moment to survive. Sharky and Pricey pushing their way into the center of the zone.
Oh, and causing complete chaos. I mean, Pricey was the one who managed to get that early knock onto Lightning Unicorn and somehow get them into second place as a duo. Burger now trying to take on White Flash 2v3 after all they've done so far this game. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take this out.
Yeah, I mean, I would have liked to have actually seen them keep that pressure up. I'm not sure what the HP is looking like for Burger at that point, but look at how low White Flash are. All of the members were pretty much running only on shields. If they would have tried to keep that pressure up, maybe Burger could have pushed that advantage, but they haven't, and they've given a chance for the reset, which is now going to be into 2-on-3. In reality, though, it's going back in the other direction. It's down to the 1v1. Oh,
what?
1 HP, but Team Burger eventually get that last sliver through, and it is Team Burger as a duo that will take the game away.
Pricey, you absolute madman. As a duo, there were 5-6 teams left. He gets the opening pick onto the other team in God's spot there, Lace, and then also clutches up to win a 2v3. Wow, I mean, if that doesn't, you know, push them up and put them in contention for that land spot, I don't know what does, Lace.
I know, some sort of switch flipped in their minds, you know, at the start of the split, Gino, and we saw that they found it a little bit difficult to climb up, and then something happened, and, you know, it was one of their final weeks where they needed to really do something, and they've just come out today and absolutely smashed it. Something has happened within the team to make them one of the top contending teams at the moment, but yeah, everyone on Team Burger at the moment are pulling their weight, and it was exceptional to see.
That was an incredible finish by the lads. I mean, you know, we even saw that sort of earlier transition that they had to make, going through from Skyhook to the tunnel. And, yeah, just, wow, smart rotations to play the north side there. You know, I kind of kept talking about how strong that position can be. And even with the weird ring pull back to survey, you can see why. Because you can just methodically work your way across the tracks. And then, yeah, even down into those power positions on the mountains on the south side there.
Yeah, and it was just easy cleanup for them as well. You know, you saw like MDY White, they had such a short rotate from Fragment to Survey Camp. You know, you thought they might have solidified a little position there, but they were quite, I guess, low in retrospect when other teams were sort of pushing in. But yeah, Team Burger just absolutely cleaning up all the mess here. A lot of teams, you know, having half health, half shield, so it was just only a matter of time for them to take out this win.
Yeah, I mean, you love to see Sharky on Bang. You know, he's played a few legends over the years, but you know, when he was playing, I think it was Watson on Dark Zero was the one that kind of really got to him, and I think he was enjoying comp a lot less at that point. So I think a character like Bang really suits a player of his skill and talent, as Team Burger come out on top there with 7 kills, 5 of those going the way of Pricey. But as you can see, Sharky definitely pitching in with the damage there. Look, MDY White also 7 kills, and I think I might have just seen Wonton Dumpling with 10 kills in that game as well. So, oof, that's certainly helping push them up into 3rd spot.
Yeah, it looks like our steamrollers are back. You know, the Wonton Dumpling love to collect kills and souls along the way. So it's nice to sort of see them push themselves up into 3rd place. You know, only placing in 5th, but, you know, a couple of kill points plus all their, you know, I guess great rotation from them. But yeah, a big props to MDY White. They are sitting quite low on the leaderboard overall, so having them sort of be in that little 3rd place was something nice for them. So hopefully they can keep it together in Storm Point, because, you know, they've got a lot on the line.
Yeah, look, I mean, Overlooked Entertainment, they're sitting at 12th at the moment. They are on the bubble, right? They are currently making regional finals in 20th place. Maybe they just want a few more points than 12th to sort of lock them in there. It's going to be, I think it might be touch and go for Overlooked.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we've had some major changes to competition coming into Season 20 Genome. How do you feel our teams have done so far with the Evo changes?
Oh, it's been really interesting to see, you know, some of those perks, even, you know, getting a look at some of those stats that we've had to show it's not even cut and dried yet between which perks you can choose. Here's just another example. We've got Caustic, obviously one of the most picked legends in this lobby, and you can see everyone actually going for the particle diffuser, so no one really worrying about the parabolic force. Obviously, you know, if you're setting up the barrels, usually you're in a spot, you've got there already. I think the throw range doesn't do a lot, whereas obviously denying area or hurting people with particle diffuser, really good. Interesting to see 10% of people going for breathe it in. I would imagine, I'm just taking a guess here, Lace, but I'm guessing that would be teams who maybe got their purple quite late. And at that point, they're like, hey, let's play for this end game, and I'm gonna have to actually like sit inside my gas. I know there's gonna be people inside it that I can 1v1. But residual toxins obviously is running away with that. It's quite long. Like you really do. It's. I mean, if you think about Mad Maggie's passive, where she gets the vision on people after you hit them, residual toxins is kind of like that, but I think it might be for even longer. So it's actually quite powerful in terms of a sort of like soft wall hack type, you know, getting that knowledge of where the players are.
Yeah, and, you know, we saw a lot of teams using Caustic in, you know, earlier stages of competition, and then we saw a big break from Caustic, which has been kind of nice. You know, not one of my favorite picks coming up against one, but yeah, just to see Caustic sort of come back and into meta is exceptional, especially, you know, with the gas actually spreading and protruding a little bit, you know, more around the area. So it can be, you know, a perfect defense for our teams. But we're going to take ourselves a short little break. We will see you shortly for game number 4.
Valkyrie actual, ready for burn.
And welcome back, everyone. We just came out of match number 3 where our tastiest team, Team Burger, just took out the win there. You know, we've got teams from Singapore, Australia, Thailand, China, and more. And as we gear up for our next match, which is Storm Point, just been exceptional gameplay on World's Edge at the moment, Gino.
It's been some fun stuff. I mean, yeah, like 2v3 clutch there. Yeah, you can't ask for much better than that, especially with one of the fan favorites, Team Burger. I mean, who doesn't want to see Sharky back at LAN?
Exactly. You know, we've pulled him out of the retirement home, so let's just chuck him back on the stage.
Damn straight. Express ticket, first class, please. Whatever it takes to get that man back on the big stage, I'm here for it.
Exactly right. But, you know, we're gearing up for Storm Point, which is, you know, our match number 4. We'll take a look at the beacon and we can see where our teams will be landing. You know, a lot of teams are going to make some different rotates due to a lot of our Evo changes. Why don't you take us through, Gino?
Yeah, so there's been wholesale changes over on Storm Point, right? World's Edge is a little bit more cut and dried because, you know, Trials is really the only PvE spot you've got. Not the case here for Storm Point, right? Like, those PvE sections, the spiders, the prowlers that you can kill, even the flyers over, you know, down towards, say, down base in North Pad, are now actually a big deal. So if we have a look over there, you know, you've just got places like, you know, the mill. You're starting off with prowlers. You've got you've also got teams down at Launchpad who have you know, several options with both spiders and prowlers, and you're going to see teams actually jostle Lace over which teams get those spots that are in between them, right? Like I think I saw teams up the top, Team Burger, talking about, you know, who gets the spiders down south of them. Do they get them? Do Lightning Rod get them? The teams may actually, I don't think they're going to fight over them necessarily, but they fight off server, right? They fight to decide who actually gets that spot.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, and there's obviously the Evo Harvester collection points where they sort of spawn about 40 seconds after round 1, so a lot of them may pop up near them. But, you know, these teams that are sort of taking down the prowlers or the spiders, although you can do it, you know, spiders are quite quick. You know, you can kind of pop them and chuck a grenade. It's all done and dusted. True. Prowlers can sometimes take a little bit longer, so is that putting them in a bad position to be, you know, have a team sort of creep up on them? You do need to think about these sorts of things when sort of, you know, harvesting for these Evo points. Yeah,
no, 100%. And I think, yeah, it depends, like, even where you drop out of the ship now, that, you know, is also going to make a difference as well. Because as you say, if you've got teams who are rotating really quickly and you're sitting around waiting for the prowlers to come out, yeah, but I think rotates have slowed down across the board, so maybe that sort of evens things out, but it will vary between POIs.
Yeah, and some of our contests, I want to sort of pick your brain on this. So obviously teams are not going to be able to drop on a purple shield per se from luck. Have you seen any changes to our contests because, you know, our teams are spawning with the same shields? Do we see that they're happening a little bit faster, or are they taking things a little bit more slow when landing with a team?
Yeah, I think it definitely has had an impact because you are essentially, yeah, you just have whites. You know, it's really hard to sort of get blues early, essentially.
Yeah, exactly right. But let's take a look. This is going to be our 4th match, Storm Point. Let's go take it away.
Yeah, I mean, just on that topic, it seems like to me, so far at least, the majority of these contests have gone, I would say, a little quicker actually than what we have been seeing previously. I don't know if that was just look, we've only seen 3 so far here in APAC South, so maybe that's something that will develop, but it felt like they've gone a little bit quicker so far in this season. But here we go, on to our next game, and we get to see how things are going to continue to shape up here. We do head on to Storm Point. Expecting maybe a little less caustic here, but just having a cursory look at the compositions myself. Still seeing probably, again, 50% of the teams picking caustic.
Yeah, look, a couple of things I do want to note as we pull in here, and you guys can, yeah, you can sort of get that sense of the legends. You know, I'm seeing a Newcastle pop up. That's definitely a new one. is that, yeah, so look, I think it was Serenity that was sort of trying to claim both Echo and Coastal Camp. You can see here they have just let LU split that. And the same over at Barometer. You know, MXF and White Flash essentially just carving that one up in half. You can see the ring is heading towards Pylon. Wonton Dumpling have scanned that. They're going to be pretty happy about that pull. And yeah, so we are headed down south here. Actually, one more thing I should just mention, Elfish, is that the double ring console scan is in the game for just this week. I think it might be finished by next boy. I still shot on the Sentinel. But yeah, you can kind of cheese that still at the moment, right? So you want to land directly on your ring console, pop it for 200 points. As the first ring pops up, you'll get another 200 points. So it's a big advantage for teams who have to start off with that ring console, and also teams who start off earlier on the dropship path.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you think about the possibility of getting 200 Evo, how easy is it to get 200 Evo? I mean, and I guess you sort of equate it to 200 damage in terms of like, how easy is it to get 200 damage out versus how easy is it to scan the ring console? Well, I mean, know the answer there. So, certainly seems a little bit, there's some free Evo, basically.
It also just means that you essentially guarantee yourself blues to start with, because if you don't have one of those, you know, what are you going to rely on? Like, you need maybe a perk bin and an Evo Harvester. If you run into anyone early on, it just means you're like guaranteed those blues.
Yeah, a little bit of an advantage potentially early on in the piece, but either way, not a huge concern at this point in time. Overlooked Entertainment already on their way in, aren't they? They're trying to scout things out. They've got the Trident ready to go. A lot of room to work with at the moment still. Everybody is happy doing some looting, so nothing too crazy.
This is down at Launchpad here. We've got a couple of teams actually in there. So obviously one of them is Godhand. You got T4 pulling up from Devastated Coast, and then Serenity just holding one of the outer buildings here on Launchpad.
Yeah, really just some back and forth chip damage happening. I'm having a look at the minimap myself, and I'm really not seeing a whole lot of anything. There's no real engagements actually happening. Most teams have, you know, already rotated down, unless they're one of the teams hard toward the north, and this is pretty much the only action that's going on around the map. Final start. Oh my. They're going to instantly lose a player off the bat. Tree Cleaner getting cleaned up, in fact.
Yeah, that's Dexter looking pretty sharp with the scout there. Has put him down without taking a lick of damage himself. And this is Tom Young Kun, a team that you do not want to be going up against early. But you know, there's an assault bin nearby. There's an Evo Harvester nearby. So all of a sudden we've got these objectives on the map that these teams need to be fighting over. And it causes early conflicts like this. And so Tom Young Kun, they're ready for it. They win those objectives, and they also win the 3KP.
Yeah, over in a bit of a flash there, really. Tom Yum Kung making that one look easy. So Alt Excel or 2 getting tossed on the ground there as well for Ziki and Asia. And so they'll be back to fighting fitness straight away. There's no one really in the nearby vicinity here either for Tom Yum Kung, so they will actually have a bit of time to play with, get themselves fully reset and ready to go, which might not be the worst of choices anyway. You know, they can take their time, play edge this game. They are a long way away from where the zone's going to end up, and they are aware of that as well. So they're not going to be trying to make a beeline to get center zone. On the other hand, though, T4 may have got themselves in a bit of a spot of bother here. There's caustic gas everywhere. There's Bangalore rockets landing on the ground. And Lightning Unicorn are also suffering as a result of that. Jack Q currently being revived.
Oh my god, do they actually get this off? Let's see, the Thermite goes in. Does it land? Well, at least stops them getting that bat off. And yeah, okay, there we go. The Arc Stars here probably going to be the end. They just have to wait for these barrels to go down. But it is slowing them down, and there's other teams now having a look. MDY Black from on top of the hill have scouted this out. But no, they're actually going to take a different fight behind them. And it will just remain 3v3 between these two teams. Bearclaw actually poking away from Pylon's side, and there you go. LU goes down. T4 happy to take their loot.
That got messy for a second there, but yeah, Bearclaw not interested in leaving the safety of their compound. Aren't going to get into the thick of things. We've seen this kind of a fight all too many times. It's Overlooked Entertainment up against MDY. And oftentimes the fights in this building tend to be a bit of a stalemate.
Yeah, they do, don't they? It can take quite a while. But
Very hard to push. There's a lot of choke points, you know.
well, especially when you've got caustics involved, right? There's barrels behind every wall, every door that you're going to have to wait for. You're going to have to clear out. And then you've got the caustic ultimates, of course, ready to go. So Bigsy holding his for the moment, and so is Jojo.
Ooh, okay. Morgenstern having a little bit of a look. I wonder if that's meant to be German. Augenstern, which would be like, it means eye stars.
Okay. Damn. Dropping the knowledge.
Well,
Let's go.
I don't know if it's like, maybe. Could be. Either way, cool name. We'll take it. Overlooked Entertainment have control of the roof, which I guess given the circumstances is not a bad place to be, considering there's no one that really wants a third party in this fight, but they have just been dropped.
Yeah, I think both
Surely you got to push
ultimates
off the back of that.
as well, but yeah, do they want to give up their spot inside the building? I'm not sure that MDY2... Now we see Bjorn having a look outside. Surely they don't get them, let them get this res off, because the teams don't know it, but this building is actually going to be very important in endgame. It is not pulling back, well, it could pull back towards Pylon, but this particular building will be in for another 2 circles.
Ooh, look who's having a little bit of a watch, though. On the other side of this engagement is Serenity. Haven't really fired off too many shots just yet, but they are going to make their presence known with Beast of the Hunt being popped straight away there by Boogie. And Serenity definitely wanting to push their way forward. Someone's trying to scamper away. It was VC. Will get picked up by Boogie on the back end there. MDY White do come out, or sorry, MDY rather, do come out the better for that engagement. But now they've kind of got to deal with Serenity, so it's out of the frying pan into the fire in a sense.
Well, they've even popped a caustic ulti on the inside there, as well as Beast of the Hunt. So Serenity really trying to make this happen. The other two teams, as you said, kind of was playing to stall it out. But because MDY White weren't decisive, they didn't clean up that fight after they got the knock. I mean, you know, now they're at risk of taking damage from both these teams and potentially not being able to control the situation themselves.
Overlooked Entertainment aren't out of this by any means either, by the way. They've still got a couple of members up, and funnily enough, VC somehow has been able to crawl all the way back, and that actually is a potential res.
He's going for
They're
it.
trying to figure out where's the best place to do it, though.
Gonna punch him under.
All right.
Oh my god, he's even got the gold knock. Yeah, wow. Oh, no! Oh, he gets it off! He literally, and the second he gets it off, they hear it.
Yeah.
He dies. Okay, back inside the building, but now, Serenity have, they're taking some space off of MDY Black.
Oh, they might be able to take a lot more than just that off of MDY Black. I think they're going to take the building away from them. It's just Kyun left alive and Serenity with a strong trio still. Matter of time at least before they secure the building, if not even wipe MDY Black. Shots going through. Oh, the smokes aren't quite enough to save, but maybe that third party was.
Oh my god, Beyond literally won. Literally 1 HP, gets the med kit off, and may be able to wrap this out, because I know it, like this spot, it kind of feels like we're out of the heart of the action, right? Because there's a lot of teams sitting over in Pylon, and also a couple up towards like mid-map as well. But the circle has continued to pull over here. So, yeah, you know, shout out to the observers. They've, you know, got to correctly predicted the ring here. And this is the sort of area that these teams need to be fighting over. And I guess as, we will swap back to Pylon eventually, because there's going to be quite a few teams having to leg it out from there and over towards this sort of western end of Launchpad.
X and Y don't look like they're in a great spot at all, but either way, we'll go back over to White Flash, who are trying to make their way down from the northern side of the map as well. They are one of the teams that has the longest rotates to make. APG with some chip damage here and there. Mostly just trying to hold on to their little spot in the zone.
JR is actually about to pull off a double respawn.
Yeah, looks like it'll work.
Grabs the trident, and yeah, he's managed to get both of these guys back in right on top of an Evo Harvester. That's honestly,
White Flash are looking though. I think White Flash are interested.
Yep, absolutely. Yep. Proda, Sawyer, and Rokoko on the red already are going to be gatekeeping them. I think you can see way those arrows are directed. But do they actually get away? They've rotated too fast. Zooming straight in. That was a trident rotate, by the way.
They've gone straight into Legends Gaming though. Are they going to get away with this?
Yeah, Legends are up the top, right? So this is it's like the Tri building. They're playing the spot in between the rocks up north.
Send.
Damn.
Well, APG are trying to make their way through as well. Wonton Dumpling up in Pylon. Don't have to do too much moving and shaking at the moment. Got that high ground, so good opportunity with the charge rifle to do a bit of damage.
Okay.
Ooh, okay. There we go. This will be where the Newcastle comes into play, though. You mentioned that earlier on. Tell you what, that's value.
Damn. Hitting shots with it. I mean, yeah, it's probably a gun you just you take while you're sitting up the top, because obviously Wonton Dumpling land pylon, so they can control that high ground. You sit up there, and then when you're ready to rotate, probably has another gun somewhere, ready to switch that out.
Yep.
Don't waste ammo. Yeah, get some big hits like that. Charge the Evo. It's a good strat.
126 damage for Peak Gods against the purple, so won't take too long if he keeps hitting shots like that. But either way, X and Y, YC. XD and JR trying to take this fight to Legends. We talked about that rotation that was made. Looks like Legends do want to punish it, though they themselves are not at 100% fighting fitness, so I've had to slow down a little bit here. See if they can get that res.
They traded with X and Y, though, so that may save them for now. You can see getting some fences up there just to try and get that done in time. White Flash. They're just poking at them from across here. We've got 20 seconds until the zone starts pushing in, and Legends Gaming will have to make a pretty risky rotate. Most of them are about 500 Evo points off upgrading to purple. So, not super achievable via damage anytime soon unless they get into a real big battle here, Elfish. This is going to be a super tough rotate here from Legends Gaming. They're going up. You can see that is their evac tower right now. Teams trying to focus on that. Will they get it off? I don't think so.
Yeah, they can't move. Well, we've got a listen in ready to go with Legends, so let's see how things are going in their camp.
Side the Caustic! Side the Caustic!
I killed a blood. Same team.
We just walk in left, guys. We're walking in left.
Yep.
Walk in left.
I think this guy. I thought of them.
People here. I cracked
Swing
one.
left, swing left. Tamar, please.
Okay.
Oh, bro.
No.
Alright, well, White Flash doing a bit of a number there as Legends Gaming go down. X and Y also getting eliminated, and we are into the final 7 teams remaining. We got triple reds.
It almost felt like there was hope there in Strafing Flame's voice, and I was looking at the map, and I didn't really see it myself, but hey, I mean, why wouldn't you have that belief in yourself after the kind of games they've had so far today, Elfish? Doesn't work out for them this time, but no doubt they're still going to be picking up a hefty amount of split points with their performance in this Groups A and C today. So, Burger, as you said, triple reds, they're looking fantastic. They've got a nice little spot to gatekeep. It obviously helped take out Legends Gaming there, and now they're looking for another target. They're looking for White Flash, and then you've got a couple of teams here over on the west-hand side as well, and that'll be, T4, Bearclaw Gaming, MXF, and Wonton Dumpling.
I tell you what, this Newcastle shield is really coming into play a lot in this game. It's a difficult zone to work with, so MXF are getting a lot of value out of that Newcastle, but might be coming to an end in a second here. Although it is actually Bearclaw that are on the receiving end of things this time around, it is, though, not really going to be too fateful for MXF either, as they're also dropped and right up on the high ground. Who is that? Someone flying through the air. Either way, Wonton Dumpling have landed in the engagement. This is just getting messy at this point. Wonton Dumpling looks to have come off pretty good and cleared out this side of the zone. So T4 down now as well and into the final four. But Wonton Dumpling, Kraber, 3 sets of perps. They're ready to go.
Okay, let's go. Yeah, I mean, they only just upgraded to purple in that fight as well. Oh my lordy. And we have a Kraber Eva combo now.
Well, first Kraber shot not quite going to connect. An exchange of some ammo going on.
4 full squads
Wonton Dumpling
up.
can afford to... Well, Wonton Dumpling can afford to play this one a little slower. They're up on the high ground. Zone's moving in at the moment, but they don't have to go in just yet, so let these other teams do a bit of chip damage against one another. See if you can hit a Kraber shot here or there. Team Burger, they don't really have that luxury. They're kind of fighting for their lives every step of the way.
So Burger sitting at full reds. We've got Serenity, 1 red, 2 purples. Wonton Dumpling, 3 purples. White Flash, 1 red, 2 purples. So I don't think...
Wow.
Actually, Serenity have done enough that they may be able to upgrade here. The rest of the purples probably not going to get there for this fight. There's actually an Evo Harvester like smack bang in the middle of this circle. But yeah, you'd have to be a madman to go for it at this point, I'd say.
Oh, Sharky. He's stressing that bat. I think it's going to come through just in time and will be indeed enough to save the day. White Flash have been eliminated. They were really trying to hide behind the palm tree. I don't know if we caught footage of that. But
I mean, but that's such an important fight win for Burger now, right? Like, it's so risky because the other teams can send you, they can take shots at you while that fight is occurring. But now the Team Burger have cleared that side out. They're actually in a prime spot to take this one out.
Well, Serenity is kind of headed in their direction. They've got a couple of Skynades getting tossed in there as well. So we'll need to be a little bit careful here. Team Burger under the pumps. The artillery barrage does start to land, though. They are giving as good as they're getting. Second for the lobby overall at the moment. Team Burger have a chance to actually jump up into first, given that Legends Gaming have been knocked out. Akuma also nowhere to be seen, so...
Okay, so Way running that full support on the Bloodhounds here. Both the scan upgrades coming out from him, so he'll be just pumping that tactical, trying to get the information through to the rest of his team.
Does look like Wonton Dumpling's game to lose, though, doesn't it? They are in pole position. They've got the high ground. They're doing the chip damage. And they've got both Burger and Serenity below them, kind of fighting one another. And essentially, with mutually assured destruction, you'd say that Wonton Dumpling are going to walk away with what will be an easy kind of 1-on-3 or a 2-on-3, something like that, to close this game out. Though, they want to pull the trigger here. You see, it is their opportunity. And Wonton Dumpling, they're making this one look easy, though. The exchange came back for a moment, but won't last long. Wonton Dumpling, in the end, did make it look easy.
Nice work from them, and yeah, look, another solid finish from Burger, but Wonton Dumpling walking away with it.
Yeah, super solid stuff, and well, I was saying it might be Burger that could potentially take the first place for the overall standings, but maybe Wonton Dumpling. I know they were in third going into that end zone, so it'll be tight. We'll have to see.
On Storm Point, you know, in previous weeks we've seen them with high kill points. They usually, you know, run edge and collect, you know, souls along the way. They didn't seem to have as many in the top 5 squads. You know, we'll have to check the leaderboard to see how many they just got right at the end there. But you know what, game number 4, our first match on Storm Point. Elfish, I feel like, you know, we didn't see too many changes in Legends comps as we switch over to the larger map. We still got a fair few teams running Bang, Caustic, Bloodhound, you know, slight changes with, you know, a new castle thrown out there, but still the comp teams seem relatively the same.
Yeah, I agree. It didn't really feel any different necessarily. I felt like that Newcastle, though, got a bit of value. I didn't mind seeing that one. The shields helping out, but didn't ultimately come through with the win in the end. But yeah, I mean, I think we're still pretty early on in the piece as far as this patch is concerned. Teams are kind of figuring things out. Maybe they don't want to be changing up too much. I recall, if you remember the conversation we were having about the Ashe earlier, there was a meta maybe, what, a year, 12 months ago, a little bit longer than that, maybe 2 years ago, where, you know, oftentimes you would really see the swap going from Storm Point to World's Edge. But I don't really get that same sense quite as much at the moment, so I wonder if that'll be something that will come through as teams get a little bit more familiar with what their options are in this patch and what they like to play and what they don't like to play, and how things are sort of developing. I think it's still quite early days. You know, we'll look back on this week in maybe, you know, 2 months and be like, well, a lot has changed, obviously.
How we were wrong, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly, but you know, Wonton Dumpling here just cleaning up everybody and the rest. You know, we're going to check out the scoreboard shortly and see exactly what they have just done. That's 9 kills on the board for them. You know, usually we see Gugu there with top damage, and again has, you know, pulled out 2,327 damage alone. Excellent stuff from Wonton. You know, they are sitting quite high in the overall leaderboard. I believe they're second, just under Legends Gaming. So, you know, the first couple of matches there on World's Edge were not up to scratch. However, you know, they're still way out in front.
Yeah, most definitely. Big game, though, from Wonton Dumpling, Team Burger. See how that's going to shape things up on the overall standings. And it is Wonton Dumpling that are just going to leapfrog Legends Gaming. As we said, Team Burger did have that opportunity as well, but they weren't able to close the win out. And so they just got pipped to the post a little bit, but it's still pretty tight toward the top end there. Even Akuma having a little bit of fun in that conversation. But it's starting to develop a fairly hefty top 3.
Yeah, we got to watch closely on, you know, teams such as Lightning Unicorn. This is the last time they're going to play for Group A, you know, coming in about 10th there and sitting overall 16th on the leaderboard. Want to make sure that they aren't overtaken by the likes of, let's say, you know, VK Gaming, who still have another round to play, you know, sitting at about 22.
surprise.
Yeah, welcome back, everyone. You're witnessing APAC South in all of its glory. Groups A vs C are in the firing line at the moment as we see our teams compete for the top spots going into the regional finals. Elfish, our spice-filled steamrollers, Wonton Dumpling, taking out the win there in game number 4, putting them in first place.
Yeah, look, it's a bit of a tenuous position, though. There was a couple of teams that was Legends Gaming and Team Burger that were pretty close by, so wouldn't really be banking on holding on to that position, considering especially as well we've seen Legends Burger able to win games so far today already. Wouldn't be too surprised to see Legends in particular kind of finish strong. They've been a little bit slower there on match 3 and 4, but match 2 was a big one, so they've got the chops, that's for sure. See how things go here into game number 5 and 6.
Yeah, and as, we've had some changes throughout Season 20. Some of our legend picks have changed as well. We still have Bangalore out in front. Bangalore's been quite a large pick for a lot of our teams, be able to provide that cover. But sneaking up behind that, we haven't seen too much of Elfish's Bloodhound.
Yeah, I mean, look, we obviously haven't really had too much time to talk about all the legend picks that are beyond the top 3 there, but you're kind of getting a little bit of variety in there, which is kind of nice to see. It feels like Bloodhound almost at the moment. I think if I was choosing a composition, I'd be picking Bloodhound as well, just because of there's so many smokes, right? There's not only the Bangalore smokes, but there's also the caustic smokes that you have, or gas, I guess, that you have to look through. So I just feel like if you don't have a Bloodhound, if you're not running a Bloodhound, you are sort of shooting yourself in the foot. But we have seen teams having some success without it. But yeah, for me personally, it feels like kind of a no-brainer to be heading in that direction.
Yeah, exactly right. And, as the removal of the digi threat from SMGs, we still see a lot of our teams running SMGs. It is still, a top pick weapon. Not a lot of people using the pistols or the shotguns, which use the digi threat now. So Bloodhound, you can tell why is being chosen as a crucial part of the team composition. I also sort of wanted to touch on our team Wonton Dumpling. Yes, they've overtaken Legends Gaming. They're quite close on the overall leaderboard. Only about I think it's a 10-point difference there. So, we might even see Wonton Dumpling if they can keep it together. They are heavy hitters on Storm Point to be able to take over Legends Gaming. This is the last time we're going to watch Legends Gaming compete because they are Group A, and Wonton Dumpling get another chance, I believe, being in Group C, so B versus C. So we could even see a major shift in our overall leaderboard. Yeah,
most definitely. I mean, especially if things continue in the way that they are. Like if Wonton Dumpling can top this lobby, they would be getting 25 points. Legend maybe get, let's say, 21 there. So that's plus minus 4. Wonton Dumpling would go to they're 10 behind now, so they go 6 behind with the lobby to play. And I think you'd probably back them to get 6 points out of their next lobby, the way they're playing at the moment. So I would probably say, at the end of today, actually, it is kind of looking like this team on your screen right now, Wonton Dumpling, might be the team that will walk away with the first place overall for the season. Boogie Borders Heroes we're going to get to see for round number B versus C, and that could happen relatively quickly as well. Those two teams are pretty solid, so I guess it's anybody's guess, but
yeah,
obviously, you can still sort of draw a bit of a conclusion that maybe Wonton Dumpling are in the best position at the moment to take first of this split, which would, first going into the finals, which is obviously a nice place to be.
Yeah, and it might be sort of the last time we might see, even the likes of Bear Claw Gaming and teams like White Flash are actually, performing decently well today. They are sitting, a little bit lower on the leaderboard there. I think White Flash is about 25th at the moment, so they want to be very careful. It might be the end of God Hand there, sitting in 17th on this, and then overall 26th. So it's going to be a little bit sad to say, goodbye to some of these teams not making it into the regional finals.
Yeah, I think the issue that you're kind of looking at here for teams like White Flash that are trying to get into the top 20, and you're kind of looking at that scoreboard and saying, oh, well, it might be doable, right? They've got 31 points overall. They're in 9th place. They get some points. Maybe they can jump up, but you also have to sort of take into account that SWQ, War Monster Firebird, and C, they're all sort of teams that aren't playing in this lobby. They're sitting at 17, 18, 19 right now. They are going to get points in the next lobby, no matter sort of which way you paint it. So you kind of have to be going above and beyond right here to account for the fact that those points are still yet to be gained by the teams that you're trying to catch. And obviously, at least in the case of White Flash, they don't get to play in the next lobby. So
Yeah.
it'll be a tough day for them, I'd say. But, you know, maybe VKG, for example, they're going okay today. They could be in with the discussion. MDY Black as well. You talked about that a little bit earlier on as well. A few teams that are kind of keeping themselves in the conversation, but yeah, a couple that you could almost, if you're really being honest, kind of already strike the line through.
Yeah, so VK Gaming, I think, still have a great chance. You know, they're going to be in the next group as well, being in Group C. So they have been doing a little bit better. We haven't seen too much of them in the earlier weeks. So to have them sort of performing a little bit better today, and then having, you know, that next lobby of 6 matches, it could be such a crucial turnaround for them also. Lightning Unicorn, again, you know, the last time that we're going to see them compete today as well. They are sitting above the top 20, but again, like teams such as VKG Gaming having that next 6 matches could also shoot themselves above that. So it's going to be such a close game, and it's going to be very exciting to see the overall standings.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to have to be going back and forth still over the course of today. And usually when we get into that second lobby, the final kind of like lobby of the regular split, we're like almost doing like mental arithmetic as we're going through like the last 3 or 4 games. And we're saying, okay, well, if this happens and this happens and this happens, then this team and this team will qualify. And if that happens, then this team will qualify. And you kind of get into that point where it's like, well, you know, you can talk about the theoretics, you can talk about the possibilities as much as you want. But at the end of the day, you kind of do just have to sort of watch, wait and see what's going to happen. And ultimately we do sort of get to the end of the day with the top 20, and obviously once you get in the top 20, like anything can happen. Seen it in the past in APAC South. Team Grape, that's the right name. I think it was Team Grape back in the day, just came out of nowhere and won a split. So
yeah,
it can happen.
And one of our favorite things to have a look at is our, you know, our little ratatas, throw your pokeballs. It is the ratting stat that we have here. You know, some teams sort of drop in and maybe lose a couple of their team members and have to play their best rat game. So, you know, you've got your Koi there with a nice little ratting time, Elfish.
Yeah, doing a pretty good job. And we talked about this in the last week, I think, as well, how important that can actually end up being. It can be the difference potentially between, you know, making, maybe let's say in this case, maybe making the top 20 and not making the top 20. Obviously not the case necessarily for Akuma, who are sitting pretty comfortably in 9th place overall, and they're probably going to get a lot of points out of this lobby too, because I think they were sitting in 4th for this lobby, so they'll be quite solid, even though they're not playing the next lobby. But yeah, for teams that are sort of sitting in those like tight positions that can really be decided by 1 or 2 points, then yeah, those extra placement points that you gain can be a big difference maker for sure.
That's it. And these teams are, you know, excited to place and they're excited to go to LAN, but we are itching and rearing to go. Let's take it away for game number 5. This is Storm Point.
Well, off we go back to Storm Point, and we'll get to see how things are going to shape up for the penultimate game of this lobby. Still got 2 more to go, including this one for groups A and C, and then A is done. So this is about as good as it's going to get if you're Legends Gaming, for example, Serenity, Burger, Akuma. All these big names have to get as many points as possible before going into the finals next weekend. And this is their last couple of opportunities to do so.
Yeah, so obviously it's not set after this weekend, Elfish. You know, look, Burger can have a good finish here. I don't think they'd be locked in for top 8 after that. They would also most likely have to perform quite well in the regional finals to make sure they get that ticket overseas. But considering where they were at the start of the season, it has been a nice upward trajectory for them, a pleasant one.
I think that's what you want, right? You want to be sort of peaking at the right time. Don't dump everything that you've got in the first couple of weeks and then come into the final week and 5th or something like that, and then just drop off the radar and don't get anything done. That would be not ideal at all. Definitely still get overtaken in that final lobby, but another little change up as far as the zone pools are going to be concerned. Go hard up to the north. Looks like MXF are going to stick with the Newcastle as well. They felt like they got enough value out of it in the last game to keep what I would say is a pretty unorthodox pick in the mix. And the only other one to really sort of point out here is that Catalyst coming through for White Flash is also, again, a bit of an unorthodox pick in this lobby that no one else has kind of gone for.
Yeah, and I guess actually one of the biggest differences here we've got is there not a single Horizon pick? I'm just having a look around. No.
I thought there was last round, but maybe on World's Edge there was.
All right, I'll go. I don't see one in the lobby right
Not
now.
here.
Yeah, and that's huge, right? Like if you compare that to the other regions, actually quite a lot of Horizon. So that's a pretty big stylistic change. Once again, seeing some fights here over some of these choke points. This time it's Legends and Gaming that's gone down. They're trying to hide behind these fences here. I don't know if that's going to be enough to keep them up. Nope, Player K, he's already heading for the hills.
It was a nice one tap from RERUN to get that initial knock, and Beckwell Gaming are just happy to push off the back of that. Not only do they get the kills and the loot, but they're also going to be able to farm the spiders a little bit as well. So it'll help with your Evo. Get a bit of extra loot on the back end there as well. And so Player K from Legends is going to have to do this one as a solo mission for now. It is still pretty early on in the piece, so you might be able to retrieve those banners and get a revive. There's a lot of space to work with. The issue is that is going to be a rotation point for a lot of teams. So I'm not sure that he's going to actually have an easy time of recovering those banners.
No. It'd be pretty tough. They've got the conduit though, right? So, you know, probably more likely to just, you know, go to the wall, craft over there, and there's very conveniently a crafter right next to the respawn beacons. So, and actually no one around there at the moment. KPG are coming through if he does it quickly enough, as they kind of do the spiders over there. I think he'll actually time this pretty well and then potentially get back into the ring. So, I don't know, man. Legends Gaming are like, they're the cats of APAC South right now, because every game it seems like they've got 9 lives, right? Like they just keep getting up again.
Yep. And I'll keep an eye on that and let you know, but definitely looking like they're going to be able to do that. The banners have been taken and the beacon's about to be lit, I guess. The dinner bell is going to be rung, but yeah, like you said, KPG are kind of miles away from that respawn, so it doesn't look like it's going to be much of an issue at all for Legends, which is, yeah, again, quite impressive how they keep managing to swindle those kinds of things. But either way, taking a look at where potentially this zone is going to end up. You got the ring touching on the northern side, so it should continue to pull in this direction toward the trenches. It's always a fun final zone, I find, those trenches.
I mean, it's good to have Bangalore, obviously, in these kind of situations, which, you know, as we've said, is pretty universal across the board in this lobby. But yeah, you know, if you lose your Bang player, they go down for some reason, like, how likely are you to get a reset? Not very likely.
Subject spotted. There.
Well, X and Y are certainly taking their time about things, having a scout toward the mill. Waiting to see Serenity exit before they push their way forward. It's kind of the leapfrog type gameplay that you do tend to see a little bit in Apex Legends, in Battle Royales in general. One team moving away from a point of interest, and then the next team occupies it. And then they move away, and the team behind them takes it. So on and so forth.
I think we should go there.
Okay, so just sitting in the middle here, trying to pick up some extra loot. Gonna get a little bit closer with an Evo Harvester and a couple of these bins.
Nemesis here.
Thankfully for them, no one else around to pick up support bin and the assault bin that they have access to up the top here. KPG actually still in the zone behind them, by the way. They also have a Trident. I don't know if they really want to use that to boost in here, but as you can see, Legends, I mean, they've got the info that it's going to be pulling further towards the trenches, as you said, but for the moment, I think they don't really want to get in anyone else's way, because they obviously are going to be struggling a little bit for loot. Ooh. Actually, a potential checkpoint zone here, Elfish.
It's not something that you see every day. I like the checkpoint zones, though. I've got to be honest with you. I like the verticality that comes with it. very difficult zone to play, particularly if you end up on the low ground. So for teams that are still kind of making their way in and maybe have that information, they're going to want to get in there pretty quick. VK Gaming have the right idea. They want to take control of the height. Might be easier said than done, though. Kassa will be working his way up, and that'll be an easy one, actually. So maybe it was easier done than said.
Yeah, White Flash very much on the run now. Other teams starting to sniff around. Wonton Dumpling taking the zip up towards the coffin building there, as you can see, and then Serenity also down towards the sort of the middle ground, I guess you call it, down where the bins are, and also moving up to try and take one of those buildings. So definitely a couple of teams actually thinking, hey, I know these are rare. Most of Checkpoint is you know, not eligible to be a final zone, but they are willing to play from there. It could still pull north of the mountains. I'd say next zone probably will tell us whether that's going to happen or not, but interesting possibility.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a 50-50. I mean, I would even argue that more of Checkpoint is actually in the next zone than not. Yep. That doesn't always necessarily translate to the direction the zone's going to go into. This could get messy pretty quickly for Full Engage, who unfortunately are just a duo. And I don't know if they're going to last very long off the back of that. That's Johnny Dang out of the picture, and Full Engage very quickly taken out of the game by Overlooked Entertainment. Just not really the place to land when you're a duo, unfortunately.
XMY sniffing around though as well. They get the scan on them after that comes through, and although Overlooked Entertainment didn't take any losses in that fight, they have been caught off guard.
XMY though, I wonder if they've bitten off more than they can chew. This is starting to get a bit of a messy area of the map. You've got MXF firing some cross shots across as well. So XMY are going to have to back up, and actually XMY take the bigger loss because their teammate JR was actually finished off, whereas Overlooked Entertainment actually being able to find the revive, and they're still healthy with 3.
How did that happen? That turned around so quickly.
Overlooked were inside of the bunker, and they were the team that was not getting third party. XMY were getting third party, so a little more to worry about.
Yeah, I guess just the long range, you know, sentinel shots and whatnot coming in from further in towards the trenches. Teams further down, like T4. There's 2 of them. They're just going to double send it towards the single remaining God Hand member. But beautiful tracking there from, ironically, tracking bad. Actually means he turns this into a 1v1, trying to make it happen with the nades there. But, oh, the Arc Star slow. Oh, I mean, that's so sad. Right? Like, tracking unbelievably good on the first person, but then you can't do much. Like, once it slows down your mouse, it's just so hard to get those bullets on track, and that means that T4 walk away with it and get the res in time.
Insta-res for T4. Happy with that. And, well, there's a good way to farm some Evo. Actually, am I crazy, or are we seeing reds way earlier now than what we used to?
I mean, apart from teams that would fully farm reds from, like, multiple Evo crafts.
Even then, it feels like it's come through earlier. I guess maybe not, but, like, I just feel like we're seeing reds earlier more often.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the difference is it's only on one team member, because to get there early, you obviously need to hit an evocation. Those only come in single denominations. Whereas before, if you saw teams on red, like, you know, say X and Y, that would often do that. Yeah, it's a full team coming at you with 125 shields.
It's a little quirk, I guess. I wonder if we've got any info on where that next ring is going to go now that it has pulled in.
It's a bamboozle.
It's a bamboozle. I still haven't got it yet. But we'll see.
Yep, is going north of Checkpoint. Ooh, on the other side of the mountains.
I see.
Yep, so
we'll talk about that in a sec, I guess, when we get that up on stream, but that's gonna be a spicy one.
I mean,
a lot of unplayable terrain still inside that zone too.
Like, a little bit of Checkpoint is still in though, and that means even though there are quite a few teams in Checkpoint, like Wonton Dumpling, Legends, and Serenity, whoever wins that fight will actually have a sick position where their back's probably completely cleared, and then they have the mountains on either side of them as they walk into, say, Zone 5. So it'll actually be a very powerful spot to play from.
That said, you have to basically win the checkpoint fight, which is maybe easier said than done. 'Cause there's...
Oh my god, there's a ring console
5
there
or
as well.
6.
So
Yeah, 5 or 6 teams.
So if you win this next, yeah, like you can't see the ring console. It's just above, like in between where Wonton Dumpling and Serenity's names are, like just on the edge of the circle there. So if you win this, you'll get like one of the best spots. You'll also get ring console, and then the ability to probably, you know, just evac over into God spot for the next zone. That's actually nuts.
I think it's easier said than done, though. Like, look at how many teams are fighting around checkpoint at the moment. Like, this is going to be an absolute bloodbath over the next 5 minutes or so. I mean, not only is there already the teams up on checkpoint itself, but you've got 4 teams that are rotating in through the south.
Yeah.
1 or 2 from the east as well, depending on where Ziki and Dexter decide they want to go. It's going to be painful. Legends already getting into it. Team Burger's out. Wonton Dumpling also going boom. And we'll take a look back to the northern side again, over those trenches where everyone's just bunkering down for the moment.
Well, those wontons certainly got steamed pretty quickly there by the nades. Cooked them up. Serenity now on top of them though, and then yeah, we've got some other teams fighting for trench supremacy here. Tomyang Kung win that one. Scan quickly just to see what the situation is. Akuma on blues decides not to push the issue, so luckily for them, Tom Young Kung do get the reset. And then again, this fight very important. Serenity, they actually lose Jesco, so they're gonna go.
Yeah, they're gonna give him up.
Yeah, they're just gonna go hide down in the middle somewhere here. And now Legends, they've beaten off everyone in the buildings around them, can start looking at those other teams that were sort of sitting down the bottom. You were talking about a lot of teams rotating through checkpoint from the south. So you've got a duo of White Flash down there. You've also got Keep Going Gaming. Oh, chucking,
White Flash are about to get cooked.
Oh my god. Wow, those thermites didn't quite hit. The EMP does though.
Arcstar also hits, so White Flash are not in a very good spot there at all, but MDY White is going to come in and start causing a ruckus on the northern side of checkpoint as well, and it's going to be T4 that are going to be eliminated.
Double res.
Has to be a quick res here from Mingyu because there's a few teams around in checkpoint, but no one paying attention to MDY White. They've got bigger fish to fry, so that's actually a stroke of luck for MDY White.
Oh my god, Serenity got back up as well. I don't know if maybe one of the team members dropped off, and that's how they got the res there. But yeah, again, Legends Gaming, we've seen that quite a few times today. Like teams just not definitely prioritizing their own health over going for that 1 KP and getting the finish. So yeah, Legends Gaming, still a couple of teams, maybe 4 or 5 teams, going for that amazing position we've talked about here in checkpoint.
Just got to play the long game, don't you? They got a lot of util getting tossed over there, but no real connections just yet from KPG, who have the zone at their backs, and that zone is moving pretty quick, so they're going to have to run on in. Players to the left, going to be the focus of fire. It's White Flash out early. KPG out of the frying pan into the fire. You got Legends above who are able to rain fire down upon them. I'm not sure that there's going to be too much Lang can do about this.
Yeah, Legends, they need to look for the angles here. They have such a good spot being up top right now. They start dropping to get those finishes. Don't want to drop anyone in the meantime. Easy Flash goes low, but they do have the conduit heals here. The Radiant Transfer does come out. Okay, that's one team down. Now you've got MDY White. They're full sending onto Serenity, who have been just trying to live in their smokes, and they've actually been taking a lot of fire from the trenches side, and that allows MDY White to take them down. But angles, again, from Legends Gaming right up on top. These are so hard for teams to live down here. I think Legends Gaming are going to run away with this one.
I would say so. They've got to push it as well. They know that. They know that they've got the advantage, and they're going to continue to put that damage down onto MDY White. They've slowed things down a little bit, though, but MDY White aren't being able to find the revives. That's the important thing. Mingyu will be finished off by player K. And it's just the one member of MDY White, which, look, Legends are well aware of, and as you said as well, it's going to evac their way out.
Fascinating. They didn't take the ring console scan, though. Maybe just not enough time? I mean, it wouldn't have helped them a lot, right? Like, it's only the tiny spot of the ring, but yeah, it was that, essentially that play we talked about.
Man.
Just ripping the evac and getting straight in, and it's worked like a charm.
And see how big that alternator pylon was for them as well, because as soon as they landed, tons of nades getting tossed in their direction, but alternator pylon safe. And back to full health here, Legends, and actually potentially being pushed there by Overlooked, but Overlooked can't actually really commit to that fight because the third-party cross shots are coming through. So Legends have found themselves a bit of a spot of safety for the moment. Behind that bin, at least, they will have some cover from the trench. No one can really push up over the top.
Oh, the ARC-Stars, look at that. He's got so much space in the inventory. Please feed me more. Chuck a bang ult. See what happens.
Well, I'm sure some of them will be at some point. Puma look like they're doing it tough at the moment. So it's unfortunate that the Corsic is the one on the ground because there's a lot of gas going around at the moment. Crusaders found position of safety. Might be able to get the res there.
Oh my
There's another
god.
arc star.
Zap, zap, zap.
Yeah. Haven't been able to really get out of the spot of bother though, Akuma. And eventually they do get taken down. Tom Yum Kung was on the other side of that, just pushing their way in to that bunker. So down to 4 remaining teams. It's Legends, Tom Yum Kung, Overlooked, and Final Start. Who, I don't even know how much we've really said their name today, but this could be a big game from them.
We've seen Tree Cleaner a couple of times, not usually in the best of circumstances, but they're playing very scared behind this this tiny little bit of wall, and even that is about to be out and unplayable. So they try and hide behind the next piece of cover, but yeah, they're really going to run out of that soon. But so is Overlooked Entertainment. Yeah,
I think Final Start and Legends have just been throwing Arc Stars back at one another and like sporting Arc Stars for one another because they're both Watson teams. I've just been watching them. It's like a tennis match. An Arc Star goes one way and then it gets thrown back the other way. And it's like, oh, now it's your turn. Anyway, Legends are going to start the push. And Final Start have been pushed out of their position as well by that zone. Player K knocked instantly. Easy flash down as well. Oh, what on earth just happened to Legends? They got booked. Final Start will be okay for the moment to find that res by the looks of things. The scan revealing 6 hostiles, but nobody pushing.
Looked like the Radiant transfers were a little bit too late there for Legends Gaming, so the Conduit unfortunately not able to get that healing back up in time for the team. Now they go in. Tom Yum Kung.
Yeah, I think it might be Tom Yum Kung, though it is Dexter and Ziki. Dexter's already lost all his HP. It won't matter. Tom Yum Kung, the champions for the 5th game of the A and C lobby, and they do it with ease.
Very nice finish there from the Thai lads. 11 kills as well. So, bang, Bloodhound Caustic wins it again.
Yeah, Tom Yum Kung, you know, we haven't really seen too much of them today. They've been sort of getting knocked out, you know, in under the top 10 positions. So nice to see them sort of solidify a win. I believe they're sitting about 9th on the overall standings, Genome. So it's nice to see, you know, that fantastic team do something there. You know, another team that we've been sort of having a look at, Final Start, like, you know, Elfish said, we haven't really said their name too much. They're sitting quite low on the leaderboard. So unfortunately, you know, that play there may not be enough to sort of push them into some of the top spots as well. And again, great game from Final Start.
Yeah, not too bad from them either. I mean, 5 kills they picked up. Legends Gaming have just been so consistent today. It's been a real treat to watch them playing the Watson Conduit Bang comp again. You know, Strafing Flame always cooking something up. There's always doesn't like to see it doesn't seem to like going with the meta all that often, Lace, but always seems to make it work. And yeah, another 9 kills and a 4th placement for them. That's another pretty impressive result.
Yeah, and just Legends Gaming absolutely cleaning up here. You know, they get themselves and solidify some kills. We, you know, saw them and witnessed them before have a 22 kill game on, you know, World's Edge. So they're always going to collect their kill points. Even if they're not, you know, placing first all the time, they're still going to be up in the top of the leaderboard just with kill points alone.
Yeah, exactly. And for a team who's so good at closing out games and finding their way into the final circles, like, yeah, I mean, the evac rotation here, we saw it a mile away, but it was still an impressive play. And obviously it was that, you know, management of the checkpoint situation and steering their way through 4 or 5 teams that were pushing them and fighting them in that scenario that allowed them to make that sort of final rotation there. So here we go. Teams will be thinking about that and start plotting their way towards that first place prize, which I think is 20,000 US. So not too shabby. You know, when you take it over to land, maybe it buys you a little holiday afterwards as well.
I see, you know, 125,000 USD is more for Australians as well. So, you know, we have a lot of teams from Australia. We have a lot of teams, you know, China and Malaysia, Thailand make up our APAC South region. So, you know, all these teams are excited to see victory, regional finals and the prize pool. We are going to, you know, shortly head into our last match on Storm Point for our groups today. But, you know, we've been touching on a lot of things season 20. Genome, you know, we've had a fair few changes in and amongst that. You know, we've been chatting about the Evo shields, the way that teams can sort of get these Evo points as well, which is, you know, a massive change for competition.
It's a huge change, Lace. It's meant that I think, yeah, across the board, I would say we're seeing lower levels of shields, right? It almost felt like purple was kind of guaranteed. Past maybe sort of zone 3 in previous times. Whereas now you're seeing blues late into the game. If a team hasn't been able to get purple, but they have a really good spot and they just want to sit there and sort of not poke, it actually takes quite some time to get those purples online. So, and as you were mentioning beforehand, it also means, you know, contests have changed. Early game fights are sometimes happening on just whites. And that means, you know, you can get one clipped. You know, it's not just the rollers. Not just the rollers pulling out the one clips anymore, Lace.
That's exactly right. You know, we can see some teams, they may just sort of take more of a full send approach because they know you got the same armors. But I have noticed a couple of teams not actually take a contest and they'll want to go and upgrade their Evo shields. They don't want to be taken out by that one clip on white shield. So, you know, it's only 50 health. It's not a lot. You can be absolutely obliterated by, you know, a couple of bursts of a prowler. So you got to be extremely careful in taking those fights early on. But let's have a quick look over here. We're going to see a couple of our Evo upgrades. You know, we've been chatting about some of our, you know, meta picks where they've got different changes, but we're going to have a look at Conduit, which, you know, Gino, we've seen a couple more people pick up Conduit on Storm Point.
Indeed. So here's the stats for that. Shout out there to Esports Engine and EA who've been working on us to create these graphics. It's been awesome to get these stats online. You can see with Conduit, very obvious choice for level 2, right? Battery collection, it's nothing more than a nicety. You know, the pros, they can go to a death box. They can check for the batteries. They don't need to see it on the box. So for bigger jam, that makes 100% sense that you would be picking that 100% of the time. And then in the level 3 perk selection, that's where it starts to get a little more interesting. I mean, I played a bit of Conduit here in Season 20, Lace. I really like that split charge. And the reason for that is if you're timing it well, you can essentially, you know, you can get up to, what is that, like 250 extra shields for your team if you're pumping that out at the same time in quick succession in a fight. Radiant Transfer, it's interesting that they go for that with the increased tack range, because I personally would have thought, you know, taking these fights on a pro level, you're staying quite close-knit. So why do you need that extra range on the Radiant Transfer? I'm going to have to watch some of these VODs back and try and work out why the pros are picking that 40% of the time.
Yeah, exactly right. That's probably more for, you know, us rankers that play solo and, you know, you've got your teammate running into Narnia and you've got to cover them for some shields or they'll start yelling at you through the microphone. But, you know, we absolutely love that. But, yeah, pros should be saying sort of tight-knit. But, yeah, it's interesting to see that Conduit has sort of been picked a little bit less since the changes. And then having a look at that skill tree, I do feel like that the, you know, the higher picks with the 60% and, you know, the full charge on the other side, you know, you would think to see her a little bit more, but again, you know, we're still seeing Bangalore, Caustic, Bloodhound sort of coming through, which is, you know, such a good crutch. And you would feel that, you know, some enemy teams might want to still solidify. Me and Elfish touched on it before, picking up Bloodhound due to the fact that everyone is running a Bang and a Caustic, and to see through all those levels of smoke.
Yeah, you kind of need to do it, right? The scan is just incredibly helpful here, and it almost feels like it's been quite a while now that we've, there's pretty much always been some kind of scan character in the meta. Obviously, Seer was there for the longest time in year 3 of ALGS, and now that he's been you know, basically nerfed into the ground. We are seeing teams pick up Bloodhound quite a bit more. But even, you know, we were, you know, sort of picking up on that Nox Vision before being one of Caustic's most picked perks as well. So even there, we're starting to see some of, yeah, just that any ability that gives you the permanent outline, not permanent, but, you know, outlines on enemy players, very, very important and well picked.
Yeah, exactly right. So, you know, the legend picks, you know, are always a good staple, but let's go have a look at some of our heavy hitters here. Again, you know, we've always seen Easy Flash on the board. We always talk about it, but, you know, very close behind Gugu. Gugu does an amazing job at obliterating a lot of the competition, Genome, and you can definitely see why, you know, Wonton Dumpling, I call them the heavy hitters, the steamrollers, and Gugu is a big part of that.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And yeah, obviously he's been picking a lot of Horizon. I don't think we've been seeing him as much on Horizon today. I feel like, you know, when we were talking about that before, no Horizon, at least in Storm Point. So considering a lot of people said that, you know, characters like that were a crutch for some of these controller players, Lace, it's good to see him still out here and still doing well, being a little bit more flexible. Because I think once you get to the tippity top of Apex, you can't be a one-trick.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, it's you've got to change with the meta, and we have been seeing that from quite a few of our teams. And yeah, it's been actually crazy not to see a lot of Horizons. You find that if you go into like the rank setting, you will find Horizon is still a top pick, but it's, you know, our professional teams are showing us that you could choose these other ones and get it organized. So it's really good to see some different changes. You know, I wasn't very happy about Caustic coming back, but that's totally fine. We're going to see some more. This is going to be our match number 6, our final game on Storm's Point. Let's take it away.
Final game indeed, at least for this lobby, and you guys don't need to worry about it because we've got plenty more coming for you after this lobby as well. We'll have the B and C lobby, so another 6 games of ALGS right after this one. Well, we'll have a little bit of a dinner break, but it won't be too long, so you've still got plenty of games to watch this evening if you're keen to stick around. But at least for now, we'll focus on what's happening for A and C, and for the final game on Storm Point for this lobby, how things are going to shape up. Those contests haven't really panned out on this map at all in the first couple of games, and can't imagine that that'll be changing up too much here for the third on the trot.
Nope. Sticking to their sides by the looks of it. I mean, sometimes you do see it change up in Game 6 just because teams are like, well, if we do it in Game 4, they'll expect it in Game 5 and 6. And that way, sometimes you can just sort of, you know, mess with them in that last game. But yeah, I wouldn't say necessarily. That said, Ring does look like it could be pulling to Devastated Coast. So it could be a fun one. You know, even the building, the high building on the zip line, you can see that's in currently. Obviously, we've seen circles. This one doesn't seem quite as deep, but if that stays in for quite some time, we've obviously seen that that's an incredibly powerful position, especially if you can, you know, chuck a Watson or a Caustic up there as well. So, I mean, you know, what else is there to talk about? I mean, look, we don't have any early contests. I think it's interesting to see how a lot of these teams are now playing with PvE. I mean, look at Godhand over there at Launchpad right now. You can see how split they are. Dracoy is off doing the Prowlers. We've got Tracking Bad off doing the Spiders. And then Yesh is the one just picking up a lot of the loot over in Launchpad itself. Meanwhile, you've got other teams who get access to Trident. They'll often just send a solo driver around to be grabbing any Evo harvesters that are out in the sea oftentimes. So, like, you know, there's one way out past to the east of Launchpad right now. I'm not sure if they have got that one or they will get it. But yeah, like, you know, certainly teams like them and Northpad will be looking for those options for early upgrades for Evos. Ooh, we're getting a nice little rat play up here by KPG.
Oh, that was a 3-2-1. I don't think they actually got the knock though, did they? He survived on 1 HP, so they're going to have to continue that push, and now without the element of surprise, things get a little more difficult. The Horizon, the elevator is in effect. But where is the prey?
Yeah, Wade's actually got out. He's managed to get up and out through the building. Got a bat off. Still needs the med kit to come out because, as you said, he really was 1 HP when they hit that. So I like the thought from KPG, but it doesn't quite match up to the execution.
It's unfortunate.
And again, that's kind of what I was talking about, right? Like, that's a game 6 play.
I mean, that was like so close though, you know, like you did everything right, really. Like the 3-2-1 was perfect. Everyone was hitting their shots. It just needed one more little bit of chip damage, and that could have been, if not at least a kill point, potentially even also a squad wipe or a couple of points on the board there. Either way, not the case. Full engage, getting knocked out early here in game 6. Rough start for them. Rough end for them, I suppose, it has to be said, because that'll be the end of this lobby at least. But Team Burger want to ensure that they have a good game here, because they're sitting in 3rd overall for this lobby. Very much still some big points on offer if they can have a good finish, have a good final game here, jump up to 2nd or into 1st. Obviously, you know, you get yourself more season points overall, and with that, more money, more chances of qualifying to go overseas as well. Every game matters at this stage of the season.
Yeah, kind of missed what happened there. So they'd run into Bearclaw Gaming. Could have been a rat play, actually, because Bearclaw Gaming are sitting in the tunnel, often where you see successful rat plays happen. And, actually, no, that's full engages box they're going for. So, okay. Not entirely sure who Legends Gaming ran into then, but Easy Flash is taking the Trident well outside the ring to try and, once again, make a magical recovery.
Some pot shots here from Serenity. Not amounting to a whole lot. T4 still sitting around with the whites, which is going to take some figuring out. Not seen too much from T4, unfortunately, today. I mean, 10th overall for this lobby. It's not a bad performance, really, but again, considering the circumstances that they were the team that came in last on the overall standings, they probably needed a little bit more. Unless, of course, they go on to maybe win the next lobby, but that seems a bit of a stretch.
And this is their game to do it, Elfish. I mean, you know, they land devastated coast, where the zone seems to be pulling. This is their time to shine. And a lot of teams, you know, they will grab just one big game if they get a zone pull to them and make their series off that.
Here's some revenge on offer for Team Burger. They already got that initial knock on one of the KPG members. It's actually 2-on-2 though. Again, the Horizon Elevator coming into play for Pricey, who's just farmed and cleaned up. Keep Going Gaming. They were the one that 3-2-1 Team Burger earlier on, and they have paid the price because Burger has turned around and fought back, and you can see some shots into the death boxes there, but maybe that was a little bit overzealous from Team Burger because there is a third party from Tom Young Kung hanging around.
Actually, they're playing it safe. They're playing it safe. They're going back. Yeah, they were definitely having a look at it, but they don't want to take this fight into the zone. I mean, Burger, they're a couple hundred at least away from their purples. And Tom Young Kung are actually probably closer overall. Neither team able to get that level 3 upgrade just yet, but interesting that they played that one so safe. You know, Tom Young Kung, obviously a team that loves a bit of a scrap. Wants to get in there. They've just spotted out Final Start in a Trident, actually. As we see Legends Gaming. So he did manage to get the respawn off in Cenote Caves.
Oh, wow. Well, Team Burger.
Oh, no. Yeah, Final Start moved in after that. So they've sort of taken up that vacuum that Tom Young Kung left. It doesn't really matter.
It's still early days. It's early days. They'll be alright. Plenty of meds available.
It's going to be a rough rotate here. Wade trying to pop the med kit so he has even the health to safely take this evac balloon. I think they popped 2 there just to try and, you know, secure their route through this next place. Looks like they will be going through command center. That's actually pretty free right now, so should be a safe rotate in, and then they actually I think there's a bit of space up the north side of this ring. Just depends if they run into, say, Tom Young Kung or XNY. As you can see there, they might go past, maybe even get a ring scan at Stormcatcher and then make their way in as the ring is continuing to pull down towards MDY Black, who have taken over the high building there in Devastated Coast.
Just keeps going in the direction of Devastated Coast, doesn't it? At least as much as it possibly can. It's not going to be able to get there completely. A couple of teams up in Launchpad that also have the information it's headed in that direction, so we'll be thinking about making their moves soon. X and Y, on the other hand, have bigger things to worry about, and it is just XD that's trying to clutch it out right now, and it seems like a fruitless venture as X and Y will go down. Bearclaw Gaming happy with the spoils of war, but need to be careful themselves because there's another team hanging around. That was Tom Yum Kung, I believe. But again, Tom Yum Kung, as we saw in the previous instance where they could have potentially third-partied, have once again decided not to, and they're going to go on their merry way and continue their rotation. So both teams safe.
Okay, looks like Team Burger have just got the player scan off. Let's see how that affects their decision-making.
We could like zone ref.
Yeah, we need to get there before these guys like in zone. Down the bottom, go for it.
Yeah.
They're in the building. They're in the bottom building right now.
Dude, are you retarded?
Yeah, just go zone. Oh, okay.
You good?
I'm gonna slide down the price here. Sliding.
They're going for a play scan.
Yeah.
I think that's not hitting.
Just go. Fuck it.
They've hit it.
They know we have blue as well. They might like try to run at us.
It is what it is then. Fight them.
I have no health mats.
They've evac.
They're evacing. They might take our spot. We need to go.
Yeah, I'm going.
Sliding down.
Let's get to cannon.
Yeah. This whole side was free, right? I didn't look.
Yeah.
If anyone was Stormcatcher or anything.
Yep, it's fine.
They might even.
They're ready to fight. Dude. Oh,
Chilling,
fucking neck, bro.
I don't see where these guys could be.
They're at the compound.
No, the evac team.
Yeah, they're
Do
at
you
the
have enough meds
compound.
to wrap this?
Okay.
I got 4 syringe, 1 medi.
I have 3 rendered out. No, it should be easy,
I
right?
have no health meds.
I can drop you syringes.
What's third
I
looking
just
like?
got 2. I got 4
Oh,
syringes. I have 6 syringes now.
Alright, chillin'.
A lot of people will start entering in the zone.
Yeah.
I mean, we definitely could wrap. There were 2 teams launchpad.
Let us follow it.
Yeah.
I wonder if we could hard wrap all the way around.
That's what I was thinking. We got a minute.
We have a minute.
Let's go.
We could go now.
Okay, Team Burger opting to go for the zone wrap. Luckily finding a couple of health meds there for Sharky to continue on. Pricey feeling his age with the neck. I get that. Have been to the physio recently. It's hard times out here.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed, especially as you age. Something that you hear a lot. You don't really take it in as a young lad, but starts hitting. 28, 29, I reckon.
Oh no.
Starting to struggle. Ooh, Tom Yum Kung also, speaking of, are struggling a little bit. Ziggy with the Beast of the Hunt should be alright to get out of there, but the teammates maybe not quite as happy about how things are playing out. So Bearclaw Gaming will pick up a couple more kill points, which are going to be pretty useful at this point, given that they're 13th overall still for this lobby. So still kind of needing to get some points on the board. They don't have much time left to do it. This is the last game.
Oh, nice long-range PK shot there from Belkin actually to finish that one off as the other 2 teams, or 2 of the teams, in Launchpad start to fight. Burger are pulling up to this as well. They have completed the zone wrap now, and they are in on top of it. As you said, you know, those were important kills for Bearclaw Gaming. It's been a very slow day for them, unlike someone like Team Burger, who are really hitting their stride here, up at 50 points so far.
Looks like it could be a decent game for Burger as well. They have wrapped in on a pretty busy side of the zone, though. I guess that's you know, it's a benefit and a curse, because that means you are going to be fighting a lot. You're going to be getting your evos. You're potentially going to be getting a lot of points on the board, but also there's every possibility that you're just going to go down. I mean, VK's looking very healthy. They've got a set of reds, 2 sets of purples on the high ground as well. That'll be a tough team to push into if you're Team Burger.
Yeah.
You are kind of carrying away underneath them at the moment.
Yeah, they've only really got a tiny little rock to play on. There's not a lot of cover there for Team Burger. Hopefully, these other 3 teams are just locked into a struggle, a battle to the death here amongst themselves, and they don't catch too much of their attention.
Hostile spotted.
Yeah, well, VK's still keeping an eye on him. Here comes the rotation in from Team Burger. The smokes are going to go down. Oof. Oh, a crack. Some flesh damage as well. VK don't want to push, though. They've got the high ground. They're not going to get too over-aggressive. And Burger will be okay for the moment.
Scan goes out from Sharky. They've got the info on where these teams are playing. They know Akuma is underneath. Bear Claw on top. And then MXF in the other tunnel underneath as a duo, actually. They've lost the Newcastle.
This is looking rough for Bear Claw Gaming. Don't know that they're going to be given the opportunity to get res here at all, and the push is coming on through, but that was not very well coordinated by Akuma. It was kind of a 1-by-1 feed, and so Bear Claw Gaming actually do get a bit of a helping hand in the end.
Yeah, Wei also actually gets knocked there from Team Burger. He thought he was sneaking up behind them, had some grenades at the ready, but they turned around and just absolutely booked him. And it was a very costly mistake there from Team Burger. So instead of being in a prime position for third party some of this, well, maybe they still are. They've done a lot as a duo today. Pricey and Sharky at it again.
Yeah, MXF are doing a great job of holding onto the tunnel at the moment. Watson certainly helping out with that. They've got the alternator pylon there as well as the fences. There's going to be a res through as well. So it's looking quietly like a pretty good game from MXF so far. Got Team Burger on the other side of this one, but there might be some free points on offer. Price is so low, and Sharky is out of there. He's kind of got nowhere to go, to be fair. MXF are also getting absolutely booked by that Bangalore ulti.
He's getting...
Oh, dearie me.
He still managed
Team
to get
Burger's
some
been
knocks.
eliminated.
Yeah, he did. He
But
was...
I don't know if MXF is going to last much longer either.
No, they got absolutely destroyed by the Rolling Thunder there by Sharky, but I don't think they got finished off, unfortunately. Ooh. Now they're gone, but because obviously Burger go down first, so they won't get credited with those kills.
Wonton Dumpling also getting taken out on the other side of things. So with that in mind, it seems like it'll probably be Legends to take the first spot out of this lobby. With Billy Bakuma, Wonton Dumpling and Burger all eliminated so far in this game. Will be unable to catch them. MDY Black far too far away in 5th there. So Legends Gaming will take first for the lobby.
So MDY Black, they've parlayed that position in the high building up onto a fantastic spot in the zone. Essentially the only team in the zone right now. Legends Gaming, as you can see, also in a solid spot there. And then you've got another 14. It's a bit of a fruit salad up north. Basically, Elfish, a couple of teams just sort of really struggling. And here we go. Godhand gets mopped up. If LU can reset here, they actually might be in a decent spot. T4 also trying to make their way out of this. And then you've got a solo Feiju. You just got to hope for the best.
All right, well, Legends are looking pretty good at the moment. Top of the lobby. Let's hear how they play out this final game.
At the hand! 30 flash on hand!
Bang ulting, I'm bang ulting.
Yeah. I'm playing close on bang ult. Careful there, pound. Trying to nade. Walking.
They run back.
Are we sure?
Yeah.
It's free! It's free! We win this fucking game! Look back! Look behind us! Okay. Good job. I'm dodging bang ult. Look behind us, please!
Left.
Yes. Bang! No. Bang! Bang's on! Conduit!
Bang!
Oh!
This one.
He's Jesus, dude. I'm saving my nade. Just take the conduit. I got him. Nice. We're fine. Look for kills. They're fighting! They're fighting! Ace! We have to take this!
Really?
That's safe here. It's a duo! We just take this! Wait, they all died! Last duo. Oh my god.
Last duo.
Yeah, last duo. I'm nading them. I'm gonna ult this. I'm walking
I'm
up.
nading them as well.
They're swinging left.
Yeah, I'm nading left side.
I'm swinging left here. I'm swinging left.
I hit him 30.
Ban me.
I cracked him.
Nice.
Nice.
Fucking go, boy.
Let's fucking go,
I cannot scream, bro. On the internet cafe, bro. I cannot scream, bro.
14 points.
I cannot screaming, bro.
Wait.
Oh.
For 6. Gino, we had Wonton Dumpling getting knocked out about 9th place, which I think just let Legends Gaming sort of take over the lead there again. And you can hear the energy and the passion that they had going into the final match. Exceptional.
I mean, they knew they'd wrapped it up, right? I mean, you heard the calls. They were very well aware, laughing in the final moments because they knew how easy that cleanup was going to be once it was just, you know, a few scraps of the other teams left to go. Wow, that was a pretty awesome performance there by Legends Gaming in our first series for today. Yeah, that's they really continue to impress, don't they? And you know, we had that interview with Strafing Flame earlier on in the split, and we got to hear how they've been struggling in some ways, but certainly it's not reflected on the leaderboard.
Oh, yeah, you can't see that reflection whatsoever. They just seem to go in and absolutely obliterate everything, taking out, like, ample kills for the team, too. But, yeah, it's just delightful to hear, you know, the passion and the fun that they still have going into that last game. You know, it can get a bit tedious, but when you're in front of the pack, you know, you got to have smiles all around, Elfish.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, they're obviously, yeah, they're still keen to win. I was listening to that conversation that they were having. It was, well, maybe not so much a conversation as a shouting match, but I was thinking, man, you guys have already, like, basically dominated this lobby. Like, you know, at this point, I think you should know that you've won the lobby regardless of how this game actually plays out. And in turn, you've also probably won the split potentially as well. It kind of depends, I guess, on you know, how Wonton Dumpling goes in the next lobby, the B and C lobby. But either way, they're still sort of pushing for every single point that they can possibly get, which is great to see, right? That's the fight, that's the competitive nature that some of these guys have got, and that's I think part of the reason why they're on top at the end of this season. And well, they may not end up being first, but they'll certainly be in the top 2. And a great game from them to finish things off.
Yeah, last game for Legends Gaming. Another last game is Bear Claw Gaming as well. I don't know if you can have a look there. They were ahead in the kills, 11 kills for Bear Claw Gaming. You know, they had such an exceptional lead with kill points, but unfortunately, you know, not hitting in those top 5 positions, which, you know, could be quite detrimental to them because they are fairly low on the overall standings. But as we take a look at where everybody is sitting, where everybody is placing, this is the juicy stuff we want to know. Legends Gaming, of course, out in front.
Yeah, big one. 80 points. I don't know if... I think that might actually be their strongest lobby of the season so far. I was having a quick look. I'm not going to 100% lock it in, but that's a very big lobby. 80 points on the board. And obviously, Wonton Dumpling second, Team Burger third, Akuma fourth. That didn't change up too much after the first sort of 3-4 games. We saw these 4 teams in the top. MDY Black did a pretty good job for themselves. T4 as well, has to be said, top 6. That's a pretty good shout for the lobby. I don't know how that's going to affect them for the overall standings, whether that puts them within striking distance to make it into the top 20 overall. For T4, that's kind of the conversation that they're thinking about at the moment. I think that's a guess, probably done enough for them if they have a really high placing in the next lobby as well. But obviously it's a tough ask, so we'll see how things go when we do get into that next lobby. But yeah, overall, a couple of teams that we expected to be toward the top end pretty much doing what they were expected to do, which was, yeah, win the lobby, which is, you know, Legends Gaming. Definitely Wonton Dumpling have been good this season. Team Burger, big names in there as well. They all do well today. But yeah, a couple of the other teams that were sitting towards the bottom end of the scoreboard overall have actually kind of upheld their end of the bargain too, and kind of keep things interesting going into that next lobby.
Yeah, Lightning Unicorn, I think, were one there that I'm going to note. You know, they were in 16th. They had an epic start to the season, then had a couple of, 2 split point rounds. So that's something like, I don't know, 18th in the group, which is obviously horrendous. But now a bounce back, and they're pushing further towards definitely making regional finals, I would say. But, you know, maybe even an outside chance to make it towards LAN, or perhaps just try and grab that match point victory and send themselves straight overseas.
Yeah, it's just, like you said, they did start out quite strong in our first couple of weeks in the split. And then, had a bit of a mediocre sort of push there and not collecting enough kill points. But, just seeing them be able to turn it around is absolutely exceptional. One of our favourite logos of all time. I definitely know I love Lightning Unicorn and all that they do. So I really hope that, this is enough to sort of put them in those top 20 squads. But like you were saying before, Elfish, T4 are right down the bottom there on our overall standings, and although having a cracker of a game there, they're going to have to do something crazy in our next lot of 6 matches.
Yeah, most definitely. I have to have a bit of a deeper look into it over the break and see exactly what they would need to do and where they'd need to place. And I think there's a few teams that are probably in a position where it's like, well, if you don't win the lobby, you're not going through to next week. And the fact that you're toward, maybe like 28, 29th sort of position overall for the season, chances are you're probably not a team that's going to be of the caliber to win a lobby. So it's going to be a tough ask to do, but it's always sort of relevant to talk about it when it is mathematically going to be possible. And at the end of the day, it's going to take a lot of work for some of those teams to make it happen, but not the case for Legends, obviously, sitting on top of the pack.
I mean, 2 firsts, right? One map away from grabbing a bonus point there, and even on the other side of it, they were, like 35 points ahead of the next team or something? So, again, about 15 points away from getting a bonus point that way. So, that in itself tells you this was a pretty dominating performance here from Legends Gaming.
Yeah, and when we add on, I guess, those series points, what's that, pushed them back to 109. But, Wonton Dumplings still have, that chance to play again. But it's, even if I guess they take out the next win, that still might not even be enough to take over them. So it looks like, Legends Gaming have kind of solidified themselves that first place, which is absolutely exceptional. And, we're going to see some other teams competing. A little bit fearful for like the likes of VK Gaming, who really need to sort of push themselves a little further because, you're going to have aggressive teams come in like Dreamfire and Boogie Borders. So will they have the stamina to compete in another 6 matches and really push themselves above those the top 20 teams?
I'm definitely looking at, War Monster Firebird for our next series, who started off, again, like Lightning Unicorn, started off the season very strongly, and then, a real precipitous fall-off after that. But, still every chance that they can make this regional final, and with such a shake-up here in Season 20, I feel like that really gives an opportunity. It's almost like a mental reset for a lot of these teams who might need some sort of motivation, some sort of just way back into the split.
Yeah, we always talk about that, there's playing the 6 matches and sort of getting yourself into it and then playing another 6. A lot of teams can either, feel the fatigue, or it can be on the opposite end of the spectrum. It can be, their warm-up games for the first 6, and then the next 6 they absolutely dominate. So it could go either way for the teams there. But it's been absolutely amazing watching Lightning Unicorn perform, and Legends Gaming, of course. This is like I said, the last time we see them play. Team Burger as well. We're not going to see them in the next matches from here on out. And a couple of other teams, but it's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And we're jumping into Season 20 with all these changes, Elfish, and we've watched our 6 games going into this. Do you feel like a lot of these teams have solidified the changes? Do you feel like they've kind of got these changes under the reins, as we would say?
Yeah, I mean, it's an interesting conversation to have. I think it's probably a bigger conversation than what we can really afford to have on a platform like this. But my gut feeling would be that it's still probably a little bit too early to tell exactly where things are going to land. I mean, the teams have had, a couple of weeks of scrims, and I've been seeing scrims like every single day, basically. People are playing a lot. They're trying to sort of get skilled up, get ready to go. But I wouldn't be hugely surprised to see things changing over the next couple of weeks. And also, presumably there's going to be some, patches, little minor fixes here and there, these sorts of things, like certain things are going to be buffed, nerfed, etc., change. So things could definitely sort of change up over the next couple of weeks. So I would say for now we're in a good spot, but I would expect things to change.
Yeah. And, you know, we've got something a little bit special for you guys. You've been watching this team absolutely dominate the competition, Legends Gaming. We do have Strafing here on the line, probably going to give us a nice little outlook of how they've just been playing. We heard the giggles, we heard the passion, and now we get to talk to Strafing.
Hello, hello.
Hello there, Strafing. How are you feeling taking out the win in that last match and absolutely dominating across this whole season? Myself and the casters were just, you know, feeling the passion from you guys, having a nice laugh at the end. Were you sort of taking it seriously, or were you just having a bit of fun?
No, I mean, we absolutely take it seriously, right? We want to finish out on top, and it's been great, like getting back in the groove of things and like finally locking in a win again after our previous performance last week. It was yeah, a little bit uninspirational, so bringing it back this week and playing really well. That 22 kill game at Siphon, like that felt really good.
Yeah, that was nuts. I mean, okay, let's talk about that a little bit then, because we had a lot of vision of that Strafing, and one of the things that really impressed me was your ability to reset, and it was like literally every time we saw you, one of your guys was knocked, but you were still somehow just running through these teams and getting the resets again and again. Like, what's the secret sauce there?
Oh, we've actually been working on that specifically. I don't wanna be giving in any secrets, you know, but I'm gonna give credit to that one, like for that one to Dan, our coach Neil. Like he was very adamant that we like worked on our resetting, and we actually just did it really well.
Right. Yeah, and that's been awesome to see as well. And I guess I wanted to touch on as well, Strafing, we've just had major changes to Apex Legends. Obviously, don't give us away all your secrets, but, changes with the Evo shields and changes with the way that, I guess the meta. How have you guys been just, I guess, having to do all those changes in such a short amount of time? Did you find it easy, or did you find it a little bit difficult to pick up?
So I think it was a really healthy change for the game, right? And I did find it a little bit hard, but that's just because of the amount of changes, right? There's so many things that could happen in a game now that there's so many more factors that go into all of the abilities. I think the hardest part though is just that Apex Outscrims, they didn't really start for a while, so we were struggling to get games in once the new update dropped, but yeah, we were pretty confident we were gonna figure it out, and we kind of did.
All right, well, I guess to sort of round things out, obviously you guys are done with all of your games. You're not playing in the next lobby. You're currently, I'll say, sitting on top of the overall standing. So is there any concern about potentially dropping off of first place? I mean, Wonton Dumpling are relatively close behind, or do you think you've done enough with that win in this lobby to sort of stay on top for the overall standings going into next week?
Yeah, look, I love Gugu, but I am praying on their downfall, a little 20th place wouldn't really hurt us, but yeah, we're expecting to fall off first place for a little bit, but we're also fully expecting to bring it back in regional finals. I think we're finally back on form, and very confident going into this.
Definitely expecting you guys to be very strong when we get those top 20 teams over there in regional finals. One more question from me, Strafing. You guys were picking up the Conduit a bit today. Because we were having a look at some of the stats before, and I was actually quite surprised to see only 60% of the teams were picking up the double Radiant Transfer perk, and then 40% were picking up the extra 10-meter range. Which one were you guys going for, and why?
So we were actually going for the 10-meter range, but it's not really for the range. It's more the doubles the cooldown. So it essentially makes Conduit a lot less flexible, because for 30 seconds, for the same amount of cooldown, you're only getting half the heal, right? So theoretically, if you have both heals, that's always going to be better than just one heal, because it's a lot more flexible, in the things you can do with it. But practically, that doubling of the cooldown, that hurts a lot.
Okay, yeah, wow, great insight there.
Yeah, that's interesting to hear, because, Gino and I were kind of discussing, I guess, would people use it more in rank when you're sort of playing, solo in a ranked match and your team's running away, but interesting to hear from yourself and the reason as to why, I guess, you break it down in that sense.
Yeah.
I mean,
But
I actually,
Sorry,
just,
Gino.
sorry, one more I was going to ask you there, Strafing, was, last time we had you on here, you were talking about, the issues you were having sort of recovering in the off-season and stuff. How has that been since then? Do you think, getting back into sort of scrimming and ALGS and everything, are you feeling like you're back on the mend and on a good track when we even think ahead to LAN?
Yeah, thank you for asking, but everything's going really well. Yeah, we're very confident that we'll be like fully prepared for LAN and better than we were going into it last time. So I've started been able to like grind again. Like my injury is no longer holding me back at all, and I can really play as much as I want now. So that's been really healthy for the team.
That's so great to hear.
Well, that's all the questions I think we have for you, Strafing. Thank you so very much for answering the ins and outs from a professional level. I know myself, and I'm sure the casters as well, it's been an absolute pleasure watching you and also, wrangling in Easy Flash and all the craziness that he does as well. So thank you so very much for chatting to us today. And you need to go and relax, sir, because you have had such an epic start to Split 1. So thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Anytime. And you know what? It's always really good to see sort of get a chat with our pros, Genome. We have a couple of listens in when they're live and happening in the match, but just to have them, break down what goes through their minds afterwards is truly exceptional.
Yeah, I think he's probably got the best record of anyone we've listened into in terms of like closing out games while we're actually hearing them. So yeah, not a bad record there for Legends Gaming.
Exactly right. And that was our final match there. It's match 6 on Storm Point for our first couple of groups. We're going to take a little bit of a longer break now. I'm sure we're going to eat a lot of food, us casters. So we'll take a break. We will see you next after this, and we're going to have our next lot of groups. So we'll see you shortly.
of APAC South in the ALGS.
Such a good spot here. Provides any much coverage for Popcorn. Bradley kicks down and out already. Bristol strikes in.
About to go down. 1v1, 1v1.
Oh, what? Well, Shady, he finds the target.
Hey, that's going to be a punishing blow.
Three is covered. Fly high to Senpai. The wraparound is perfect.
What? No! Lotka overextends, so does Kashira!
Does get spotted out, the pings go down! Oh my god!
It's the 360! What a beast!
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had time to just settle yourselves and get some snacks. I sure shoved some food in my mouth, and we are the Long Shot Production, and we're broadcasting the APAC South region. You know, we have teams from Australia, Singapore, Thailand, China, and more, and if you've been watching from the start, you would have just witnessed Legends Gaming take out the win for Group A vs C, with Wonton Dumpling closely behind. So, you know, our Groups B and C will now be showing us what they're made of. You'll see the return of some fan favorites like Boogie Borders, Dreamfire, and Heroes, who were previously known as Kakoi. Gino, we'll need to keep a close eye on some teams that may be on the cusp of making it to the regional finals.
Well, it's funny that you even say, you know, with Wonton Dumpling just coming behind Legends Gaming as well, Ace, because if you look at the overall standings, it's the same picture there. So, you know, 1 and 2, very consistent, and you know, 14 points behind them actually at the moment. So obviously Legends Gaming aren't playing in the upcoming series, and yeah, that's their chance essentially to overtake them and try and make it to first place going into the regional finals.
Yeah, exactly right. And, you know, I want to have a touch on VK Gaming, you know, as we look to see who needs to get themselves in those top couple of squads. Sitting, about 21st? They just played in that. They've got another chance now. I think I was having a look. There was a team that won't be in this round that are only sitting like 14, 50. So they very much might have a big chance to push themselves up into that top 20 quite easily. Elfish, who are you going to be keeping your eye on who needs to really, you know, outperform some teams today?
Yeah, that team you were looking at was Overlook Esports. Yes. They were the team that aren't actually playing in this lobby, that are currently sitting in 19th place, and it's VK Gaming that is 2 points, 2 overall standing points behind, so they should be able to overtake that and should be able to make it into the top 20 potentially. For me, yeah, I think obviously those kinds of teams are the ones that I'm looking at, but I also sort of wanted to touch on Wonton Dumpling as well. Like you said, you know, 14 points behind, that would mean they would need a 6th or better in this lobby to take the top spot overall. Although if they were to get a 6th, then they'd be equal on points. I'm not sure how the head-to-head would play out there with them up against Legends Gaming. So that'll be something that we have to sort of look into over the course of this evening. But as far as teams are concerned, you know, maybe DNZ, look, I mean, they're a bit of a stretch. Fong as well, Full Engage, maybe. So it's probably like DNZ, Full Engage, VK Gaming that I could maybe see making it out of the bottom, you know, bottom 10, I guess, into the top 20. Those will probably be the teams to keep an eye on. Yeah,
and, you know, at the end of the day, our teams are, of course, playing for these spots, but, of course, there's the prizing in the back of their minds. We have $125,000 for our region now. We've finally become a top region, which is pretty exciting. That's $20,000 for our first place winners. So although we're always looking to see who's going to make it to land, it's still the fighting spot, get some money, Genome. So, you know, there's a lot on the line for all teams playing.
Absolutely, that's some good money there. Certainly better than we've ever had before in APAC South. So yeah, you love to see it, frankly. But you know, maybe we should also have a chat about some of the interesting season 20s, you know, sort of things we saw. Okay, we've got the tournament scoreboard ready. So just to cap off what we were saying about where everyone's standing here, as you can see, Legends Gaming up the top leading the way, but they're not playing in this series, so that will give the chance for Wonton Dumpling to try and overtake them. Burger, Serenity, Akuma, so that's 3, 4, 5, also not playing in this series. So then teams like, you know, Boogie Borders, Tom Yong Kung, Heroes, maybe even X and Y, I'll keep my eye on, also going to have a chance to jump up in these standings.
Yeah, you know, you've got Wonton Dumpling there. They've been playing 6 matches. Fatigue could hit them, and they might not even, you know, overtake Legends Gaming. So we still need to sort of keep a close eye. Like you said, only 14 points ahead. And then, you know, we have a look at the bottom. And I know Elfish was saying Overlooked Entertainment won't be competing in this round. And then we have VK Gaming. They just need to get a couple of points, and they can put themselves in that top 20. We obviously see the likes of Dreamfire back as well, sitting, you know, kind of in that medium spot. Which I do believe that they'll probably be able to solidify themselves a spot today. You know, they had a bit of a rocky start to the start of our split. We're, you know, very excited to see them play out, but they didn't really give the show that they were used to, you know, at champs and stuff like that. But in the last couple of weeks, they managed to pull it together, Elfish.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, one of the other teams here that we were talking about quite a lot in the previous lobby was T4. We were saying, you know, if they can have a good couple of lobbies here, they might still be able to make it into the top 20. Mathematically, still technically possible if they were to win this lobby, get the 25 points, go to 49. Maybe there's a chance, but it seems unlikely. So there's that. And the other thing that I actually sort of have been looking at here as well, and I know we keep going back to it, is Wonton Dumpling again. Of all of the lobbies that they've played in this season, in this split, in only one of them would they have not scored enough points to actually top. Like if they would have scored that amount in this game, in this lobby today, in only one of those lobbies that they played so far would they not be able to overtake Legends with the result that they got. So every other result that they've had enough points if they were to get it again today to overtake. Because they've had a lot of seconds. They had a couple seconds. They had a first. They had a 4th in there as well. And then there was, I think, like a 7th or an 8th or something like that. It was an 8th. So their worst result has been an 8th overall, and that was only once. Everything else has been far better than that. So I think they're probably a good shout to make it through to first place, even if they are, as you say, a little bit fatigued by having played earlier on today.
Yeah, so I guess, you know, we're going to have some new teams sort of joining in, the Boogie Boarders, you know, and like we've touched on before, Season 20 changes are here. We're going to have some new teams that are going to have to show us how they use these new changes. We've obviously had 6 matches where we've seen, you know, a lot of people kill spiders or take a different rotation to make sure that they can get a higher shield because, you know, it is a massive change to the game, Gino.
It's huge. It's affected almost every part of it, and I think the thing that people weren't expecting, Lace, is that coming into Season 20, you know, the perks is what everyone was talking about. Yeah. But if you look at how competitive is playing out, the Evo changes and the upgrade system that goes with it has actually been, you know, upgrade as in, you know, how you accumulate those Evo points, has actually been more impactful because you know, the perks maybe have changed a little bit how useful some of the legends are. You know, that's why we've seen a little bit of a resurgence of Watson. You know, Bloodhound Scan getting buffed has certainly helped him a little bit. But there's other reasons behind that. But really, it was just the Evo changes and how that's affecting looting and pathing throughout the game that is has been the biggest shift in playstyle that we've seen in quite some time.
Yeah, exactly right. And would you feel that teams are sort of noticing in the first couple of games, a lot of teams are sort of taking a slower rotate because they want to have these shields upgraded. Most of the time, you know, they may have landed on a blue or a purple and they were ready to rotate. You know, they got the loot, they were ready to go. But what you're finding, I guess, forgive me if I'm wrong, but more teams are taking it a little bit slower to make a rotation due to the fact they want to level up their Evos.
Yeah, well, they have to make trade-offs, right? Like, you can choose to, you know, still go faster, but it's not necessarily going to help you later on when you're like, oh, gosh, we probably should have hit that, you know, that extra Evo harvester or 2, because all of a sudden, you know, we don't have our level 3 upgrades. And, you know, it depends per hero. Sometimes that's a really big deal. Sometimes it's not so much. Obviously, the armor always helps, having that that extra health to play with. Watson here is one of the heroes that we've seen certainly benefit from this. Falling Stars, the you know, when we saw that fun little stretch in the trench where, as Elfish put it, it was kind of like a tennis match with teams just throwing arcs back and forth at each other. It was hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't even like really realize that they were doing it for like probably a good 5 minutes as well, by the way. It wasn't as if it was just like a one-off thing, because as soon as Legends got into that trench, as you were saying, you know, there was like an ARC-star spawning in, and then only like a few minutes later did I realize that there was another team in the trench which also had an alternator pylon up that presumably was also so the whole time, yeah, it was just back and forth. It was pretty fun. Good stuff. Love it.
Yeah, it's interesting to see the way that they grab these legends and make them happen. And, you know, we were talking about before where, you know, we have our major picks, which is the Bloodhound, the Caustic meta, but it not changing across maps that much. You know, we always have World's Edge and we'll see certain legends picked, then the map changes and they're going to have to think about something different. But it seems as though we are seeing the same across each map, which is something I feel like we haven't seen in competitive a lot. So, you know, is this just what everybody's playing or is this just what they know so far? Because there's still so much to learn and indulge in this Season 20. There's still a lot of characters where they may have not actually, I guess, selected them and trialed them out for comp.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's probably an element of that, right? Where you have to have you know, there's going to be certain players, certain teams that are like kind of just seeing what's the meta, what people are playing and going, all right, well, that's what we'll play. I guess we'll just play that. But, you know, have they had enough time to kind of explore all the options? I don't know, maybe not. But, you know, you do also sort of have those players that are going to have like certain comfort peaks that they're going to want to go to as well, and maybe they've explored a little bit with that, but have they really gone in depth with it? Maybe not.
Yeah, so while we are sort of discussing all the changes, let's have a look at where our teams will be landing. We're going to head to World's Edge first. Gino, why don't you take us through and show us where our teams will be landing?
All right, so we have had a couple of shifts around here. I think we were previously getting a contest for Lava Siphon. Now, this was sort of latest information because No Credit, I believe, will be loading in as a duo today. I don't know if that means they get Lava Siphon anymore because, you know, why would Kill Devil and DNZ fight over Harvester if they can just go and bully a two-man out of one of the best POIs on World's Edge? So I kind of do expect that to change, even if we haven't had that info drop on us yet. Likewise, Full Engage over there, obviously we've seen in our first series today also a duo, but, you know, no one's going to try and take Geyser away from them, right? And then looking further around, you know, Boogie Borders not having to worry about a contest here. They do or should get Lava Fissure and Mirage Trois to themselves. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm seeing pop up here on World's Edge.
Yeah, I guess we've seen a couple of changes. You know, Boogie Borders, like you were saying before, you know, had Mirage Trois, and then, you know, someone was always at Lava. To have those two spaces to themselves is a little bit of a change, I believe, Elfish, from the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, a little bit. It's one of those things that, again, just sort of changes based on the lobby as well. So you kind of do have to be a little bit aware of that. And, you know, it'll be something that will change again going into next week. So you can't get too comfortable. It's always moving and shaking.
Exactly right. And we're going to gear up. We are now in our groups B versus C. This is going to be our first match on World's Edge.
Alrighty, let's get into it and see how things are going to shake up for our second lobby of the day. It is B and C. What's so funny? What's happening?
Lava Siphon is completely
empty.
Empty? What? What on earth is like? Surely, if you're the Dome team, right? Like, if you're T4, surely you just rock up and be like, "All right, we'll take it." Like, I don't want to sit in Dome my whole life. The rotations are atrocious. That is okay. All right, bit of a wild lobby. We've got DNZ running in as a solo. No Credit, as we said, and Full Engage, both duos. All right, interesting lobby to finish off the group stage here with Elfish.
Yeah, I'm actually watching XQ from DNZ. He is that solo that you mentioned, and he is hiding behind a rock right now. I'm not sure what the plan is for him, actually.
But also, what are No Credit doing? Like, where did they land? Like,
nowhere, I guess.
Outside the sort of the train tunnel or something? Like, did they get scared off by dive trails? Man, that is just wild. That is, frankly, just wild.
Well, you know what's going to be crazy is, like, presumably people are going to see this off of this game, and then you're going to have to wonder, well, what if we drop Lava Siphon next game?
Yeah.
Then what if other people are thinking that? Like, should we not do we get like a three-way contest next game? That's what I want to see. That will be the dream.
That'd be I mean, Mingyue saw him just spawn out a couple of shots because his teammate on the crypto, oh sorry, him on the crypto, you know, pinged the survey beacon and realized there was this random duo just like running past them in fragment. I wouldn't be surprised to see them pull up and try and make short work of that, but at the very least, No Credit actually predicted the ring pretty well without any kind of ring information. So you never know, if they bunker up with the caustic, there is a chance that they could even pick up some points here.
Alright, well, we'll see how it goes.
We should maneuver that area.
Still keeping an eye on XQ, who has done a grand total of absolutely nothing this game so far. But besides the point, we do have a couple of shots getting tossed in here by Heroes. No real connections just yet. VK Gaming was one of the teams that we said we would like to keep a bit of an eye on, and it seems like they're in the mix pretty early on in the piece, so we're keeping a pretty keen eye in their direction over the course of this lobby, see if they can maintain their reasonable run of form today and make it into the top 20. I've got my faith. I think they were looking good enough to make it into the top 20.
Okay, well, put your neck on the line. We'll see if they can back that up. Hannah, kind of popping off with the 30-30 already. Sure, there's a couple of fans out there of the Boogie Boarders. Happy to see them back for our second series today and off to a good start with 2 kills. That's them rolling up on War Monster Firebird in staging.
Yeah, well, Monster Firebird kind of fell off a little bit, didn't they, after we talked about them quite a bit last week. Didn't really get much done last week, and not a good start for this week either.
A lot of promise.
Playing the last week.
A lot of promise early on, and unfortunately they've not realized so much of it. But there's still a chance they do make that regional finals, so again, I'm definitely keeping crossed for them.
And next step, look like they're in an unfortunate spot again to start off another lobby. They're not quite as bad as the previous lobby where they were getting contested at Mirage 3. And they were kind of getting booked there. So I guess you could call it progress. Progress is good. Take it.
Having a look at some of the picks through this lobby, obviously with a couple of people missing, it is slightly harder to tell. But that said, Caustic very prevalent. JR from XNY on the Fuse. I'm not sure we saw him play that, because he was in, they were playing in the first series, right? And I don't recall any Fuse coming up.
There was no Fuse in the first series, no.
Yeah, right. So, okay, that's already an interesting pick coming out there. He's opted for the reduced damage from Motherload as his first perk.
See whether or not that continues over the course of today. Or if maybe it was a misclick. Things tend to happen.
Well, they are. Actually, that's... I mean, I doubt it, but... You know what we were talking about before about, you know, you kind of need to play all three different classes to really maximize that Evo you get, right?
Yep.
And they're playing Bangalore Fuse. So that's 2 assault characters. Again, like, you know, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot a little bit there in terms of how much Evo upgrades you can get.
Well, again, I'll get interested if we see it again in the next game. Put it that way. Either way, this has been a little bit of a quieter game so far. I think not too big of a surprise considering Full Engage came in with only 1 player, DNZ only 1 player, No Credit 2 players, so there's a fair bit more space actually available around the place. So just a couple of teams, essentially quote-unquote missing, even though they're not missing, they are here. Like XQ, I don't think you can really count as a team that's really showing any kind of presence. DNZ.
No, yeah, that's very fair. It means we're probably going to have some some quieter early games here in this second series, which is interesting because at the start of the split, Elfish, this group was kind of wild, right? There's a lot of very aggressive teams in this group. They play a little bit wilder, and it was the one that we saw have the most action in the early game.
Right, MXF is certainly not shying away from any fights, are they? They're really trying to take fight essentially to their opponents. No Credit do get eliminated. one of the duos. Kind of bit of a throwback, it feels like, to the early days of ALGS. We were doing like Winter Circuit and stuff like that, where sometimes you'd go into a lobby, there'd be like 16 teams or 15 teams just for whatever reason.
Oh,
obviously, we've come a long way since then.
Don't bring me back to those days.
Yeah.
I mean, at least
got a bit more professionalized.
Yeah, look, at least we know when we get to the regional finals, we'll have a full lobby. The teams that deserve to be there will be there.
No doubt about that. Bangalore ultimate going off in the distance, you can see that. BK Gaming still yet to get a point on the board.
Never mind.
Job isn't super difficult for them in this lobby. I think they really just need to have sort of a middle of the pack placing. As long as they don't go completely missing, should be making into the top 20. As we mentioned, the team that they do have to kind of focus on catching, at least for the moment, is Overlook Esports, who are only a few points ahead of them and not playing in this lobby. So you'd have to have a really bad day to at least not be able to overtake them. The other thing is going to be obviously teams below them, whether or not they're potentially being able to overtake BK Gaming, and then that's going to add a little bit more spice into the mix, but...
And also because, they should get 3 or 4 free placements from these lower teams that are missing players as well, right? So you've already kind of chucked a couple on the board just by virtue of that.
Oh, JR just got beamed. And XD receiving some of the similar responses, though. That extra move speed off the Bangalore passive is helping out. Yeah, there's no way JR was getting out of that one alive, though.
Well, I'm already mad at Tom Young Kung then, because they've just denied us the opportunity to see a level 3 upgrade. You know, get a stat line there from the Fusey.
As always, next game.
He was only like 100 Evo off though. Come on, guys, just let him trade a bit.
Let him cook.
I need the data.
Can't have all the things that we want in life, you know.
So true. So wise.
You tend to
any other words
to realize that. No. I was trying to think really hard of something.
Wow. Brain empty. It's just one lone glorious thought that just came to you.
Oh, compound interest. That's all you need to know.
True. Okay. Yep. Hashtag not financial advice, but yeah, no, it's you know.
I mean, if you're 15 years old, just look at compound interest and salivate.
It's kind of like surely there's an Apex analogy we can make here.
Kind of like when you get blue Evo off of getting free ring scans, and then you fight a guy who has white Evo, and then you beat him, and then you get purple Evo. And then when you've got purple Evo, you run into a guy who's got blue Evo, and then because you're stronger than him already, you get even stronger.
Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking more like old school, you know, it's like, yeah, you drop pretty much the same thing, but like, you know, say you drop on a purple armor and then you can start bullying people, all of a sudden it just starts snowballing from there, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that is kind of the esports word for compound interest, isn't it? It's a snowball.
Snowball, yeah.
I've been using esports terminology with my girlfriend a little bit sometimes when we've been like on public transport and we'd be like on a bus that's like running late, and I'd be like, man, this bus driver's W keying a lot. Like, what are you even saying?
Wait, she doesn't know that yet? You guys have been together for ages.
No, she does. But it's like not like instant, like, you know, it's not normally in your vernacular if you're a normal human being.
That's unlike us, of course.
Exactly.
Yes.
Anyway, we did get a little bit of an insight there as to the zone pulling. It's going to move in the direction of SWQ, who are out toward the eastern edge of World's Edge. Just be something new. We don't get to see this kind of a zone pull all that often. Boogie Board is on the move as well.
Little fun one. North of Overlook, SWQ. Yeah, they're the kind of guys sitting in God spot right now. Zone's pulling to them, set up with their backs to the mountains. Very good spot. Other teams all kind of moving in a lot, especially from the west. Teams like Kill Devil here. I think they're kind of hoping someone's going to come in from behind them and they can hold the bridge, but I think they're going to be sorely disappointed.
Well, this will be an interesting rotate because there's a lot of teams that you're going to have to fly over right now, but Boogie Borders seem to be doing it relatively unscathed. A little bit worried about Raki, but he's okay.
No, they've landed directly on it.
Never mind. Yeah, that's not looking good at all, is it? That is going to go in the blink of an eye. Panna, there's no chance of even getting that bat off. Rip.
That is the rip in pepperonis for our Boogie Borders there. I mean, they couldn't even move, right? It's like they landed in quicksand basically with a caustic ult on top of them. Oh, that was not fun. And here we go. All right. Slow time is over. Now it is time to kill.
I thought Dreamfire were going to be in a bit more of a difficult spot there, but they actually managed to get the revive and they're going to be okay. Now they can start to put some hurt back in on their opponents, so pick up a couple more pieces of loot here and there. Red dot sight on the vault, love it. Best sight in the game.
You're kidding, right? 2x Bruiser any day.
Red dot is the GOAT. You can see everything. The more you can see, the better.
You can see my further with 2x though, mate. Like,
no, you just enhance your eyes. Anyway, how about this one? That's a pretty good scope too.
Yeah, I wish it had thread on it though. Like, you know,
especially in this meta.
It'd be too OP with it, but it's like why they've just removed the Digi from the wingman. It'd be too good, but I still want it.
Well, AGL probably don't want what is happening to them right now because they are getting bullied. They are getting isolated. Just feels like a bunch of individual fights that they're taking and getting picked off. One of them will make it out, or maybe not. I was wrong. That'll be AGL eliminated. We're starting to see that kill feed light up a little bit now as we get deeper into the game.
None of these teams are in though. That's the thing, right? It's still pretty much only SWQ in the zone. Maybe when things cool down just a little bit, we can have a look at the map overhead. But I can tell you, a spot like this from Tongyang Kun is fantastic because they've got so much vision down on people below them. You can see that's why they're really just starting to dish out the damage. But with 30 seconds left, they have to start thinking about the next rotation now. Other teams are evacing in. They're taking the kind of the easy way, if you will, and I think for Tongyang Kung, it's going to be more so about walking it in and just trying to bully their way past a few of these teams.
Yeah, they're doing just that at the moment, actually. They've got themselves a knock or two on the way down. We'll go back over to MXF, who in a pretty pitched battle at this point in time, and they've been rocked up on by another team as well. Kraber shot will not connect. It's MXF down. Holy cow, look at the kill feed. It's just going crazy. 7 squads left alive. There's 6 now. Oh my word, it just doesn't stop.
Yeah, that was just one of those circles. I mean, as I said, no one was inside the circle. Like, that's what is going to happen. And it's still not over just yet. Kill Devil actually looking to finish off Tongyang Kung, and they do. Heroes been playing a little safer from the bottom side here, trying to use the knockdown shield of Kissan's to deal with Kill Devil. It's a 2v2 on that side. Monton Dumpling, surely at some point they just go ham and push one of these two teams. At this point, SWQ are kind of just sitting there scratching their heads being like, I mean, thanks for the win, guys, but like, why are none of you in here inside the circle with us?
SWQ are being chilling. There is no two ways about it.
Look at that.
They haven't had to do too much. I mean, look at all those Watson fences too. They're not having to do anything. Donut's kind of pushed forward. To his credit, taking a bit of space. 2-1 split from SWQ is not under pressure at all. Kill Devil down as they get themselves caught in a big crossfire.
Okay, so now we've got 3 teams fighting their way into the zone. Wonton Dumpling, Heroes, and MDY White. And then it's SWQ just holding them all out. 3 shots left there. The Jackie Chan on the Kraber. SWQ trying to angle these other teams out. Donut actually playing quite split from his teams right now. Just trying to put pressure and force the other teams into each other rather than, you know, risking their god spot.
Well, SWQ actually need to be a bit careful here that they don't get collapsed upon from multiple directions. You can see the forces are pushing in their direction from sort of both sides of the zone. And wisely, they've grouped back up again. I was going to say Donut needs to be very careful not to get knocked as the isolated player to 1 in the split of the 1-2. And has done a pretty good job of that. So we're back to sort of a 3-0 setup, I guess, if that's the way you want to call it, for an SWQ roster. And they have done a good job of Here we go indeed, forcing those teams to fight one another. This will be the easiest win probably SWQ is going to get all season long.
I mean, maybe MDY White, I thought they were actually waiting this out really well, and they had the drone in a good spot. The EMP was just ready to pop it, but no, they take a little bit too much damage on the back there. And yep, you're right, SWQ pop off.
Yeah, not too much to really say about that one, unfortunately, for SWQ. Have to have a look and see how many kills they ended up getting. Quickly touch on it in-game if I can find them. 7. They got 7 kills out of that, so not a bad shout, actually, at the end of the day. You know, they managed to at least find some ways to have an impact on that game. Probably more so toward the late end than anything else. But look, you know, you can look at that and say, well, that was an easy game for them. They didn't have to do anything. They just got fed. But reality is, like, you know, when you do get fed, you still have to convert that as a game that, you know, you still have to play it out, right? You have to make sure you don't screw it up. And they did a good job of that. They did play the way they needed to play to win that game. And, you know, you can only make do with what you've got. When you get lemons, you make lemonade, and well, I guess they got better than lemons in this case. I don't know what the alternative would be in that conversation. But
we love a bit of lemon action, that's right, Bina. But yeah, you know, SWQ sitting about 18th on our overall leaderboard, Elfish. So, you know, they want to make sure that they are still above that top 20, as we have quite a few teams, like we're talking BK Gaming needing to come up to that top 20th spot, so they need to be careful, and they can't sit idly by. So that is quite a juicy win from SWQ. I guess, you know, Wonton Dumpling as well can taste, you know, the lead. They're only 14 points behind on like the overall leaderboard with the split points, so you're not going to see them slowing down at all. They obviously didn't take out the victory, but they're still going to be placing in those top couple of teams. I think it was a little bit of a shame. Boogie Borders seem to be getting knocked out quite early, but I guess that traditionally happens when zone pulls away from them. Usually they'll get like a Mirage à Trois sort of zone pull, and you'll see them do exceptional, even take the win there. But they got a little bit tricky for them there, making that far rotate.
Yeah, it's pretty hard. The rotate that they had to make was a pretty cursed one. They were sort of down on the low ground, which first of all is a bit of a problem because rotating uphill is going to be more difficult. Plus then you're trying to fly through the air, which means you're not getting as much distance from the height that you've essentially got from that. It means you can't go as far. And obviously where they ended up landing. I mean, you don't have the ability really to scout where you're going either. You know, when you're on the low ground, you kind of just have to fly and hope that you're going to end up landing somewhere. But with no information, you end up landing on top of a caustic barrel or some caustic gas. It's like, well, that's GG. So yeah, pretty cursed rotate for them. Unfortunately, not much they can do about it. I'm not too concerned about it. See how they go in the next couple of games. There's SWQ right up to the top, 22 points on their first game. So very happy with that one. And you know, it's filtering down. MDY White still pretty close by, but bit of a drop-off beyond there.
Yeah, and, you know, Kill Devil, right on the bottom of our leaderboard overall. Being in the top 4, we don't really get to see too much from them, but having like a nice little start, you know, not anywhere with you know, first or second place, but it is something. It's putting them on the board a little bit. It might not, you know, they're going to have to do this every single game to even remotely get close to the top 20 squads that they need to make to regional finals. So if they can keep this momentum and do a little bit better, we might even see them, you know, get close to that. But again, only time will tell there. Dreamfire coming in about 7th. They're still sitting pretty on our overall leaderboard as well. You know, we've talked about them before. They had quite a rough start to the start of our split, but somehow flipped the switch and managed to turn it around. So, you know, they were in a bit of a pickle at the start of that match, Elfish, but they managed to get a full reset, but didn't really, I guess, maximize from there.
Yeah. End of the day, not a huge concern. It is only game 1. We've got plenty of time still left in this lobby to make some magic happen. And 5 games to go for the evening. We'll crack on into them. I guess we'll keep on rolling.
Exactly right. So we're going to take ourselves a short break. As you said, that was only game number 1, and we'll see you back for match number 2. And welcome back, everyone. You just witnessed a win from SWQ here in APAC South. We are here with groups B versus C, where the stakes are big, but my eyelashes are bigger. Our teams have so much on the line at the moment. The chance at regionals and, of course, the epic prize pool as we come into our second match. We saw no one land at Lava Siphon, Elfish. I believe No Credit, who are our duo, were attempting to take Landslide, but were pushed out by SWQ. I wonder if teams have picked up on this and we might see a random contest at Lava Siphon.
I'm kind of hoping so. I'm kind of hoping a few teams have picked up on that and thought, well, that's actually not a bad shout. We might head in that direction. You'd think No Credit might go back, and then one or two other teams might look at that and think, well, we could sneak in there potentially. It's a pretty good POI. So I'm kind of hoping, I've got my fingers crossed that like 2 or 3 teams have the same idea, and funnily enough, we'll end up actually getting a contest where it was completely left open in the last game. I think that would be quite fun. What I will say as well is I don't mind big stakes. I think that should probably be in the long shot budget. Maybe at the end of the season, we go out for a big steak dinner. That sounds good. So I'll see if Genome can rustle that up for us.
That's it. Yes, please and thank you. But yeah, we want to see if sort of some teams will go to Lava Siphon. We want some action early on. I felt like I was a little bit slow of a start in that match there, sort of just picking up midway through. Right at the end, we obviously seen, I don't know if it was like 5 or 6 teams drop out at that final zone when rotating in. It was just a whole screen full of deaths. So, we're going to have to tell where this ring will pull. But yeah, hopefully we can see some more action right at the start.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's going to be hard, though, I guess, with the amount of teams that are sort of playing as a duo or even a solo. Like, just you got to feel bad for DNZ XQ. I'm not sure what's going on there. Why is he playing as a solo today? Either way, obviously he's got to figure things out as a solo. Best case scenario, maybe he's going to be able to rat a couple of points out. But yeah, rough spot to be in. And I was like, I kind of had, because we get to watch in the game as well. So I'm watching in the POV. And I'm just seeing how he's playing the game. It's just rough, man.
All right, well, let's, I'll cut you off there. Let's see if our dreams come true, Elfish, and see if someone is contesting. We're going to take it away to match number 2 here on World's Edge. Hopefully we can see what happens at Lava Siphon.
Well, I can tell you that we are going to be gifted a contest, at least somewhat.
Let's go!
We've got MDY and No Credit both in Lava Siphon at the moment. Though they haven't actually started firing at each other yet, but something to keep an eye on. It looks like it might not end up being a whole lot, actually. But there's 2 teams in Lava Siphon at least, so I guess you could say it's a contest, kind of.
Yeah, looks like they're just going to dip and run. I mean, we used to see this at Lava Siphon occasionally, where a team would just take the northern side of the loot, and then they'd sort of go up towards the top towards Budget Siphon and just sort of head out that way. So it feels like that's what No Credit is going for. We actually have, I think Fussy is currently chasing DNZ's solo character, because Fussy, as the Bloodhound, landed on the survey beacon at Lava Fissure and then scanned that there was this random solo just out in the middle of nowhere. You can see the firing happening over there. And there we go. The last bullet in the Rampage clip will take out our poor solo there, XQ from DNZ.
Yeah, it's very sad. I mean, that's exactly where he dropped in the last game as well, and he was kind of just waiting up there until Boogie Borders moved out of Lava Fissure, and then he came through and sort of hoovered up the excess loot. But he doesn't even get that chance this time, and that's exactly what I was saying to Lace there in the pre-match. Watching XQ play out that game, the last game there as the solo, it was incredibly painful. It was like, this poor guy just, like, you can't do anything. You really can't do anything for the whole game. But anyway, looks like we're going to be heading out east once again. This time just not quite as far north, but out toward Overlook. It's been a little while since I got to pass an Overlook circle, so I'm looking forward to that. I just find the Overlook circles are very fun to aim.
I agree,
there's a lot of like verticality going on there, and there's some fun stuff.
Especially, if the silos are in towards the end. I agree. It can be quite fun. And yeah, it's like it's pulling way past the edge of Overlook, which means that I think that's actually quite likely that it continues to pull hard and gives us a big chance of grabbing one of those, maybe even one of the ones that ends around outside the loot vault as well, which Full Engage are also sitting there as.
We've got the fuse again here for X and Y, so not a mispick, I guess. Unless they decided to mispick it twice, but...
Doubt.
Yeah, giving it a crack.
All right, come on, get to purple this time. You got one job.
Well, still a bit of a ways to go in that department. But we'll keep an eye on it.
There's a few. There is a few Evo Harvesters in between them and the zone. Yeah, and a Valkyrie as well. Yeah, there you go.
Are they going to be able to use it though? Yeah, maybe. I mean, if they rotate up through Geyser.
I mean, there's even still time to go back down towards stacks, actually, and it looks like that's what they might do. So, yeah, X and Y potentially going to grab that early upgrade. MDY actually seeing a bit of crypto in this lobby, which is kind of fun. I think this is full engage. No, SWQ and MXF. Okay, going into it here over in the loot tournament.
Yeah, this isn't really popping off all that much. Bit of fire back and forth inside of that smoke. Got to be aware of MDY pushing on the back side of this though. SWQ about to have a rude awakening. Hyun getting the first one up, and there's nowhere for SWQ to go. The nades are going to land right on top of them as well. Oh, this is going to be bad indeed. MDY Black it is. Who have decided to push into the tunnel now as well. So they're just really getting in the mix, aren't they? They don't want just one team. They don't want SWQ. They want SWQ and MXF, and it looks like they're going to get that.
Oh, I mean, you know, WJX there actually managed to grab an extra kill onto SWQ in the middle. He was on 1 HP, but just clutched that out with the Prowler. He's trying to slow them down with some caustic barrels on the backside, but no. Morgenstern finishes the job, and they take over this very important tunnel position.
I'm going to say it is ALGS down. No doubt about it. No doubt in my mind. High stars. Love to see it. Either way, MDY White, maybe not quite following in the same suit as the sister team MDY Black, have been eliminated in 17th place for this game. So we are seeing quite a bit more shenanigans at the start of this lobby than the previous. Two teams running into one another in that tunnel and on their rotations. It's providing a little bit more entertainment early on in the piece.
Woof. Okay. Nice little floody spray there for Unix. Gets the tack as well to keep the pressure up. T4. Don't manage to grab the other two. That's Nosang and Sato from outside. Looks like they have made it out. And they'll be safe for now because DF are pushing in.
Yep. It's unfortunately kind of gone a little bit wrong for T4 there. Losing RXMs. Dreamfire take the building, but still have a fair ways to go. And they're aware of that as well. Dreamfire know that this is kind of only a staging ground for their next rotation in towards, presumably, Overlook is where this circle will continue to push. We'll get that information in just a second as the next ring will be available to scan.
Goes a bit north, actually, so could be Overlook. Won't be the silos, really. Could actually be quite similar to our previous circle.
Oh.
But SWQ,
close enough.
not there to post up this time.
Actually, it'll be great news for those teams coming in from the north. AGL. Very pleased to see that. Although they don't have the information on that yet. Bit of a better game so far for no credit, though they still haven't been able to get any points on the board, and sitting at white armor. It's got to leave a little bit to be desired. There's the zone for those of you watching along. So we thought maybe it would pull out over Overlook. Kind of hoped actually that would be the case. Wasn't. In the end.
Oh, can't favor everyone. Oh, we've got a lifeline!
Yep.
Final start! Let's go! Seno actually pulling out the sticks for lifeline this time. Oh gosh, I hope we see the care package upgrade. Surely that's what you go for. Actually, they're currently being sent by AGL.
They've got bigger things to worry about than what upgrades they're going to be picking. That is for sure. Slowed down for a second then. Trying to get some meds off. Trying to get some shields off, really. AGL really want to take this fight by the looks of things. And Seno, oh no. Just gets caught out in no man's land. That's already a good start for AGL. We might not get into a position where that lifeline is really going to get to play too much of this game because it's not looking very good for final start at all. AGL are doing a great job of bullying this. Jackie up on the high ground as well. Has got great information. There's no push actually headed in this direction. And AGL more than happy to continue to bully final start from that high ground. But they're not going to over-aggress.
No, he just got straight up cleaned up in the smoke, basically. It was just a blood of the hunt coming out from XX on AGL. Didn't even have a chance to fire back. Quite sad. Every time I want to see a level 3 upgrade, it's Caster Curse time. I don't know what to say.
I wonder how our friend on Fuse is doing. Some white. They're still okay.
They just hit it. They just grabbed the Evo Harvester as we're watching AGL. Well, they looked a little bit better in the fight than they're looking in this rotation here. XX is unfortunately not done quite as well as he was a second ago.
And AGL are going to realize that this actually, unfortunately, is really not a good rotation at all, actually. Because that zone's going to shift away from them. They were banking on it going in further towards Overlook. They didn't actually have the information. They didn't have the ring scan.
I mean, it's not bad. It's okay.
It's not awful, I guess. Yeah, you're right. It's not awful, but it definitely isn't what you would hope it would be.
Let's go.
If you didn't have information further on.
Senno's back. Senno's back. And they don't know it yet. None of these other teams know it yet, except for Boogie Borders apparently somehow have this information. But yeah, they're in a killer spot up here, final start. So, you know, Senno is a couple hundred away from grabbing his purple. But yeah, AGL still in some trouble over here. They're actually, this is a fair fight now. It's a 2v2 with full engage.
Yeah, no credit got picked up on the meanwhile. It's been a rough day for that duo. Rough week, I guess, but it is what it is. And AGL still got some work to be putting in.
Ooh, they found a Moby. Beautiful. Okay, so AGL may be getting the reset. Any Fuse lovers out there just for the update, it is the Knuckle Cluster Speed upgrade that JR has gone for. You know, keeping track of our fun little Season 20 tidbits here. AGL have been pushed. They say, no, we've got to take this fight before they get their third back online. So full engage actually go in, but they're getting grief from afar. VKG do half of the damage there. And essentially, it's just some kills fed over to AGL as a result. Actually, wait, did they actually pick up any of them? Or did they go to... Okay, at least one went to VK Gaming.
Every kill's important right now for VK Gaming. Trying to make it into that top 20. The respawn coming through. Doesn't look like anyone's really going to cause too many problems for AGL here. So, right back to fighting fitness. Purple shields, love it. Purple shields off spawn. Couldn't really ask for much more, could you?
Oh, how about that? How about a beam through smoke?
I'll take it. Good start for Ziki. Straight through the thermite nade, doesn't care. Straight into the caustic barrel. Maybe should have cared a little bit because that has gone pretty horribly wrong.
What was that from Asia?
Or Tom Yong Kong. Asia is holding on though.
Just looking for that armor swap. My god, he destroyed with that wingman prowl. Like the 180? Ooh, just turns on a dime and deletes them.
That's actually got the Digi-Shred there. Yun. Or MDY. So we'll have a little bit of an advantage in this engagement with all of the smokes up.
1v1. Pulling out, trying to dodge the zone. Goes back in.
Oh!
Confirms it. That was so beautiful. Unfortunately,
can't make it out.
I mean, yeah, he got locked in there. There's not like if he had turned his back, MDY Black would probably shot him in the back. Yeah, kind of had to. Similar thing happening to XNY right now, as you can see there on Shambles. Just the Fusey left alive. Oh my god. I was about to say, got one syringe off in time. The next tick of the thermite paid to XNY, and they go out in 12th.
Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Dreamfire quietly plugging away. 10 points on the board so far for the lobby. 5th overall. Wonton Dumpling not too far behind. Remember, Wonton Dumpling are looking for a 6th or better overall for this lobby to make it into first place for the standings of the season. Although, again, I need to figure out who's got the head-to-head there between Legends and Wonton Dumpling, but it's kind of a moot point, I guess, when we do still have another lobby to play next week.
Ooh, another pullback. Okay, so we're not getting a similar circle. It will be going in towards... Does that mean the tower's in this final circle? I think it might be. Or at least in the 5th circle, I should say. Wow, okay. So Heroes holding one of the caravans right now. They're valked in there. They've got Caustic, they don't have Watson. Obviously, you know, I do harp on this about this a bit, but it's quite important because Watson makes the caravans playable. Caustic, not so much. You can stop people getting in there, but you can't stop those nades just ruining your day.
Unix of T4 having a bit of a look around with Beast of the Hunt as it's fading away there. Didn't really spot too much, so on the move. Trying to get a central position inside of the zone. Wonton Dumpling, on the other hand, looking for some damage. Outside is going to be eliminated on the kill feed, you can see. 5th place right now overall for the lobby. That would be enough for Wonton Dumpling. We're happy with that. They're looking for more, no doubt. It is still only the 2nd game of the lobby, so no reason to slow down just yet. And here's the next fight that's going to be in front of them. Pete God maybe going to be more than happy to take a little bit of a respite there.
Those keeping track of the perks, Seno has picked the supply drop perk, and he's 87% towards getting his next care package. So I don't think he's dropped it yet. I think he is about to.
They're in a position where they are definitely going to get it. They're just hiding behind a rock for the moment.
Give me the...
Or they're pushing.
Oh my god, really? At 94%?
Yep. They're actually going to take a fight.
Literally could pick up a wingman in the next, like, 10 minutes. Sorry, 10 seconds.
Well, it is a duo on the other side of that engagement, so
they get it done.
Yeah, they're going to be happy with that.
Here
And there's the care package straight up.
Ah.
Oop, but a third party coming in the other direction. They've got to be a little careful here.
Oh no, Boogie Board is coming in on the backside as well. They're like, oh hey, you just delivered us a Kraber. Thanks, seems good.
Seems good indeed. Seno's desperate to try to pop a bat. Looks like he'll be able to get it off. What's in the care package? I didn't see.
Neither of them have a care package weapon at the moment, so I don't know. Oh, it's a bow.
It's a bow.
Wow, disappointing.
No, I love the bow.
No wingman, no Kraber, no Eva. That's probably the worst of the 4 choices.
The bow with the 3x. I mean, you love to see it, really.
I mean, if you're up there on the tower right now, it wouldn't be so bad. Okay,
oh, look at it.
Seno has picked it up.
He's picked it up and he's already popping off. Anyway, they're going to be pushing Selka and Seno through the side of the zone, just following the circle around. Picking up some kills on the way through, or at least attempting to. War Monster Firebird into it as well. Been a little bit of a slower couple of weeks for War Monster Firebird, but here's where things could pick up a little bit. Azu should just be resable, but going to be having to worry about the zone first. So, some fisticuffs. I'm sure he's going to be feeling very good after that.
The final circle is finishing right next to the tower, like almost underneath it. So AGL are going to be able to play up there for the longest time. You can see they've got a little intruder below them. That is T4, just a single man left alive on the Bangalore. And then we've got VK Gaming sitting inside their building. Heroes, they've got that RV kind of close to the middle of the zone. Boogie Boarder's going to have to pull in a little bit later than that. And then we've got War Monster Firebird actually looking to make a play here from the west side.
No one wants to make the first move, but it is VK Gaming at the moment that are sort of doing the most probing. As I say it though, War Monster Firebird on the move as well. They've decided now's the time to cross. EMP's going to go off right underneath the tower. Hero's eliminated in the meanwhile, but lots to be spoken about around this tower. Xiao Kai with the R99. Good tracking. Doesn't quite manage to get the knock initially, but going to try to follow up. Still not having much success. VK Gaming falling. There's so much damage going down, but only now has he been able to find a knock, and I'm just not sure that's going to come through quickly enough. Holding on. The bat is secured.
It's really all up to these core sticks. So there's so many traps, ultimates going off underneath the tower because essentially everyone, apart from AGL, is just fighting for that position underneath. There's traps everywhere. Almost a Firebird. Azu's the only one still left alive. I think he's got the gold knock as well, though, so he may try and get the res off. Con from T4 somehow made his way out of this. It is still okay. And then we've got Boogie Boys, who actually just pulled off a last-minute respawn. Raki coming in.
There's a couple of death boxes over there as well that he can loot, so I'm sure he's going to be able to find himself a decent gun in the mix as well. Like, there's still 3 teams that are fighting. So actually, Boogie Boarders have time to make this reset kind of happen, unless AGL were to try and send them, which they obviously wouldn't.
Yeah, but they've got great sightlines on them, and AGL still have lots of ammo. Actually, that was the one thing I was worried about. You know, they've been up on this tower for a little while. Maybe it's maybe they're running a bit dry, but no, hundreds of bullets ready to just absolutely destroy any teams below. That and the Bangalore ultimate. AGL mop them up. Azu is going to get second place, but that's a big win there from AGL.
Yeah, solid stuff from them. 13 kills on that victory. AGL getting the job done. Ended up being another one in the same vein as SWQ. Pretty straightforward, but you reap what you sow, and they'll be happy with it for sure.
High ground, so important. We've seen that. It's been the theme, essentially, for Game 1 and Game 2 here in our second series, Lex.
Yeah, huge game from AGL there. You know, they had it a little bit tough for getting a teammate knocked out and then having to respawn right at the other side of Overlook there, and still collecting a couple of kills along the way, and then solidifying that height. It was just like shooting fish in a barrel, Genome. It was insane. They really pulled it together in that entire match.
No, that's such a good point. I'd almost forgotten that was the same team because they were in such shambles at the start of the game. But then all of a sudden, when they get up on that tower, it's at that point they are absolutely killing it. That was a pretty sick little pop off there by Asia's. Unfortunate that he didn't get rewarded, you know, towards the end, but
yeah, he had to make a bit of a tough choice there. It was either running from zone 3, or, you know, collect the kill and placement points and risk being eliminated from MDY Black. So, you know, I reckon made a choice, you know, quite well for their team. You know, VK Gaming here, seeing Dao Kai just absolutely dominate as a solo caustic underneath that height. But, you know, again, it wasn't enough having AGL just watching all of this unfold.
it was, and yeah, I mean, there was kind of never really any doubt maybe if a team had have managed to stay as a trio, but it seemed almost impossible with the amount of chaos below and the amount of pressure coming from above.
Yeah, and a little bit nicer from Boogie Boarders as well, Genome. They had a bit of an easier rotate than game 1. I found themselves sort of camping in the caravan position for a little while there, you know, then getting the respawn on Ruggy. But of course, you know, with AGL on top, that's not enough. Speaking of AGL on top, taking out the first their 14 kill points. And I'm pretty certain they got most of those at the end.
Yeah, definitely a lot coming their way. Warmaster Firebird now up in 3rd place, making that push that we were hoping for in order to make their way to next week, to the regional finals. But there's plenty of other teams in here who would like that berth too. So, you know, T4, Kill Devil, Final Start, VK Gaming, all trying to make that same run and give themselves a chance to make it to LAN.
That's it. We have Warmonster Firebird currently in 20th place with VK Gaming just 1 point behind on the overall series board. So, you know, those two teams are going to be battling it out, but it looks like Warmonster Firebird is doing just a little bit better at this present time. But you know what? VK Gaming can bring it back, but, you know, they've had such a big day today. It is their 8th match of the day.
tricked you. Whew. Glad I got that off my chest.
Tell Death I said hello.
I will, Lava.
And welcome back, everyone, for once again joining us here on the APAC South region. We just saw a huge game from AGL where they were like phoenixes rising from the ashes. We thought they might have been eliminated, but then they are dominating from the height above. Gino, we've talked all things Season 20 and how our pros have, you know, taken these changes and made them their own. I just wanted to pick your mind. We saw a little lifeline in there. How'd you feel about that?
Oh, Joe, I was so excited. You know, the bow came through. They, like, you know, the lifeline went down, then got purple, then finally managed to get the ult online and beat out, you know, be able to bring out that guaranteed care package weapon, right? Because you definitely get one in the care pack. You just can't control which one it's going to be. So yeah, after that, unfortunately the bow came out. I was kind of hoping, you know, you probably want the Kraber out of it, maybe the wingman. Eva's probably good, but third choice. Bow is like, I don't know, you may as well be running a Sentinel.
That's it. You know, she's gone through many changes. And again, you know, this is something that, you know, we haven't seen in comp for, I don't think, ever. I don't remember ever seeing a lifeline in comp unless we had the shields, right? When she had the shields, that was probably it. But, you know, to see her sort of brought back and flourishing was quite exceptional to see. But you know what? I don't know if they're going to be playing that again. It is a little bit tricky to have that sort of character in it amongst such an open playing field, because even trying to get the res on someone in the open, they're just squishy in a sense.
Yeah, there you go. So you can see what those upgrades are for Lifeline. I mean, honestly, either of the level 2 ones, you know, can help, can be good. For level 3 in pro play, honestly, I think both can be good as well, but I think you will see gift wrapped be a lot more impactful, you know, because I think there are a lot of situations, honestly, in pro play where like you get knocked and the other team's worried about taking damage from other teams, so they don't actually push you and finish you off, and therefore the self-revive could work out, but care package weapons just too strong. I think you kind of have to have a go at them. Having a look at the final circuits we've seen so far in the split, you can see actually a pretty good spread around here from APAC South. You know, looks pretty fair to me.
Yeah, so it's been kind of nice. You know, we've touched on boogie borders. Generally, they can sort of pop off with the Mirage de Trois pool, but, you know, they've been trekking all the way over to Overlook Genome. So, you know, they had to make these large sort of, I guess, rotates in that sense. I feel like we've had a couple of Overlook pools just in the last couple of matches, so hopefully we see something on the other side of the map to give it a little bit of a chance to these teams that have to make that journey.
Yeah. I mean, you know, we had 1 week where there was like 2 staging, you know, finishes as well, I guess. So, you know, if you look at it week to week, I think people start to see maybe a few more patterns than you do if you start to take a larger sample size and really dig into the data. Yeah, I think on Storm Point, I'm a little bit more sus. You know, like Echo HQ, we were getting a lot of circles down there in Coastal Camp. But on World's Edge, it does feel like it's been fairly spread out so far.
Yeah, exactly right. So it's always good to see you know, and then hopefully, you know, we can see a couple of, like we said, pull over the other side there. And also let's have a look at Lava Siphon again, because we don't know what team is going to land there. So we're going to get yourselves back into the action. This is match number 3, our last match on World's Edge.
Yes, it is 4 to go, including this match right here. And as far as Lava Siphon is concerned, I believe it will be MDY that are going to hold on to that. And actually seeing No Credit move over toward Landslide this time around. Maybe we'll call them No Contest this time. They have moved away from Lava Siphon and given that one over to MDY. So actually been a bit of a handshake agreement, I guess, in the 3rd and final round of World's Edge that no contests are going to happen around the map. And even XQ, by the way, has moved on from his Lava Fisher position after what he faced in the previous game.
Yeah, it was just, I just switched on to him. He'd already put out 10 seconds of his timer. He's playing Valkyrie. I think he was just looking for, like, you know, really out of the way rat spots.
Yep.
Just testing some stuff out.
I mean, what else do you really have to do as a solo? Like?
Yeah. Exactly. I don't know. Fly around, grab some Evo Harvesters maybe. I don't know. Yeah, it's a bit tough, isn't it? Okay, look at those legend picks up there. Caustic up to 75% alongside Bloodhound, and then Bang even up at 80. But let me just have a look. I mean, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, okay, so every team that's not running Bang is not a full team. Oh, no, actually, no. Heroes. Heroes are running Valkyrie, Caustic, Bloodhound. Interesting. Okay. So we've got one team that I would, consider to be a proper team that, is not running the the Bangalore.
Have a look at that, though. We are getting pretty much 3 zones that are almost
real?
exactly the same.
Maybe this one will pull back into Fragment. You never know. Probably not.
Maybe.
Probably not.
Oh, my word.
Jump scare.
Yeah, a little bit.
We should probe that sector over there.
Well, no credit on their way. The loot is looking pretty sparse.
I mean, they got
Peacekeeper.
They got an alt excel, so that's going to give them. They've scanned the ring. They've got the Skyward Dive ready to go. So look, they're playing their outs, I guess you could say. Trying to use some some poker terminology there. Like they're really just trying to grab the blue and then just yeet it into zone, and hopefully they can find a spot that the Caustic will keep them safe. But these teams are a little less than safe. The SWQ running into MDY Black. Oh, taking some back shots there from the L-Star, but they're right on a care package, actually. So, this might be a nice little pickup here for MDY Black.
They just went past it. Well, anyway. Expecting to see some shenanigans pretty early on in the piece again if the last game is anything to go by. Maybe not necessarily from MDY.
Peekaboo!
It's like a big game of hide and seek, isn't it? Fortunately, it's not an easy game to play hide and seek in when there's about every team having a Bloodhound running around.
What's the White Raven telling me today?
Don't play solo.
Good comms from the White Raven.
Yeah. Don't play solo. How's that? Was that better?
Seno. Okay, off the lifeline, sadly. Maybe sensibly, though. Back onto the Watson. Glad they gave us a little something to cheer for, but they're taking some pot shots over at Heroes at the moment. They have zone info, so I'm not sure why they're really pressing the issue this hard with Heroes. Even getting a knock now.
Because they can.
Okay.
They can and they want to, and they are going to continue as well. W key being held by Tree Cleaner. Piece of the hunt for another 10 seconds or so.
Oh!
And has found the mark. So this is definitely not looking good for Heroes.
He's looking to extend that ultimate as well. Doesn't quite make it, but the scan reveals where Lahim is going. Has managed to slide down and get some health off though, and actually finds a really good angle. Valk ults behind the crane where you can't get shot for the first 2/3 of the ascent. That was actually pretty smart.
What does this mean for Kissans though? He's gone running up to the north.
He's gonna get the balloon.
Inside the train tons. He's been chased by Kill Devil.
It's a big balloon. They might take him out.
Oh, they do!
Right below.
Right at the tippy top.
Shots.
It's unfortunate.
It's a long balloon.
Yeah.
But hey, his teammate got out. That's something.
Yeah, not really much to write home about there, unfortunately for Heroes though. They just get booked. They get chased.
Might be able to do a circle and grab the banners. It's possible.
Potentially. Recovery mission.
Yeah,
Devil's hanging around.
Let's say if only Strafing Flame had revealed these secrets in the interview about resets, maybe Heroes could have listened to that and pulled this off, but
not to be. Well, War Monster Firebird having a look as well. So far, not really seeing too much. Couple of shots going astray.
Let's migrate over there.
They're more interested in making their rotation happen now than actually chasing, looking for more kills. Here we go. A lot of ground to cover.
Close range.
Get some loot first.
sitting in third spot for the moment. It's a good chance for them to solidify that top 20 position that they currently have. Oof, running Sentinel, okay. Sentinel 30-30. Ooh, Havoc Turbo. Okay, decent loot there. Looking back up on the tower that won the last game for AGL. It's just one of the VKG members. They're actually split holding quite a bit. If they get caught off, this could be rough.
Final start. Gonna get that alternator pylon down, and I'm not sure it's gonna go the distance, unfortunately. Seno holding on though. Could this be the angle? Not quite. Final start. Do get eliminated. Boogie Borders gonna be breathing a sigh of relief there, thanks to Fussy clutching it out. Revives will come through.
Oh no! Kill Devil on the hunt though.
Third party is indeed in effect.
Panda's done. Raki also taken out. And Fussy might even get finished off by the lava here. Just makes it down below. I'm not sure they've realized where he's gone, actually. But I would have thought the Bloodhound... No, the Bloodhound scan misses him? Really? Okay. I guess they didn't angle it down far enough to get him in the cone.
There's no way. How have they not seen that?
I mean, you can see, like, the footsteps and stuff as well, right? Like... Come on, Bolin.
No footsteps if you just sent it off the building.
There's like a jump down animation.
Yeah, I know. Well, he's gotten out.
Bolin, buddy. Well, someone needs to upgrade their tracking skills, I think.
Do be like that sometimes. Anyway, Wonton Dumpling hiding away inside this caravan while the world falls apart around outside of them. They're okay. Quite a few teams looking okay. Pretty set up. Probably getting pretty used to playing this zone at this point in the evening.
Yep.
Third time on the trot. You've got your rotations down pat. Know where you want to end up. At least hopefully by this stage you do.
Does anyone actually have ring info? Yeah, Tom Young Kung. Oh, that's... The beacon that sits at Overlook is often a good one because it's often like just outside the circle and you can just duck in and out and grab it. So that'll help those guys. They know they can stay put for the moment. Maybe even the other teams around can draw some sort of inference from that. VK Gaming keeping an eye on Tom Young Kung as well as outside.
Well, SWQ here haven't really been able to improve upon their first game. They didn't get many points, or any, I think, even out of the previous game. I think they finished game 1 on 22. It's another good opportunity for them to go one better. Big damage. They know they've got that crack. Arcstars are going to get tossed on in as well, and some of those are connecting. Oh, donut. Absolutely turns his opponent into a donut there. Full of holes. At least one big one, hopefully. Maybe more than that, and that is War Monster Firebird taken out very easily by SWQ, so there's a couple more points on the board at least.
I mean, Azu got one kill, otherwise, yeah, it would have been a donut game for War Monster Firebird. Going out in 16th spot, no placement points for them. Okay, it's looking like a hell of a similar circle. It could be pulling back to the tower.
Run it back. AGL are absolutely nowhere near that tower this time around, though, so it will be a fairly different result, you'd imagine. Breaking and entering. This is is a crime. Vanessa doesn't care apparently. VK Gaming are on the move as well, checking out the caravan and trying to hole up inside the building.
I mean, VK Gaming, they're sitting at 15 spot, right?
Right.
They are the team who land Overlook. They've had basically 3 circles in a row. That's not a good conversion rate.
Certainly not. Especially when they're a team that's fighting for their life, basically, in this split. If they don't make it into the top 20, then they don't come back next week. And they're in a great position to do so, but maybe they're just not quite doing enough in this lobby so far. At least not to make it a sure thing. AGL are rotating their way in now, but far later than what they did in the previous game. Well, they're actually going to land on Beyond? Thought about it for a second there. Now they maybe realize that they made a bit of a mistake because some of that presence is being sent back in their direction. T4 on the bottom side of the hill as well will potentially have an angle on them. They've got to be aware of that. T4 also worrying about the team in front of them a little bit more so. Bigger fish to fry. So AGL are okay for the moment.
MDY Black though. On either side of them, and XX though, he's just come out of his Bloodhound ult, so he doesn't have that to try and angle MDY out. Morgenstern also no blood ult available, so smokes will be effective against both of these teams.
Dreamfire. It's not a bother, but they have been able to dislodge full engage, which is going to give them some respite. There's a potential third party coming through from AGL, and it seems to have been averted, at least for the moment. Dreamfire keeping themselves tucked behind these rocks. They've really only got a tiny bit of wiggle room to work with, but it's enough.
It's actually crazy how long you have to spend dodging bang ults in a professional game of Apex.
There's so many Bangalores.
Like hide and seek is like half the game. Back in Overlook, lots of teams still getting into it. Tom Young Kung trying to share this building with SWQ, who have set up with the Watson underneath. Then, of course... Oh my god, it has. It's pulled back again, basically to the tower. So...
This time it's Wonton Dumpling that are up top, and they've got a Kraber as well.
Oh! Oh my god, so they got the Kraber bow combo. Imagine if you're JoJo right now. Not feeling great.
Just having a good time. Good time up the top there for Wonton Dumpling.
Yikes.
Keep their heads down for the moment.
The question, though, for the tower generally is, like, how early can you take it? Because there is a point where you take it, it's too early, and you get angled out, people are nading you, they're getting shots on you, and you just waste all of your, you know, bats and everything too early on. You see right here, like, MXF having good shots. The way, like, the timing that AGL took it last game was fantastic and allowed them to play a really strong end game, but will it be the same this time from Wonton Dumpling? Okay, the final circle is like 10 meters away from where the last one was. It's not exactly the same, but it's like just slightly to the left of the tower this time.
Well, that's a rough fight for MDY Black. There was nowhere to go. Down the bottom of the hill. Big waters out there as well. And X and Y getting shot in the back, which is not going to be fun for them because they thought they were on for a free kill here into the train tons, but actually this will probably ultimately be their grave as well because I imagine they're going to get third-partied here. Outside dropping in on top of that engagement. It's a little bit messy, and outside is actually the team that ultimately will fall down to Kill Devil. So more than one team actually going for that engagement, but Kill Devil were the last one in. And so they'll be the first one out, and they'll be happy with that. Looking pretty good for Wonton Dumpling now at the top of the tower.
Well, I mean, there's not that many other teams left, right? We've got 4 squads left alive, and we're round 5 hasn't even closed. What is going on this game?
What's going on in this lobby, really?
Indeed.
2 reloadable, 1 reloadable now in the Cradle, but 5 shots total.
Okay, SWQ, they're pulling up on top of the house. They were just looking for some angles, trying to see if they can get some shots onto Wonton Dumpling. Up on the tower. Kill Devil, of course, after that big loot can start making their way back up. Yeah, that's MXF. Managed to pull off a res over there.
Right. A good shot. Got some smoke here. Where? I don't see it. I don't see it. I don't see any smoke. Well, Wonton Dumpling are having a grand old time at the top of the tower at the moment. Kill Devil not doing too bad for themselves either. They're actually 3rd in this lobby, which is pretty solid considering where they're sitting for the season overall. SWQ playing underneath the tower. And then it's MXF, the other team that is sitting inside of the caravan at the moment. All teams kind of just waiting for that zone to push in. Wonton Dumpling will inevitably have to come off the top of the tower, which could become problematic at this point in the game.
It's going to be so late in the game, though, because the circle, it's not in the middle, right? It's actually quite close to where the tower is. So their side of the circle will actually close slower. And yeah, I think they're going to have every chance to take out at least MXF and Kill Devil. But SWQ, they have set up underneath them. They can't be naded out. They've got a pylon there.
I mean, what are you even supposed to do? When you're up the top there, you can't see anything anyway, so... Patience to virtue in this game, that's for sure.
Kill Devil switch it up. They go down to the south side. And this is actually not too bad. Gives them some angles onto SWQ underneath.
Grenades getting tossed in. Not really connecting for any damage just yet. Kill Devil are trying to be proactive. Often, though, when you're the first team to decide to do something, you end up being the focus of fire. So they do have to be a little careful that they don't over-aggress here. Kraver's still in the mix, but Smoke's causing problems as ever. Also hard to find an angle with the bow, though there is at least a connection in there.
Bang ulti's going out now. A couple nades going up to the top of the tower as well. Kill Devil. Bowl, and he's used up all the ammo, so he's only the wingman, not really in play. Just that vault left for him.
SWQ do get eliminated in 4th place. And in their place, Kill Devil will take control underneath the tower. MXF trying not to move as long as they possibly can. Hide inside of that caravan, they're going to do it, but push comes to shove, they're going to have to start to work their way out, and they've lost a couple of members in doing so. Wonton Dumpling deciding now is the time to go. They drop off of the tower. Kill Devil taken down, 2 squads remaining, and it was always going to be Wonton Dumpling. From the top of the tower, the Kings take their victory.
I mean, incredible that we've had 3 games of World's Edge, and you could have predicted the winner very reliably from 5 minutes before the end of each match.
Happens, but again, like we said, you got to take what you can get, right? And when the zone feeds you, you've got to run away with some points, and that's exactly what Wonton Dumpling have been able to do there, which is a great sign for them, given, again, we talked about them focusing on trying to take first in the overall standings of the season, and a win like that is going to go a long way in doing so.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, we were touching on that they only need 14 series points to be the lead overall and take over Legends Gaming. So, you know, they still have a lot on the line here. And, you know, like I said, getting the tippity top of that tower is an easy way to win. I kind of feel like I gave the zone a little bit of the caster's curse there, Elfish, you know, having it pull in the same direction. So it's a little bit same, but you know what? They solidified the win, and that was excellent from them. You know, it's a huge game from Wonton. You know, I was kind of itching to see SWQ take another win for themselves, you know, because this is kind of detrimental for them, sitting about 18th on the overall standing. So they want to make sure that they are deep into the top 20 squads to the regional finals. But, you know, they still placed quite well in that match, Elfish.
Yeah, most definitely. I mean, look, it is a bit of a pass to curse. Hopefully we're not going to get the same thing for Storm Point. We put our fingers together. This must have been a fun game to play though as Wonton Dumpling. I can't think of something I'd rather do more than have the Kraber up on top of the tower and just raining death down upon everybody. So many opportunities with it as well, and a lot of connections. It was satisfying to watch. Pretty expertly played as well by Wonton Dumpling in the end, as we sort of talked about. They left it as late as they really needed to, and in the end it kind of ended up being a pretty easy finish for them. Bloodhound on top of all those smokes makes for a bit of a free farm, so well done in the end, and Wonton Dumpling go rocketing up the standings into first place. AGL just behind them, and SWQ just behind that, so it is still pretty competitive at the halfway point of Groups B and C.
Let's see, can we talk about AGL and those kill points? We had a couple of large kill point games. I think Legends Gaming had 22, but 17 for AGL. Is absolutely exceptional. We haven't really sort of touched too much on AGL in the first couple of weeks, but I don't know what they're doing, Elfish, but they're turning it around in these last couple of matches.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've always been a team that's fairly solid. Like they've had a couple of decent results. They had actually they had a win last week in the A and B lobbies. So I feel like they've gotten better as the season has gone on. They're just a little bit inconsistent, but when they're on definitely, and seems like they're doing well for themselves today. Obviously, they got that win, first place in Game 2. Didn't do too much in Game 1. Keeping the scoreboard ticking over in Game 3, and that's about all you really need to do. Given their position in 15th, they're looking pretty solid to make it through to next week. I don't imagine that we're going to see them drop out of the top 20. So they're kind of just upholding their end of the bargain and making sure that they're doing what they need to do to stay where they need to be.
Yeah, I guess there was also a really nice game from War Monster Firebird there. I think they were about 5th from memory. It's kind of them and VK Gaming just sort of battling it out for those positions, because War Monster Firebird just on the cusp at 20, and the VK Gaming just about 21. But it looks like War Monster Firebird are sort of taking the lead in those first 3 matches, so it might be them to sort of keep that position as they knock out Overlooked Entertainment, who had their final matches in the last group. So, that sort of slides them up to that position. But, we've still got another 3 matches to go. We're going to be heading over to Storm Point shortly. It's going to be our last 3 matches of our group standings. Elfish, it just can't be real. We have regional finals next week. Like, a lot is on the line. There's the prize pool for them as well. I just want to express to you guys, that these last 3 matches could be make or break for a lot of our teams.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, I tell you what, there's probably still a lot of games to go next week, because that match point format can drag on sometimes.
surprise.
Welcome back and thank you for joining us once again. It's been one hell of a day, and for our teams where there is so much on the line, obviously being a spot in the regional finals or the massive prize pool that we now have for our APAC South region. You know, you won't see Elfish, any team slowing down as we head into the final 3 matches of our groups B versus C.
Yeah, hopefully not. I mean, hopefully we actually see things kind of speeding up a little bit, because some of those games, they did get a little bit repetitive actually on World's Edge. We saw some very similar final zones, and yeah, a little bit of a slow start. The first game, it really felt like things took a little while to kind of get rolling. But as we got into it, we started to feel a little bit better. Obviously interested to see what those duos and the solos are going to do here on Storm Point, whether it's going to change much up. Doesn't really seem like it's going to go too well for DNZ or for No Credit today, unfortunately. And that sometimes just is what it is. But yeah, it's kind of rough that that's the final game or the final games of the season that you're going to play, and they're like basically just kind of pointless.
Yeah, I do know it obviously being the Storm Point map, there are quite a few more rat spots. So I'm really hoping, you know, poor DNZ team can find one of those and, you know, get themselves some, I guess, placement points, which, you know, still hold heavy in these sorts of competitions there. But, you know, we've got like a duo there as well that, you know, sort of didn't really get to take their POI there on World's Edge, which, you know, made room for a lot of teams to sort of take that. We probably won't see that too much on Storm Point, being more POIs and sort of a spread out sort of map. So hopefully, you know, we're going to get a little bit of action right at the start, but we'll take a look at the beacon for our Storm Point map, Bs versus Cs. Elfish, why don't you take it away and tell us a little bit about their landing spots?
Yeah, I mean, again, you can see actually here there's no contest, at least in theory. I'm not sure whether or not things are going to change up for No Credit, if they're going to be able to hold on to that position in the center of the zone, or in the center of the map, I should say, or if they're going to get pushed away by any of the teams. But it doesn't really seem like there's going to be too much early on in the game, at least, happening. The same can maybe be said for DNZ as to whether or not do they get to, I mean, is it XQ get to stay in Lightning Rod, or is he going to get pushed out? I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, and I think we're going to take it away to the start of the match here. This is going to be Storm Point, as we have a nice little view over the top there, Elfish. So let's see all the action unfold.
Yeah, indeed. We'll take a look at how things do work out here onto Storm Point. MXF just going to be landing outside of Mill. Not going to get the Mill. That is the residency, I suppose, of Dreamfire.
Yeah, of course, they have been there for quite some time. But, you know, it's changed, right? Everything's changed now. The way you play Mill has changed. Actually, I wouldn't say the way you play Mill has changed, but it has slowed it down a little bit. Because the Prowler's nearby, you oftentimes will want to do that. And also, the spots that the Evo Harvesters spawn also quite variable, and that makes you know, a big difference on sort of where you have to path through with your Trident. But yeah, you know, it's changed for so many of these teams now. You can see obviously MDY Black. They need to go do the spiders down the bottom. It's you know, massive spider cave down the bottom of the waterfall, and it's more important than ever.
Yeah, MDY Black are going to start to get a bit of a wriggle on. They got some moving and shaking to do. Not the furthest of rotates for them, of course, but still. This is one of those kinds of zones where if you can be one of the first teams into down beast, you can set yourself up really nicely and potentially get a bit of a free game. And again, you know, we've kind of been a little bit bamboozled by the zone shift so far today, so there's no guarantee necessarily this is going to continue to go over toward down beast, but, you know, general wisdom would say that it should.
I mean, there isn't, but Storm Point zones are generally more predictable, right? More, you know, easier to read, edge of the map, circles touching. Generally, this will end towards, you know, at least the backside of down beast, or at least somewhere in down beast, but you would expect it to actually be the backside. So teams like AGL pulling up there already. Ooh, we've got a Gibraltar pick, Gibraltar alert.
Oh, what?
Yeah, on AGL, Gibraltar, Bangalore, Caustic. Love it. And behind them, playing the meta composition, is Dreamfire, who have already pulled up. So good spot for them. Obviously, Mill priority rotate to this. Go straight past an Evo Harvester as well, so that was a good one. For Dreamfire to make it in there with some comfortable blues, just like full engage. They landed nice and early, got the double beacon scan off. Reminder that that is still in the game right now. It gives you 400 Evo. If you can do it, you should. But maybe gone by the time we get to regional finals. You may only be able to scan the ring once for points, for Evo points at the start of a game.
Well, War Monster Firebird early on the rotate, going to set themselves up behind Downed Beast. Not exactly a premium position, at least not at the moment, but could be later on in the piece. The thing I do worry about is how much are they really going to be able to play the game from this kind of a spot, or are they going to be stuck in here for quite a while now? Given the fact that there are a few other teams around, though, I'm sure they're going to be able to get their chip damage out and maybe work on those Evos, but I mean, in the case of Azu, for example, it's 1,032 damage you have to get. So a bit of a ways off for the moment.
Oof. So the hammer points going out there? It might have been. Come on, switch to the Mozam, show us. I swear I heard some hammer points making their way over towards Dreamfire just there. But yeah, look, obviously a lot of teams here now predicting this zone in Down Beast, so they will pull up to start taking position in some of those buildings. Oh my god! Almost Firebird are getting... Oh, not sent, actually. They did get Caustic altered, though. And downed. Wow, okay. Dreamfire may actually push this, but we're going to have a look down here in Cenote Caves.
A couple of teams floating around in Cenote, but X and Y look like they're on their way out. Little pickup in the Uber, and off we go. So X and Y are pretty safe on this rotate. There's not a lot happening out on the western side of the map at the moment. As they get to the mill, they might run into a bit of trouble. Although this rock appears to be giving them a bit of a problem. Oh my goodness. What?
Is this like cave diving? We like
that's giving me claustrophobia.
Yeah, like you know where you like you
stop.
You have to try and like squeeze yourself through like the tiniest like spot in the caves.
No way.
Yeah, I
catch
can't
me never.
Can't say I like rocks. I like climbing rocks. I just don't want to climb rocks while there's another rock like 2 centimeters away from my face. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like that's not my jam.
No. Yeah, I have too many of those like horror stories of people getting stuck or whatever. Darkness as well. Anyway, X and Y, ooh, they've run into the mill. Just as I said, as they get to the mill, it'll be a little bit problematic because that's where heroes have set up shop. Wonton Dumpling's also there. And luckily for VK Gaming, they heard all of those shenanigans, and so they've pulled up outside of the mill rather than going straight in.
Because Wonton Dumpling, they actually want to scan right now. They're on the ring console at mill. That's why they're pulled up here at this exact moment. But they're taking shots from everywhere, right? Like Heroes in the north building, VK Gaming behind them. So it's not really safe. This is, like, unironically, one of the reasons why I've been enjoying playing Rampart in Season 20 is because if you want to just, like, pop off a quick ring scan, you can just put up some amp cover, right? And hide behind it to kind of cover you for 5 or 10 seconds while you grab those scans. But obviously it's a little more risky here in Pro League. And definitely more risky for the Caustic. So, I mean, you can check up a barrel, helps you a little bit, but...
Wait, what about my boy Gibby, you know? Like, ever heard of him? By the way, we haven't mentioned this, but XQ's actually playing Pathfinder this game too, so...
Ooh!
As the solo, he's just decided... He was on Valk.
Oh, right, of course.
He's decided, you know, the Valk's not working. Pathfinder, I might be able to escape a little bit easier. I don't know. I don't know what the methodology is, but... I guess you got to do what you got to do when you're a solo, and it is what it is. MXF have gone back to the Newcastle as well on this map, so that's kind of cool to see.
They have. Not only that, we've got Mad Maggie for SWQ, and we've also got Horizon coming out from Tom Young Kung. So yeah, Stormpoint on BBC actually giving us lots of goodies. We didn't see quite as much fun come out, I feel, in our first series today. This has been a fun one. And I mean, we actually saw quite a bit of Pathfinder. I think it was APAC North. We're picking him a little more regularly. And I mean, I wish, you know, it'd be great to interview one of those teams at some time just to see, because obviously when you're theory crafting, it's that option of being able to scan both like ring consoles and survey beacons, and just be able to pick every game depending on what your rotation, what your pathing is looking like. So I think there's definitely a lot of potential for Pathfinder, especially, you know, he's got the perk now where you can electrify the zip lines, make those rotates a little safer. Definitely some options for our mechanical man.
Yeah, Pathfinder, he needs his time back on top. You know, it's been a long while for Mr. Pathfinder. I don't really think ever in the history of ALGS has Pathfinder been meta.
Oh yeah, no, he was at the start.
Right at the start, maybe.
Yeah. No, like very, very early comp.
Yeah.
Like Pathfinder, Watson, Wraith, I think it was.
But was that ALGS? Like in... or was that before ALGS?
Yeah, it was actually probably pre-ALGS, you're right.
I'm saying, yeah.
Yeah, it was like competitive Apex, but yeah, no, the ALGS, the Apex Legends Global Series had perhaps not been born yet, apart from maybe in John Nelson's head.
I think when ALGS started, it was the Wraith, Gibby... What was the third? What was the third in that comp?
Oh, no, Gibby came later. Gibby was actually quite undervalued at the start. Yeah, it was mostly Wraith, Watson, Pathfinder at the start.
Oh, okay. Well, anyway, gone back a ways, a few years, that's for sure. Down Beast is getting pretty busy. I'm just having a look on the mini-map here, and it's lit up like a Christmas tree with player nameplates. Not quite as exciting over toward checkpoint right now. SWQ are sort of holding some of the rotates, basically, but beyond that, no one else is really too interested in that area of the map. And well, we go over to Down Beast, and yeah, this is where things are starting to get very, very busy. Moonfire already having lost Pete. Sure there's going to be a res angle there for them, even with a respawn beacon.
Yeah, currently got 2 evacs on them. Tom Young Kung, they lost one of their members in checkpoint just before. You see now they're trying to find a safe spot. Like me, enjoying the rock climbing there, but we'll keep them safe. Yeah, I don't know for how long. Zone continues to pull back. It looks like it could be going all the way to back platform of Down Beast. Dreamfire, yes, they've got the Moby. They found it, and they should be able to get Pete back in. Oh my god, that's huge for them, because they have such a fantastic spot to play from.
As long as they don't get pushed, and again, it's not the kind of position I think that's really going to get pushed. No one wants to give up their control of high ground or a building point, so it should actually be okay. Final Start having a look into the bunker here and very nearly losing Tree Cleaner, but he's able to fight back, bounce back, Fussy down. Boogie Boarders haven't really been having the most fantastic of nights, and once again here into Storm Point, it might continue to be difficult because they are really being bullied out at the moment. There's a fair bit of damage going back and forth. It's down to just Raki now to try to hold on for Final Start. Selka is going to get the job done.
Can't do it. Wow. I mean, that was... Is Tree Cleaner on controller? Because, oh my lord, the lock on through the smoke there was one of the most controller moments I think I've ever seen. Barely any vision on that guy in the caustic gas, but Roller knows best.
OGYY fighting for their lives, so the red shields, they're looking okay, and Tom Yum Kung is going to get finished off. And looks like it's going to be a particularly kind finish for the bunker position in the end, though, as SWQ have decided to come in here and essentially third-party Final Start. They weren't really properly able to reset, so SWQ walk away with that position for now. Given that DNZ is the only team kind of out on that other side of the zone, I can't imagine they're actually going to be getting contested for it, because DNZ is just XQ solo, but I'll tell you what, he's done well for himself. into the top 13, and he's got purple Evo. But I think it might be coming to an end now. I've just caster cursed him so hard. Rest in peace to my boy XQ. DNZ is eliminated.
I got a placement point this time.
That's better than nothing.
It is, just slightly. Heroes. Having a look over here at MDY White. On the right-hand side, they've got triple reds, actually. Damn, good for them. Kill Devil, still on blues. Decent spot, though. Duo ahead of them as well. If they can clear out full engage. That's in that building, yeah, to the north of them there. They'll just have a really easy walk in. As you can see there, Dreamfire now back up to a trio in a good spot up the north. War wants to Firebird. I don't mind their spot at all, just playing the little building. They've even got a Moby Res Beacon trying to block one of their entrances. Good use of that. And even the teams on top, right? There's so much of the Beast that's in. The teams up the top, like AGL, have been playing there. You got to remember, for the entire time, they're actually pretty low on ammo. It's unsurprising, I guess, at this point. But yeah, it's really, I feel it's only kind of Jackie with the longbow who's still got enough ammo to plug away and maybe do some Evo damage. But it's not like he can poke that up for the whole team anymore, can he?
No, certainly not. It's unfortunate. Like, even if we're looking at AGL, QQ's playing double light ammo. Spitfire alternator, and he's got 78 reloadable, so that's really not a whole lot to play with at all. Ammo management going to be a big factor for them. T4, we talked about them pretty much needing to win this lobby. That doesn't really seem like it's going to be an option anymore. So, just got to go out and do their best for the last few games of today. SWQ are going to push their way in, and they'll be contesting with a couple of teams right in front of them outside. BMZ has an angle on that as well for Dreamfire, though he's a little further around the headland, so to speak. Jump back down to the southern side of Down Beast, where Kill Devil is also trying to make their way in. You talked about full engage being in front of them as a 2-0. This is the opportunity for Kill Devil to try to take advantage of that fact. They've been caught off guard a little bit. There's some shots coming through from the top side of Down Beast as well. Kill Devil under the pump, but so far haven't lost a player just yet. The shots are really good from Boland. Good patience is going to be rewarded, and Kill Devil finish off full engage. That'll allow them to go to purple shields, and hopefully they'll be able to get the res there as well. Looks like it should be a safe res, though. There's some nades getting tossed in their direction.
AGL have got them spotted out, I believe. Oh my, there are so many teams on this side of Town Beast. I mean, you're on the other side, you are chilling, right? Kill Devil, love their position. One wants to Firebird, down to a duo, but still not too bad. Dreamfire, God spot on the platform. Every single other team, the remaining, what is that, 5 teams now? Absolute bloodbath on the other side.
White Black. Oh, that's not a good start to the fight for them at all. Jojo's gone down pretty much straight off the bat. And Organstern, pretty low, but able to get a bat off at the very least. It's just not stopping. It's relentless, really. They're trying desperately to find any little glimpse of cover, and then all of a sudden MXF rocks up behind them. So there was nowhere to go. That was out of the frying pan into the fire. They are donezo. Still 7 teams remaining, though, and this zone has got a ways to go before it collapses.
The enemy is here. Let's go this way.
Okay, zone now closing. A lot of those teams have actually managed to sort out what's going on there. One wants to Firebird. Unfortunately, you know, they wanted it as cover, but they're going to have to actually use it in the end. A lot of the teams making their way underneath through the bottom of the Down Beast right now. But that just opens them up to angles from Dreamfire, and Roy grabbed 2 with a single clip from the Havoc. Pete also popping off here with the Nemesis, and energy bullets just decimating everyone who walks in here from the eastern side.
Well, into the final 5, and Dreamfire have been doing a great job of just keeping themselves under the radar for the moment. This is now where they really have their opportunity to actually collect the points as teams are pushing their way in, and Obviously, you've got good cross shots, a great angle for Dreamfire to play with. This is where they can really accelerate and kind of pop off.
Boom. Yep, they just chuck the Caustic Hulk goes into the building, and they're trying to finish off War Monster Firebird here. I think this is for the second time, basically, that they've sieged this building. They managed to do it, but MXF, they have managed to reset. They've only got 2 blues. A little bit of overshield here for the Newcastle, and then you got Jackie maybe trying to go for a double
He's
res.
playing spoiler. He's really playing spoiler right there because he's actually gone in behind Dreamfire, finished off Pete again straight away as soon as he got rezzed, and kind of opened the door up a little bit for MXF, though he's run straight into MXF, and yeah, and he's kind of held MXF up, and the problem with that is that that's going to give Dreamfire the time to reset, where otherwise MXF could have potentially waltzed their way into what might have ended up actually being a 3-on-2. Now, though, a bona fide 3-on-3, and they don't have height control. It's going to be a tough one to win. Dreamfire looking strong to close it out.
They were literally looting while Dreamfire were getting about 300 health back on top of them.
Might not matter.
Can't find the shield swaps, though.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 so far. A Siren has been knocked as well, though, so Dreamfire looking okay. It's 3MZ to try to hold on to the final fight. He's down by half HP. The Newcastle wall's in there causing problems, and he missed the shot with the Mozambique. It's MXF that'll walk away. Anyway, we questioned the method, but you cannot question the results.
They take their time, and in this time, Elfish patience does actually pay off. So, congrats there to MXF. I mean, you know, look, Dreamfire is still very handily taking some big points there at the end of that one, Lace. I think actually in our intro video, there's a clip of Dreamfire doing something very similar where they played exactly the same spot in Down Beast. It's a well-known routine for them.
Yeah, you know, I thought Kill Devil had a nice little position there on the south side of Beast, but, you know, they had a tough rotate into the sights of Dreamfire, who sort of just collected a few kills with the Nemesis, which, you know, is, again, I don't really see too much being used anymore, but it was just easy for them to sort of pick up those points. This was a bit of a tough fight here with Final Start, and I think it was Boogie Boarders, you know, they had a tough time finding their feet in today's matches, getting knocked out quite early by Final Start.
Yeah, it was a little tougher from them. I mean, it was a pretty close match there, that one, wasn't it? They only just lost out, but Boogie Boarders, we know that they'll probably be back up and running before really anyone can worry about it. And they're sitting in such a good position in the overall standings as well that, you know, it kind of feels like they've never really been in doubt.
Yeah, they don't have to worry too much indeed. You know, they could just be playing a little bit lower, just, you know, maybe in the top 10, and they'll still be able to take themselves to the regional final. But, yeah, Dreamfire here in the MXF going toe-to-toe. I was literally sitting on the edge of my seat. It was so very close as, you know, they're going head-to-head here just to have the 1v1. I literally thought Dreamfire was going to have it, but then MXF coming through, and they managed to get a couple of kills along the way.
Yeah, MXF filled up a couple. I think Dreamfire might have ended up with 10. So obviously they've done very well. They're going to be happy with that one. And yeah, I mean, look, Dreamfire, they were one of the teams who did need to pick things up a little bit. I mean, you know, it was a shoddy start of the season for them, and doing better here and now will improve their chances of making that, I mean, they'll make the regional finals, but I mean, making LAN especially. But wow, that is a really close leaderboard here, Lace. I mean, not a lot of separation. You do not have a Legends Gaming just running away from it, running away with it here. Even Wanton Dumpling, you know, they're sitting up there at 37th, of course. Elfish kept saying, you know, they need a 6th or higher to finish out the group stages in the #1 spot. Looks like that's very much a possibility.
Yeah, only 14 points difference between them and Legends Gaming. So if they just, you know, even sit in this third place as they have throughout these matches, then they'll take the lead there. But what a great match from MXF. You know, only, like we said, very close there, 1 point above AGL. But I feel like they just came out of nowhere, to be honest with you. We've had AGL sort of sit at the top for quite a bit. SWQ as well sitting at the top, and of course Wonton. But yeah, MXF just sort of taking that top position. It can always be quite a change for our teams coming over to Storm Point, and, you know, some flourish and some don't. But it's really good to see some of these lower teams sort of making their way up to the top. But an excellent job by Dreamfire as well. Like we said, it's very close. Like, it's only a point difference from most of, you know, 1st to 10th.
Yeah, it's a really close lobby here, Lace. It just makes it an exciting one. So really keen to see how these last 2 maps play out and who ends up on top.
is a tiny little island and a massive zip line that sort of takes you to Zeus Station. And now I've played a ranked match and it has pulled onto that tiny island. So if you are there, you win. And I want to see that action. So let's take it away. This is game number 5 on Storm Point.
Yes, it's the penultimate game for the evening. 2 to go. And last couple of opportunities for teams to make their mark on the scoreboard for this lobby and pretty much for the season as well, unless they're going to make it through to the top 20. So there are a couple of teams that need to be doing some moving and shaking in these last 2 to keep their dreams alive.
Yeah, let's see if they can make it happen. Apparently we're going to have seen every single one of these balloons by the end of today.
Hello there.
Alright, Evo Harvesters online. And we're looking at MXF down here. You know, what do they get as far as Evo Harvesters go? Not a lot, actually. Well, they've been absolutely screwed, in fact. Like, what's the closest one to them? The one at, like, Cedo Station? That is rough.
So early rotate from X and Y. YC has taken the Trident right up on top of Godspot, basically.
Yeah, Godrock is a good spot to be in this kind of circle. And, of course, X and Y, they have scanned that. Wow, that is fascinating, actually. Like, it's almost like he's, like, claiming the spot, you know, even without 3 people there. So people can be like, oh, no, Godrock's taken. Like, you know, we can't play Godrock.
Yeah.
It's just very risky because if anyone happens to, you know, there's a lot of Bloodhounds in the lobby. If they scan, if they realize that it's only YC up there, could be in trouble. And because XD and JR are certainly taking their time.
Well, he's showing as much presence as he can. I'm seeing him with this Nemesis trying to fire off as many shots as he possibly can. Like, he doesn't have much ammo to actually play with, but he's got to kind of pretend that he's actually a force to be reckoned with and give time for his teammates to rotate across. Do you have heroes down there as well that are starting to rotate in for MXF to be worried about as well? So it looks like X and Y will actually be able to get away with this. A little bit cheeky from them, but I think it's, you know, it's a calculated risk. I'm more than happy to see that from them.
Looks like now, it might have paid off.
Move that Trident a little bit. And yeah, I think so.
A lot of Wild Armors, though. You know, I think that it looks like X and Y also did not get an Evo Harvester. So, you know, they've got, there's like the Spider Tunnel the X and Y get. So that means XD gets his up to blue. But for everyone else, no dice.
I'm still watching X and Y, by the way. And they've sent YC back into Cenote to do some looting. So he was the guy that kind of pushed up on top of Godrock solo, sat there and held the position. Now that the other 2 have made their way back up there, he's taken the Trident back into Cenote to do his looting. So they've got this figured out, man. They've got this on lock.
That is genuinely fascinating. I mean, you know, they obviously one of the teams running with a coach. Not everyone in APAC South does have access to a coach, and it's the kind of play that I think you get with yeah, with that sort of extra help, someone to really just theory craft some interesting stuff. So yeah, really cool. As we watch Boogie Boarders. Oh no, they've looks like they're actually gonna leave Fussy for dead here.
They have to.
And yeah, I mean, I suppose just makes it sad.
Continue. Yeah, it's been a tough day for Boogie Boarders, that's for sure. Raki and Pan are gonna have to go at it as a duo. Fussy just not getting rezzed in time, and MDY White coming through. Perfect time to pick themselves up a free point and a bit of loot there as well. They'll be loving to see it. There's a world maybe where Boogie Boarders can potentially go back and try to collect that banner. Crypto on the other side is going to probably scan them and see them, so might not be an easy task. Either way, DNC's been eliminated. Rest in peace, XQ. He was not long for this world in this game, unfortunately.
No, he's really trying to mess up the team, the Legends statistics, Elfish.
Yes.
He's gone for Mirage this game.
Yep.
And we've also got no credit playing Pathfinder Loba. So
wow, okay.
Yeah, that's, you know when I said before, like sometimes we just throw out all the team comps that aren't full 3-man comps?
Yes.
It's kind of why.
That is it. I don't know, man. You just sound like a bit of a Loba hater, but it's just me, I guess. Boogie Boarders are going to get the banner. 10 seconds left on it. Raki's tried, or he's gotten it, but I don't know if he's going to get out alive. That's the only thing I'm kind of watching for here. Oh, he has just made it away for those that are interested. He's being chased. Actually, there's no way. There's no way he's getting out of here alive. Yeah, so there you go. You can see in the kill feed, Feiju gets the knock onto Raki, and Boogie Borders. Their hole gets even deeper. It'll be much more difficult to dig out of now. Although I suppose Fussy can still be rezzed. The banner was collected. It's going to be a matter of trying to find Raki's banner now. And assuming Panna can actually escape.
I know what you mean. He's going to run around the rock. He's going to res Raki. If MDY White lose the trail, there's every chance he gets there. Okay, there's no chance. All right.
I leveled up.
Zipline.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's sorry
for having some hope.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a tough day at the office for Boogie Borders. Well, there's those legend picks that you're talking about. The Newcastle pick is actually not a troll, though. We've seen that pretty consistently from MXF every single game that they've played on Stormpoint today, which this will now be their 5th.
Yep.
I think we've seen some decent stuff from it as well. Like, it hasn't been an awful pick.
I mean, we asked earlier on where the perks were at with Newcastle. Hadn't made it to level 3 yet, unfortunately, so we're not sure which one he's going there. I imagine it's probably going to be Stronghold. But yeah, he started off with Thick Shield. And that Thick Shield,
with the 2 Cs.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. That's what I was trying to imply with my tone. I'm glad you got that. It was the plus 250 HP for both sections, I believe it is, of the mobile shield. It's a nice little one. And then, yeah, I think Miracle Worker, revive allies with HP regen, can be good for resets. And then you got Stronghold, increased Castle War HP and energized duration. Also good. But, I think some people are of that thought school of, you shouldn't play to lose, which is like, so you shouldn't pick those sort of, the revive perks, but like...
I was scared for him for a second there. Actually, VK Gaming have decided to Skyward dive, but they were like literally right next to Final Start there, as Final Start were trying to chase down outside. They were kind of like tunnel visioning a little bit. Luckily for them, VK Gaming decided that they actually wanted to make their rotate instead of shoot them in the side, because that could have been very dangerous indeed. But VK Gaming will get themselves set up inside of the pyramid behind Sito Station.
Yep. A couple teams pulling into Sito now. As you said, Final Star will probably be behind them. Any of those teams that have the Bloodhound have the opportunity to try and grab that survey beacon, but it's a risky one, especially if you don't have Gibby. I mean, you can try and get your bang to smoke it off, but teams are still probably going to have a crack at you.
Hot shots happening. Actually, quite a lot of good shots in there from Asia. That G7 Scout was doing the work.
I have a subject in view.
Fong Yong Kung definitely not shying away from this one, kind of holding the W key a little bit. Is T4.
Outside, they actually did manage to get that scan off over at Cedo Station, so very good info for their next rotation. Super valuable.
Well, Final Start hold up in the position that T4 want to rotate through or past or maybe go into themselves. That is going to dissuade T4 from pushing their way forward, at least for the moment. Bangot will provide a bit of space. I mean, they're not shying away from this fight at all, are they? Doesn't seem like a particularly valuable area of the map to be fighting over, though.
I mean, the ring does end right about there, so if there was a spot to gatekeep, it would kind of make sense.
T4 have to be careful. They've got no credit behind them, which, to be fair, is just a duo. Looks like no credit are not interested anyway. They're going to be rotating away, continuing their journey down southward.
Playing a little sneaky beaky like.
Not too much for T4 to really do here. I don't know that they're going to achieve a whole lot. Unix was knocked. VK Gaming turning our attention in their direction. They are having to hide from those bow shots that are coming through. It's SWQ's turn to get into the mix. The Beast of the Hunt here for Yuling, providing all the info that's needed, but it's just not going to be enough because outside hold strong inside of their building.
Trying to push into the caustic building. Yeah, look, that's going to be a tough one. You got the drills, but if time is not on your side, I think advantage goes to the caustic team there. Ooh, very much on top of the mill, actually. We're getting a pull, so Dreamfire still hold up inside. MDY Black in the northern building, and then you've got AGL sitting down in the survey beacon building. All of those within ring 5. Con is actually just pulling the med kit. He's got Savior in front of him and Cheeky behind him, by the way. Cheeky's actually just been taken out by Final Start on the backside, so this means Savior gets the chance to have the 1v1 at the very least. But he knows that there's another team about to wrap him because they've taken down Cheeky, so he's just got to try and get out. See, this is interesting, right? Savior actually picked both of the Burglar's best friend, like the bracelet tactical upgrades. Because obviously he knows he's probably going to have to try and, you know, just get him out there. Yeah, that's an interesting one. Probably if you were playing with a full team, you wouldn't be choosing those upgrades. But again, he's just got to play to the only option he's got available to him here.
Yeah, it do be like that sometimes, I guess. What can you do? MDY White focusing on getting the revive at the moment. Caustic back up in action. Red armor, all good in the hood. And Final Start, 3 sets of red as well, so this is a pretty decent start to their campaign in the 5th game of the second lobby. Looking for an aerial rotate. Beast of the Hunt in play as well, so lots of info available for Tree Cleaner. Doesn't spot anyone, so decides this is going to be the position that we're going to send it into, up on top of God Rock. Still another team to focus on. That is causing a couple of problems. It's MXF that's up there. Not a bad spot for MXF to be, actually. They've got the Newcastle, they've got the Watson, so they've got some of that cover that they can set up. But Zone is going to push them off soon.
I mean, they're still on double white.
Yeah, it's weird, isn't it?
I mean, you got red, red, purple here, and then MXF still looking for that damage.
Yeah, looking pretty dire potentially for them in the long term, but for now it's VK Gaming that we have to worry about, and they are going to be able to get this res. The team hanging around above them. Seems like they're going to coexist for the moment, at least. Mill finish. Love a good mill finish. It's another one of those zones that finishes with a lot of verticality involved. A lot of nooks and crannies. The mill can kind of hold a lot of teams in it. You can have a team inside. You can have a team or two on top. And you got multiple rooms actually inside of that final ring that will also still be in play. So might actually have quite the explosive finish.
Yeah, package comes in. Who's going to be the Bangalore man enough to go down and grab that? Who's going to be brave? AGL just before used their crypto and popped survey beacon. Sorry, no they didn't. Someone did. Someone with a crypto drone went for that. Just about the right time. Now we're seeing the evac towers go up and people have to make those decisions. Ah, it was MDY White. That makes sense, actually.
They've gone up and then they've gone straight back down. Like, it's not even barely worth the rotate on the balloon, but it's alright. They're actually still all alive, so not... Again, you can question the method, you can't question the result for MDY. The thing is, I think they're looking for an opening to actually make their proper rotate, and this is going to be it, as the zone really does now force them to go across. X and Y are going to try to defend their pocket of safety inside of the mill, but they're going to have to reset first. Bats are on offer. Pretty good. Okay. Casualty just making it here
to MXF. Yeah, oh god, they're trying to deal with this Corstical. It's very tough here. X and Y melt them up. Yeah, I mean, look, they were on whites way too late into the game there, I think. Honestly, you have to try and get a bit more poke in than that. Otherwise, you are going to be fodder.
Not so the case for final start. Not quite set up inside the next zone, though, and they are going to have a bit of a path to forge. A gauntlet to run. There's like five teams on their side of the mill. 4 teams on the other side of the mill. VK Gaming have kind of got the only position outside of the mill that might actually be playable. It's like the rocks kind of to the south of mill in the middle.
Like a fern to hide in if maybe your opponents haven't turned their graphics down.
Yeah, make sure you've got your green skins on, so your extra camo.
AGL sitting on the other side of the rock. No evacs available to them though.
Yeah. But they have a gimme.
True.
And they have a trident.
Makes everything better. Oh my god, they're actually gone. Alright, bubble rotate!
Here we go. Oh, you just saw it for a second there on the screen. Oh my what?
Oh my god!
Where are they going? Oh well, they're gonna have to fight for it now. I don't even know. They're in the thick of things. Tom Yum Kung. Piece of the Hunt's gonna be popped, and that is a lot of damage coming down from Ziki, who's doing everything he can. It was fun while it lasted for AGL, but it didn't last very long.
I love it. The boost at the right time to get on top of the mill was brilliant.
Sometimes you just gotta send. Just gotta send. No credit, manager 9th, which is not too shabby as a duo. Look at that. Look at that trident. It's looking delicious. Surely somebody's got to get in that and drive it somewhere.
I mean, it's perfect cover on the roof. Like, that's... Wow.
But Prowler's doing some work right now for Pete God. Wonton Dumpling sitting in 3rd overall for the lobby. That's more than enough to take first for the season. But they're going to continue to fight for more.
I mean, I don't know what the trident's made out of, but you can't get a bullet through it, so it's worth its weight in gold in these end circles.
Damn. Shots from XD. RE45. What do you reckon? You a fan of the RE45?
I am enjoying it. I like, especially in Bangalore meta. You know, assuming of course you have the hammer points on it. Without the hammer points, yeah, not so great. But yeah, the fact that you can chuck a digi on it and put some hammer points as well, yes, I think it's good. I don't think it's overtuned by any means.
I was getting respawn in the middle of this as well. There was an EMP that landed right on top of that respawn at 2. MTY White, big spray with the alternator. Isn't quite going to be enough to finish things off. Asia and Dexter running into some problems, so Tom Yum Kung we might see exiting the field fairly shortly. But I like this so far from MTY White. Ziki's holding on, but not for long, and that is the end of Tom Yum Kung.
MTY Black actually didn't know he was there, almost lined them up with the Arc Star stick. He's a little bit of griefing coming through there.
Still got the 5 teams alive. Late stages now as the ring is just going to continue to close on in, and there's like 5,000 Bangalore ultis at the same time. Oh, it's just
X and Y! X and Y just got entirely cleaned up by Bang ults, I'm pretty sure.
They got carpet bombed. Like, there was no other way around it. They just got absolutely... But there was nowhere they could go. They just could not go anywhere.
The Blitzkrieg.
It do be like it. Well, MDY Black inside of the mill. They're going to have to go. Morgenstern hoping desperately to get that med off, and will. And here's the push. First player down. It's Feiju. He's going to have to be the sacrificial lamb, and Wonton Dumpling. Oh, they've set up the crossfire. There's just no getting past that. 3 squads remain, but Wonton Dumpling looking very healthy indeed. Jackie Chan starting to take some damage, but it's not going to matter. Wonton Dumpling, way too strong, way too solid. Full sets of reds. They get it done.
And, you know, they were in 3rd place. Winning this probably sets them up to, you know, look to A, win the lobby, and B, look to win the group stages.
Yeah, I think they've already pretty much won the group stages with the performance they've put in today so far. But obviously, it's about crossing your T's, dotting your I's. And I know someone that loves the alphabet. That's you.
That's me. We love that. We love spelling. And speaking of some alphabets, you know, we saw, was it a bird? Was it a plane? No, it was AGL flying on a trident, leaving, you know, some nice cover there for Tom Young-kun right at the end. But unfortunately, you know, being swung there, I think it was by MDY Black. You know, I had high hopes for Dreamfire. It was another nice zone pull for them, you know, coming straight to their landing spot. But unfortunately, they got bullied out and being down for a duo for a little while there. But again, Elfish, a massive game from Wonton Dumpling. We've obviously touched on it a fair few times. You know, they are very high up in the leaderboard, but, you know, they want to get these wins. They want to take some more points because this can push them over the top of Legends Gaming. They only need 14 series points, and I think from these games alone, they might have done that.
Yeah, I think so. But there you go. This is exactly what you're talking about with AGL. You just see that bubble flying over the top of the mill. It's not something you'll see every day. See it and weep, really. But yeah, what you're talking about with Wonton Dumpling, it's not just about winning this lobby, and it's not just about winning the season. It's also about putting yourself in the best possible position going into next week too. Even if you have an absolute stinker of a final lobby, and let's say just absolutely book every game, don't get any points, you probably still from that position take a top 8 and take one of the international spots to go and play overseas, which is really, again, at the end of the day, what teams are looking for. So there's every incentive to continue to push here, and you know, I guess you've got to also take it as some match practice. So every single game matters. Everything is going to give you a little bit of an extra benefit probably going into next week, where obviously once the chips are down, hopefully you've got the fundamentals rolling. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely looking like it's rolling quite nicely for Wonton Dumpling at the moment.
Exactly, huge there. Total of 60 points. You know, is that a kill points? Is that 28 for them? And that is absolutely insane. You know, we're so used to them sort of steamrolling and taking out a lot of kill points, but I feel like that is exceptional. It's one of our highest kill points of this week, and I think maybe even overall. But you know, they're no shy to a fight. If they have a chance to third party, they will definitely be there. We have noticed that they're playing a little bit more smart. Sometimes they steamroll too hard and it costs them, you know, the win. So you know, we see them sit about 5th, 4th, etc. But yeah, this time round they were not stopping. But another great performance there by AGL. You know, like we said, we haven't seen too much of them, but this week alone, they've definitely solidified, you know, those top kind of spots, 47 points for them. And again, MXF doing extremely well. Usually they were battling up with Dreamfire, but to have them in 3rd, great stuff. And there's the flying trident we love to see.
This was a full send as well. That's like a ramp, you know. I don't know if you were like kind of like a sick lad as a kid, you know, but I used to make some ramps in the front yard with my scooter, and that's exactly what they looked like. And that's exactly what I looked like as well. I was that trident, but in a 6-year-old kid's body.
Absolutely. We were born in the same year, I'm pretty sure. You know, we didn't have a lot of things to, you know, we didn't have a lot of gaming consoles to play inside. No. So we were making sick ramps, chalk, you know, things on the road, and doing whatever we can with our bicycles. I sure as hell made a couple of ramps and had some, I guess, bad outcomes, kind of like AGL did as well, where you just full send and it doesn't go your way. But you know what? Sometimes these, you know, these teams have to make big risks just to sort of solidify themselves somewhere. It was a bit of a risk, and, you know, who was waiting on the other end? That was Tom Young-kun. And then, you know, they had some nice little cover there on the top of mill.
Yeah, we sort of mentioned they had a bit of a difficult spot to play from, so you kind of have to just play that risk versus reward, and unfortunately not much you can do but send it.
Exactly right, and that was just our game number 5. We're going to take ourselves a little short break. I hope you enjoyed the action thus far, and we will see
Reignite is gonna do it! They are your champions! Dark Zero is going to be your champions of the APAC Legends Global Series!
Welcome back. It's been another big day for APAC South as we are in the final week of our group matches, this being the last game for our groups B versus C and the last game before regional finals. We obviously know who's out in front and who have solidified their spot for next week. Elfish, it might be hard, but tell us or take us through who really needs this next game to go well to get one of those spots for next week.
Yeah, I think I would have to have a look at the overall standings if I really wanted to 100% it. But SWQ, I think with the win that they got earlier on, are probably going to be okay to hold on to their position. They came in at 18th at the start of this lobby. They seem like they're going to be pretty okay. VK Gaming, I think, should probably still be okay to make it all the way to next week as well. Even though they haven't had exactly the greatest of lobbies here, I think they'll probably still do enough to just hold on. They were only a couple of points behind Overlooked Entertainment, so they would really only need a couple of points out of this lobby to at least overtake them. So it's probably VK Gaming. Warlords to Firebird, I think, have done okay. They should be able to lock things in as well. So probably going to be seeing Overlooked Entertainment falling off of a peg and maybe VK Gaming replacing them. But yeah, I guess without having seen the overall standings, it's something that we can only really sort of speculate at the moment. Wonton Dumpling, though, at the other side of the scoreboard, I suppose, is the team to talk about here as well. And it looks like they are going to do enough to actually secure first place at the end of all of the regular season games. But then obviously we have the finals games next week, which could potentially do some moving and shaking. But yeah, it's been a great night from them here. First, and fourth, as well as a sixth there. The only real game they miss out on is game number 4, where they took that 18th place. But even in the previous lobby, which we caught earlier on this afternoon, they finished second there. So it's been a very successful evening for them.
That's it. They're not stopping. Even though they do have one of these spots, they want that first spot. So they're not going to slow down whatsoever, even going into this 6th match. But yeah, I believe just to touch back on VK Gaming, they've been sitting under the top 10 spots lately. So they might need to pull out something within this last game just to sort of definitely solidify that top 20 spot. They were doing really well at the start and then have kind of slowed down a little bit from now. But one of your favorite things, Elfish, we've been watching the poor D&Z player by themselves, so we know exactly why their ratting time is at the top there.
Yeah, that's pretty sad, isn't it? What are you going to do?
36 minutes?
What I want to know, though, from the production team is how they chose Valkyrie as the picture, because this guy's been on, like, every single Legend, basically. We saw him on Mirage last game, Pathfinder the game prior, Valkyrie on World's Edge. So I'm kind of interested, actually, to see what XQ is going to pick up here for the last game of the night. You want to make a bet? What do you reckon it's going to be?
I don't know. I feel like did Pathfinder went maybe a little bit better for them, or did they get knocked out quick? I can't remember,
No,
but I know
Pathfinder went a bit better, yeah.
Yeah, I feel like them playing Valk, they got found incredibly quick. So I think maybe we might even see a Pathy again. Like, you just need that character to be able to launch your way from the squad. I also wanted to touch on their Savior, being a part of a duo and then going down to a solo, but still managing to collect a kill point, I think, from one of the teams rotating around one of the rocks there close to Barometer. So, seeing that sort of play, Saviour's doing extremely well, not only ratting, but also collecting a couple of kill points along the way, being one of our duos competing today. So excellent job by Savior.
Yeah, indeed. Look, I tell you what, I guess we've got a bit of time to talk about things for the moment. Apparently it was an Octane. So,
okay, I'm incredibly happy about that because I am a Jumpy Boy main, so this is just blessing for my heart. Did they change it? Please change it back if you can hear me, universe. I need more Octanes. Look, Octane's kind of useless throughout a lot of these matches, but you know what? Hopefully they can have a little bit of fun. But you know what? That's totally fine. Hopefully, I always wanted Octane Elfish to come back into meta. We had the Rev Octane meta, which a lot of people hated. I know playing as an Octane myself, I hated when a Rev whoever was on my team because I felt like it was a dirty play, so I felt a bit embarrassed. You know, and obviously having the skill tree changes here. You know, thick skin and reckless. I potentially pick thick skin. You know, Octane has his stim, which is obviously used for movement. Taking less stim damage is kind of crucial for this type of character. You know, taking less explosive damage as an Octane, you shouldn't really be in that vicinity anyway. You know, and having the stim, you usually be able to avoid nades easier than other characters. So I personally pick thick skin. So that's kind of good. And then you know, you've got airborne agility, which is just changing direction on the jump pad. But you know, most M&K players can tap strafe anyway. So having mad hops, which gives you a jump pad, is probably the crucial pick when you're playing Octane. But you know, you're not going to see any of these pros play this character. Just me.
Yeah. Well, I was going to say, I tend to agree with you. I mean, I think in particular the stim, like, there's almost no argument really to be made as to why would you want to take 25% less damage from nades. Like, think about over the course of the game how much damage you're going to be taking from the stim rather than the nades. It's just like a no-brainer.
Yeah,
almost.
so we're just going to cut you off there. We're going to take a short little break while all these teams get ready for our final match. You know, nice to see a couple of clips there from LAN. Elfish, we have had Moist Esports and Dark Zero, some Aussie teams sort of dominate in NA at the moment. I don't know if you saw the scoring recently just came out. You know, and we've obviously got some exceptional teams here in APAC South. Our region is crazy. We obviously don't know where LAN is, but what do you think about bringing LAN to Down Under?
Oh, I mean, I would love to see it. I think that's wishful thinking, to be quite honest with you. If we're going to get it in our region somewhere, it's probably a little bit more north than at least us here in AU. You know, maybe somewhere in Thailand, Japan, something like that. That could go pretty hard. Korea maybe as well. I've seen a lot of players from Korea as well. So some food for thought. I don't know if there's anyone watching that could potentially influence those decisions. So I mean, look, to be fair, it would be great to have an event in AU, but I think there's a couple of regions that probably do.
It's because our internet sucks, isn't it? That's why you say, you know, we got we invented Wi-Fi, but our internet's terrible.
Tell you what, it's a long way to travel. So I don't know how much you've traveled, but every time we get players from overseas come to Australia, they always say, "Oh, it's so far." Like, mate, that's like literally every day for me. You know, like if I have to step on a plane, I'm there for 12 hours at least. So I don't know what you guys are complaining about with your 5-hour transfer between one European country to another European country. It's not fair. Anyway, besides the point, I'm getting a little bit
That's it. You know, I've done the London trip, and it's like a 24-hour journey for us. So, you know, having land there twice has been kind of crazy for us. But, you know, yeah, I would love something in Japan, you know, as we have no idea where it's going to be. But I feel like Japan, you know, just having I think it was the Apex festival recently, you know, and just seeing the crowd there and the way that they actually have everything set up, even the cosplays and stuff. I don't know if you checked them out, but it was really nice to see even the B stream go over there. But I feel like, you know, having it in Japan, especially for APAC North and APAC South, you know, we've always had to travel so far, would be awesome. You know, a lot of our teams are hitting, you know, the tops of the leaderboards. So give us a piece of the pie and bring it over this side.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, look, it'd be lovely to see. It would be, definitely, but it's going to be a case of what can you possibly do, you know, right? There's like a lot of what's the word? It's getting late. I'm running out of words. But there's a lot of things you have to think about when you're trying to run an event. And logistics, that's the word. I'm looking for logistics, okay? There's a lot of logistics when it comes to running an event. And so I think getting one in AU might be a few years down the track, let's just say that.
Yeah, and welcome back, G-Gnome. How you doing there? You know, it's been a big day for us to get into the little kissy face, you know. You've got to do this, and then you've got to do a whole nother lot of casting for NA. You know, we were just discussing how a lot of NA teams have just been absolutely obliterated by some of our Aussie teams, okay? But how are you feeling going into match number 6?
Match number 6, mate, I've got 6 more hours, not even, actually. It's probably like another 12, 15, I don't know, man. It's I love Apex. There's a lot of Apex happening. What I'd like to see something out of Game 6. Sure, yeah, I'd like to see the first bonus point in APAC South. So if Wonton Dumpling, I don't think they can get the 50 points ahead, but they can get the 3 wins. So if they take out a dub here, that is a bonus point for Wonton Dumplings. And I was asking someone earlier today, I don't think, for confirmation, I don't think we've had a bonus point so far.
I don't think so.
Yeah, no, I don't actually feel like we had, but, you know, even that bonus point, they're still going to solidify that win. But, yeah, we always want extra, right? We want these little things to pop up here. But, yeah, having a look at going into the bonus points, you know, like you said, they're not probably going to get the 50 points ahead, you know, from another team being in first place. But, yeah, they having the first, 2 wins, they do have the potential to win this match as well. And then, yeah, be rewarded that bonus split point.
I think the way they've been playing today as well, you can say there's every opportunity that they might actually win that final game. They were pretty consistent in the previous lobby, the A and C lobby, and they've done pretty well so far in this lobby. I guess, you know, right, two games out of 4 or 2 games out of 5 is a pretty good shout. So pretty happy with that. And then they got themselves 1 win in the previous lobby as well. So how many games have they even played today? 6, 11. They've won 3 out of 11. It's not a bad conversion rate.
Yeah, exactly. Genome, I don't know if you could take us through the split points. So obviously, you know, it's about, 25 for first, and then so on and so forth. So we were sort of looking at VK Gaming. They're sitting in about 15th place at the moment, and they're needing to just get like a couple of points there to push them over the top 20, I believe. So what does that convert into split points, if you can riddle the math for me?
5 for 15th.
Yeah, so, I mean, it depends on how some of these other teams above them go, right? Like War Monster Firebird, you know, SWQ, that sort of stuff. But, you know, Overlook, they've already, I think, would have done enough to get past Overlook, which, that bumps them up into 20th place. So then it becomes a question of, like, where does No Credit come? Obviously, they're playing as a duo today. Seems pretty unlikely that they'll make it in. They're probably just hoping that they don't get into relegation territory. So if they stay 21, 22nd, you're safe from that. And then you've got other teams like DNZ below them. DNZ apparently just playing with their analyst today. Obviously, that's not much help. Full Engage, a duo below them. Final Start is probably and T4, like the teams below them, and they're like 15 to 20 points lower, right? So, there's actually a pretty damn good chance the VK Gaming make it in.
Yeah, and if you have a look at this, what's in here, Elfish, why don't you take us through, you know, the bit of the skill tree? Watson's quite a big pick on Storm Point.
Yeah, I mean, it's actually kind of surprising to me that we've even got the 33-67 split for the level 2 Evo revive allies to 50 HP. I mean, that's, I guess, situationally useful, but I feel like the Falling Stars perk was the one that we expected pretty much everyone to be going towards. As far as for your level 3 Evo, it's pretty 50-50, and I guess that comes down to personal preference as to how you expect to be playing your positions. Are you feeling like you're in a position where you're going to have to maybe drop more alternator pylons, or do you think you're going to get more value out of the single one that you can place? So that potentially is a game-to-game kind of a base. That will change on a game-to-game basis, that level 3 Evo, but at least the level 2 I'm surprised to see.
Yeah, and it was kind of cool to see the Falling Stars one being shown. I think you guys were saying there was a couple of teams playing a little bit of hot potato. So, you know, you collect the ARC Stars from the gen and then sort of throw them back. So that was just simultaneously happening with Watson. But I do feel like, you know, selecting the recovery HP, generally Watson will place the pylon down to deflect any incoming nades and get the res. So I am actually a little bit shocked those stats have less of the HP healing.
Yeah, I think me too as well. Like, the effect that has on your economy as far as meds go is huge. And also just makes you more survivable, right? Like, I think back to that game in Survey Camp where we were following around Legends Gaming, you know, and they were trying to get pylon up after pylon. And even just buying you like 5 or 10 seconds that they have to throw a few extra bullets into to try and get rid of your pylon, honestly makes a big difference. That could be the difference between a bang ult coming down and stunning your entire team and you guys staying alive.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, obviously we were about to head into game number 6, just figuring out some stuff, but well, you know what? I think I just nailed it on the head. Let's head into game number 6. I called it early. Let's take it away. This is the final match.
Oh, thank God we've made it. It was a bit of a journey to get here, but we did make it into the final game, indeed, of the night. It is match number 6 of the B and C lobby. It's, of course, Storm Point, and it's the final opportunity for teams to get their extra points on the board before the final week begins. And that'll be next Sunday. So lots to think about, lots to mull over in the coming week, and hopefully lots of prac getting done in that week as well, because I mean, when we get into that final lobby, 8 spots up for grabs.
8 spots. Not many of them will be decided. Some will, though. By the end of today, we will have most likely a couple of teams locked in for LAN. There's definitely some that are all but locked in at the moment, like Legends Gaming, Wonton Dumpling as well. Will probably be a mathematical certainty.
Yep. Yeah, it usually gets to that point at the end of the season for a couple of teams, which is a nice reward for their hard work that they've put in. MDY White, big fan. This is my drop location, Stormcatcher. Always been a big fan of Stormcatcher.
Yeah.
Tends to get a little bit busy sometimes in the old pubs, but, you know, pretty good fun.
I feel like you can generally get your contest done pretty quickly in Stormcatcher, at least. Like, it kind of funnels you all in together.
Yeah. Yeah, but the issue is people just sometimes drop off the top, and then they're kind of running all over the place, and then, like, you know, do you want to drop to chase them? In which case you kind of give up control of Stormcatcher or whatever. So it's a bit of a decider that you have. It's a decision that you have to make, but not so much necessarily in comp. MDY Black over on the other side toward Cascade Falls, and themselves set up as well. And there's Bill.
Okay, you've named them all?
Yep. Observers are having fun tonight, aren't they?
They are. We all are. We all are. Hope everyone in the audience is having fun too. We certainly are. Lace is now, because we've got an Octane on the field.
How long is that going to last, though, I wonder? Perhaps not very long.
Depends how fast he can go. I mean, honestly, like, as a solo trying to get away, like, getting mad hops and getting the second jump pad actually probably helps you quite a bit.
Oh yeah, could be worse. Definitely.
Where's he random dropped? Oh, okay, he's gone. Actually, that's not a bad shot. He's gone up towards like the wall. I think he was looting like the little oranges to the west of Zeus Station, and there he comes past. Actually, grabs a few Evo harvesters on the way as well. So yeah, there's a chance. You're saying there's a chance?
There's a chance. Full engage as a duo. Not sure I'm really liking their chances. But guess you just got to keep on keeping on when you're in that kind of a situation. They are inside of the zone at the moment. The second zone shift will kind of fall in a similar capacity to one we saw earlier today, where it's like sort of half pylon, half sort of launch pad area. We're not sure exactly where it'll end up going.
Yep. Oh, 2 Mad Maggies. Okay. Boogie Board is sitting in 14th place right now. Uncharacteristic for them.
Well, speaking of Mad Maggie, we're going to get some Mad Maggie action straight off of the bat. Con immediately knocked. It will be a trade, though, onto SWQ, who are somewhat getting the better of this fight. Now it actually does come down to Donut on the Maggie. Arcstar's getting tossed on through. They're going to cause some problems. Flesh shots, and the shots are starting to miss. Donut choking a little bit under the pressure, but gets it done in the end. D4 by the skin of their teeth are going to survive.
I don't know what that the hop was
SWQ, I should
mid-fight
say.
there, though. Jumping to like completely destroy your accuracy mid-spray. Not sure about that one.
Panic or a fat finger, who knows?
A little bit. Worked out anyway. The double arc stars to force him out behind the up shield was nice though.
We get the Horizon multi-toss on in here as well. Boogie Borders 14th place for this lobby. That seems really quite uncharacteristic, but has not been their night, and it seems that that may potentially continue here as well. They are doing a little better in this engagement though, and Final Start, yeah, certainly bit off more than they can chew, because it was Final Start that chose to start that fight.
Alright, we got Kill Devil kind of pulling up on them actually. So Boogie Borders, yeah, they should be able to get this med kit off, and then they will have reset in time. So that's nice. They'll be pulling up with the scan in just a second, though. They hear the noise and scan just to see what's going on. So both teams very much well aware of the situation now. All bowling through the window, says that's the ticket.
Devil. Kind of needs to help Bolin out a little bit, because he's kind of taking that fight on his own. Boogie Borders, surely not. Surely it doesn't keep going like this. Nice movement, but Raki still on the chase, is going to catch up. Needs a little bit of helping hand though, because that health is getting relatively low for Raki. Fussy with a big spray. Gets one more and finishes it off as well. Boogie Borders are really running the gauntlet this game, but they are getting the job done, at least at the moment.
They're sick. They're tired of it. They need some points on the board. They want to play the game. And no one inting them is going to stop them here in Game 6.
Well, I don't know. I mean, if they keep running into issues, then maybe. But yeah, I mean, this has been a good start, definitely. Gone from 14th to 9th in the space of 2 fights.
Yeah. I mean, remember, it was a close lobby, right? There's a lot of teams, you know, not that far ahead of them. You got Warmaster 5. Actually, no. Okay, maybe that was 2 games ago. Now there's a 10-point gap for them to jump 2 places. That's actually kind of rough.
10-point gap, though, is... I mean, it's achievable.
It is.
Big congregation of teams around Launchpad. I miss the Launchpad finishes. Don't feel like we get many of those anymore. Team up on that sniping platform always used to be fun to watch.
Yeah. Yeah, Circle actually pulls pretty middle. A lot of mountain in this one. And I think, honestly, yeah, still the chance to probably pull back either way. More likely to Launchpad, though.
Well, I think you might be surprised when you see where that next zone's going to go. Teams might be as well. X and Y struggling in this particular lobby. On the southern side of the zone, they've got actually a fair bit of free space in front of them to work.
These Southern Zone Streamfire like wrapping and just trying to clear out some teams, because, you know, often you'll get zones that just pinch behind the mountains, and so you can't really run away. There's not a lot of lateral movement. You can push forward and fight, or you can go back. and they can really force people into these situations. So Dreamfire looking to clean up down there as Heroes get cleaned up there by Johnny Gang.
All sorts of problems for them, and Dreamfire are causing all sorts of problems as well for MXF, who I believe are down to just one player left. And that is Artorius, who is running away. So that's a small win for Dreamfire already.
Well on his way.
VK Gaming. I mean, 15th place might actually be enough to get them inside of the top 20, but they'd want to be doing a little better than that just to ensure things. So a rough go of things, though, in this particular game. They've already lost one member who's crawling back inside to potentially get revived.
Yeah, it should be fine, though. It's full engaged, the one member left alive for them. Just had to full heal underneath the building, though now on the hunt. Okay, how far are they going to go to try and get him? Oh, he's getting crossfired. He's done for. Absolutely done for.
Not full engage out of the big shot. This building that VK Gaming is fighting over right now is potentially going to be a pretty pivotal point in the next zone.
It's just like that other game I think we saw earlier today, actually. The zone's a little bit more readable than that one, but yeah, you know, in terms of how important that building is, very similar. DF have actually just made an evac tower rotate. I'm getting stressed for boogie boarders again. Ooh. They might have to... It's yet another boss they've got to take on here.
Yeah, they're going to get landed on as well by War Monster Firebird. They are. So Dreamfire outside, War Monster Firebird on the other side, and Boogie Boarders in the middle. This is, again, another very big test for Boogie Boarders, and we can hear how they answer that challenge with listening.
They chilled, I think. The other team's going up the hill, maybe? Yeah, I think so.
Might be.
They did. We might be able to fuck with this team. Maybe. Wait, they're getting fucked up there. They might come back. I'm scanning them so they don't peek. I don't want them to, like, pressure us.
Smoked us.
I don't have dog for ages.
Yeah.
We can't fight. There's the team's just sitting in the corner.
Yeah, just sitting.
Where does this go?
Should we just go up the hill?
Almost cracked blood.
Nice.
They're gonna pull us out, or does it keep pulling back?
You just pull it out.
Alright, hopefully. Otherwise we're kind of fucked.
It's fine.
Where's
I
this
fucking
team
care. I saw out there. It's fucking 14 around here. Unless that's just a solo up on the hill.
No, it's a whole squad. It was the team that ran up from the right.
I'm scanning 2 out there.
No, it was the other ones were on the left, unless they trying to keep moving.
There's one guy up here.
The one on the left.
I think it's, isn't that one team?
Yeah, no, it should be. They're just, I don't know what they're doing right now. They maybe slid down. They're not in scan range right now.
Okay.
Can we maybe, how many nades we got?
Almost good
I have
one.
none. Smoking.
I have a few. I don't have dogs still.
I have ult and 10%.
I have 3 nades. I have 3
Yeah.
nades. I'm gonna scan. They're not gonna have it for a while. I'm 85 to dog. I'm peeking at the back to make sure.
Yeah. Someone's probably gonna walk up behind them.
Yeah, no, but I want to see if I can get rid of them. I can nade spam if you want to.
I can caustic ult.
Do you want to? Or no?
I mean,
no?
we get thirded instantly, do we not? Like,
We don't have to
the
int
teams
it.
are
I'm just
sitting
using
there.
util.
Oh, we don't
And then
have
we won't.
util.
And we won't have Costco
Okay.
around age.
Shard
Like, there's
rifle.
still a team behind them, so like, they have to care about the team behind them, and then we ult spam them when they fucking look back way.
Get some more traps
Backwards.
now. Evac, by the way, from somewhere. I'm not sure where. Kind of scared of getting charged up there.
There's still.
Oh, interesting calls there. We were actually sort of like, you know, cheating and looking at the map while they were making all those calls. Not gonna lie, Fussy was getting a lot of stuff right, talking about where the zone's gonna pull, where those other teams around them had rotated to. So yeah, look, Fussy definitely got his finger on the pulse right now. We'll see if the team listens to him or not, though. Obviously, Raki's the IGL. You know, I think it was probably a good call from Raki to say hold off on the util for the moment. Wait for the zone to come in. I think that's probably a better time, you know, a higher percentage play in terms of getting some KP out of that util.
I just want to check in with XQ from DNZ once again, our Octane superstar. Still alive. keeping himself healthy for the moment, hiding outside of the ring, trying to stay under the radar, but yeah, keeping in the game, which is kind of cool to see. Yeah, Boogie Borders trying to show a little bit more presence here with Fussy on the roof. He's actually the one that's going to be on the receiving end of some shots. AGL are also under the pump, and Jackie just getting sieged by the caustic gas will be finished off. Now it's time for Boogie Borders to come alive once again, and can they run through the gauntlet another time? Already Raki on the floor. Wants the Firebird though quickly finish off, and so that should be a quick res attempt for Boogie Borders. They get the scan, which will show that no one's pushing in their direction. Wonton Dumpling with some big problems as well. They are going to get eliminated, so no bonus point tonight for them, but still a very successful campaign today.
Yeah, absolutely sense there. XQ, no, he got scanned by the crypto drone. That's not fair. Oh, look, he picked up a placement point. Oh well, he's close to picking up another one as well. Boogie Borders, good reset from them there, as you said. Now they're pushing more, going for some kills. They've got the duo of no credit above them. That's a bit of a wild card, because they're winning this fight handily, but now can they turn around and take out Savior and Cheeky?
I think they might be able to. They've only got the blue armors to work with here as no credit. Good damage being done on the climb, but it just won't be enough. As you mentioned, Boogie Borders pretty healthy with those shields, but another third party to come through here. It's Tom Young Kung, who are really only a duo. They're not really trying to commit to this fight.
Perfect bang ult,
Kind of
though.
just having a looking.
The bang ult actually makes Tom Young Kung push back. Are they going to get the res off? They've got the gold knock. The evac is up.
Fussy's up. Fussy is up.
They're trying to run it in, but they have to run it in at half health and also beat Tom Young Kung. Almost an impossible task.
Yeah, Panna's already been dropped. Raki and Fussy are going to be doing their best, but it just seems like a doomed task at this point in time. Look at what Raki has to deal with. He has come out of the zone right in front of a couple of Tom Yum Kung members. Now it's all on to Fussy, who's kind of hiding out in the zone at the moment, but gets tagged up by a caustic barrel and finished off. That's the end of Boogie Borders. Tom Young Kung, for their own right, are going to get punished for that overzealousness toward the edge of the zone, because now that they move their way in, they also suffer the same fate, and it is just Asia left as the last man standing.
That was a really poor play by them. I mean, they had every opportunity to pull back into zone and try and find a spot themselves, and they've just died for maybe 1 or 2 KP. I don't think it's worth it, honestly.
Well, it's another one of those situations where you have to say you reap what you sow. And for Tom Yum Kung, that might be the end of their night, more or less. I don't know that Asia's going to get too much more done as a solo. MDY White, speaking of, it's the end of theirs. Fire look like they might be able to finish strong here, though. They've got control of the building. Fairly healthy with 3 members alive, 2 sets of purple and a set of red. Use this as a staging ground to make their final push. Very nice rock to be on top of, though, for XMY.
Nice little spot they've got up the top there. Couple of barrels to block the view. The team in the building down the bottom is outside. Tom Young Kung, yeah, there we go. Asia's gets finished off. Outside currently sitting in 11th spot. This could be big change of pace for them if they can eke out a win here, but I don't know, it's hard. It's like, it's middle of the zone, but also you're surrounded by high ground. Everyone's probably going to be pumping grenades into there as soon as they can, and they do not have a Watson to stop that. They're even getting Maggie drilled right now.
It's starting to get a little bit worrisome for the team down on the low ground. Outside there, kind of hiding in that building in the river. Not really a building, it's more of a ruin, isn't it? Yeah. But as long as they kind of keep their heads down, they're going to be in a position that they'll be probably able to play the late game, but as soon as someone starts looking in their direction, then there isn't really that much cover to play with. Look at this.
A Flow is literally using his VTOL jets to try and like fly up a meter into the roof to take less damage from arc stars. That's how grim the situation is down there. But look, as long as they can fill the space with caustic gas, barrels, whatever they need to, they might be able to dissuade other teams from coming in there. Because there's 3 teams just squashed up against each other up top, up the north side here, Elfish. You've got SWQ, you've got Dreamfire, and then also VK Gaming. They're a little further down. X and Y, as we earlier said, up on that big rock. They have a great spot, probably the best spot, but we just got to see how much of a beating Outside can take.
I mean, they're doing an okay job at the moment, but I think that that run has come to an end as Dreamfire just puts them down and takes their position away from them. Though, with that said, I don't know if this is out of the frying pan and kind of into the fire for Dreamfire. Because now they're the ones that are kind of in the center of the zone, everyone looking at them, though no shots to come through just yet.
I mean, they've got slightly better,
keeping their heads down.
Slightly better armors, right? I mean, they can take some of the resources from those boxes that Outside had there. I mean, I guess the other thing is, hopefully, the other teams have used a lot of their util killing Outside and maybe don't have it left to deal with Dreamfire. We'll see if that's true or not.
Well, it's about to kick off in just a second. Zone is starting to push its way in. VK Gaming going to get pushed off of their high ground shortly. They want to do as much damage as they can before that, but it's X and Y that are really looking like the kings of the hill at the moment, standing tall and proud on top of the rock. There is just nothing that anyone can really do about it. Look at these free shots that they're getting. X and Y are having a fantastic time, and they are certainly going to be at least one of the top 2 teams in this game. It's just going to be about converting it. The game has given them every opportunity to finish with a win, and now it's on them to make sure that they can take that opportunity and run with it.
Barely even rocks. There's pebbles that these teams are hiding behind in this final circle. Again and again, the Rolling Thunder gets dropped. Cells and bats being used to try and weather that storm. And X and Y finally are going to get forced off their perch. Now things even up.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe I've called it a little bit too early. X and Y take a lot of damage as they jump off the top. Somehow, they're all still alive. YC will eventually go down to the caustic gas. And it's SWQ now that maybe are looking to be the team to beat. Dreamfire still in the mix as well. VK Gaming haven't been taken out. 3 squads remaining. SWQ down to just 1 member. X and Y relying on JR to save the day.
Yeah,
and who is on the other side of it but Dreamfire? 2 players against 1. Not too much that JR can do about that, and it's Dreamfire in the end that will hold strong.
Wow, what an effort from our Chinese champions there. Ugh, incredible. I mean, you know, we saw Outside, we saw how much they were struggling to win in that precarious position, and yet Dreamfire do it. They make it work.
Yeah, we can definitely see why Dreamfire have made it to land before. They're exceptional playing, and guys, we can now finally file split 1 group matches under completed. That was our game number 6 there. I want to touch on a huge kill point game there from the Boogie Boarders. You know, they sat back a little bit in today's matches, but had something like 11 kills before being knocked out at 9th place. So it was kind of nice to see them get themselves back onto the board. You know, huge game here from them. Fortunately, not being able to make it out with, I believe it was Tom Young-kun just sitting them and holding them, you know, on the outskirts there. SWQ also putting in the work, but unfortunately getting knocked out quite early. Elfish, it was nothing short but amazing for our final match.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, Boogie Boarders, I think this game actually kind of saved their night a little bit. It was looking pretty dire going into it. 14th for the lobby overall at the start of it, but at one point they were up to 9th. Maybe they got a little higher than that as well. Some nice tracking from Fussy. Look, they did a pretty good job in that final game. It did come to a fairly untimely end, but I think they've done enough, and obviously they were sitting in 6th overall coming into today, just in general for the overall standings. So I think they're in a pretty good spot. Obviously, we'll be seeing them next week in the top 20.
Yeah, and I've been touching a little bit, you know, on VK Gaming. They managed to pull out exceptional placement there, I think, in that final match, placing 3rd. So it's going to be interesting to see where they sort of sit in the leaderboard now. But Gino, let's have a look. Dreamfire out on top.
It was a 14 kill win for Dreamfire, catapulting them up past Wonton Dumpling. A first place for this team who, at the start of the split, we said, where have they gone? What has happened to this team that we know is world class, that we know has the potential to finish, top 10, top 5 at a LAN? Surely they could be crushing through APAC South, and now we are seeing their return to form from Dreamfire. Behind them, Wonton Dumpling, the ascendant in our scene, picking up a second to mean that they will be on top of our group standings as we go into the final week and the regional finals in just a week's time, Lace.
Yeah, exactly right. They only needed a 14 point in the for the series points just to take themselves on top, and we've been watching that closely. I think they already solidified that in match number 5, so match number 6 was just a little extra gravy on top. But you know what? Let's get into what we really care about, what we've been sitting here watching all this time, and what teams have solidified themselves a spot in the regional finals, the chance to win big. Genome, look at that.
VK Gaming, we've been watching them all day. They just squeak in 50 points. That was about where we thought the cutoff would be as well to make that top 20. And yeah, look, War Monster Firebird just did enough to get in there. MDY Black, honestly, I'm surprised to see that far down. But I guess that just speaks to the quality of the teams above them. No credit. Obviously, they're going to be a little bummed, but coming into today as a duo, it meant that there really wasn't a lot of hope for them to, add to their points total. Overclocked Entertainment, also probably a team that was has had a decent season, a decent split, at least by their standards. So they've avoided relegation by getting in 21st spot. We will see them back in Split 2.
Yeah, we saw SWQ as well. They were sitting about 18th, which was pretty close to there, and pushing themselves up to 14th was excellent from them as well. And I just wanted to touch on Keep Going Gaming. We didn't really see too much from them today, but managing still to hit that top 20. Elfish, they must have pulled out something crazy in the earlier matches just to keep them above that cusp.
Yeah, just kind of hanging in there, which is kind of all you really have to do. I think getting into the top 20, obviously it's not the easiest thing to do, but in the grand scheme of things, 20 out of 30 are making it, so you've got more chances than not to make it through to that final lobby. But when we do get into that final lobby, I mean, what a stacked lobby that's going to be. It's going to be a very tough one to compete if you're maybe not quite 100%, so I want to be seeing everyone at their best. I think X and Y in particular was a little bit disappointing toward the back end of tonight. They'll be, I'm sure, working on that over the course of the week to try to come into the final lobby quite strong. But yeah, especially towards that top end, it's looking really quite competitive. So I've got no idea actually who's going to walk away with the win next week. But I guess that'll be a conversation that we do get into next Sunday. But yeah, it feels like there's quite a few teams actually that you could really throw your hat in the ring with.
Do you have any early predictions, for next week? I know it might be tough, but I was hoping Boogie Boarders would have done some crazy stuff today, but I feel like they sat on the fence just a little bit. I don't know if it was intentionally or whatnot, and they picked it up in the end. But a lot of these, we have a lot of passion for these Aussie teams, but Wonton Dumpling and Legends Gaming just seem to be out in front.
Yeah, they're doing well, but if you want to look at, say, first places, Lace, Boogie Boarders actually have the most so far this season. I think, actually, those 3 teams are probably head and shoulders above the rest at the moment. Wonton Dumpling, Legends Gaming, Boogie Boarders looking extremely strong. If Dreamfire are performing to that level again, maybe you can include them in that conversation. And also Tom Young Kung, I think if they're playing at their best, will push up and compete with some of those guys as well. So they're definitely, 5 teams that I am, very much expecting to make it overseas, to make it into that top 8, to make it to LAN.
Yeah, and Team Burger as well. I've spoken about them a lot. Did a nice little report on them too. They were very close to being knocked out or, not sitting very high in the teams. And I remember speaking to one of them and I was like, what's going on? What do we need to change? And they were, feeling the pressure a little bit. And then after that conversation, we watched, I think it was week 5, we just watched them turn it around. And again, they turned it around this week too. So it's been really cool to see the boys from Team Burger do extremely well. And, I'm not trying to be biased, but I hope they get a spot up there in the top. I feel like they really deserved it. But, we've just just had Season 20 happen for Apex Legends. Our professional teams have just had a lot coming for them. Not only, you know, they've got the prize pool, they've got the regional finals next week, they've just had entire changes to Apex. But, you know, we give them one extra week to be able to, you know, get the meta down and get some changes happening. Elfish, do you feel like we're going to see any changes next week, or do you feel like this is kind of the meta cemented at the moment?
I think without any patch changes, like any actual changes to the game, you're probably still going to see things persisting in a fairly similar vein. But if there's any changes that come through that are going to drastically change things up, you know, maybe a perk gets nerfed or buffed here or there, that could actually make a pretty significant difference. I wonder if maybe they're having a look at Bangalore and seeing a lot of Bangalore around and saying maybe this is not something that we're super big fans of. That's a change that could potentially come through. But at least as of now, if no actual changes to the game are made, I don't think things are going to be shaken up all that much.
Yeah, and that's very interesting to see. You know, we've seen some crazy stuff, but let's have a look at all our teams now. We're taking off, you know, about 10 teams, and we're going to see what our top 20 will be for next week, Genome, our regional finals. I'm happy VK Gaming just made it in there. War Monster Firebird made it in there as well. But, you know, all of these teams have done exceptional over the course of Split 1.
Yeah, also, you know, I think to note, we've got no advanced standing here, so no one starts with any points. Doesn't matter what the seeding was, where you placed going into this. Of course, it will carry over, and you still earn split points in the regional final. So the big thing to keep in mind is the team who wins that match point regional finals does get a ticket to LAN, and then the next 7 best placing teams.
Yeah, that's it. So, you know, yeah, we do have match points going into next week. So, you know, we'll touch on that a little bit more and give you all the goss and how we break that down. But, you know, my name is Lace, and this has been the Long Shot production. You know, we've seen exceptional teams just sort of go from, you know, down the bottom of the leaderboard up to the top. We've seen changes in Season 20 where they've had to change entire meta and course throughout everything. You know, we love the passion of our Apex South region, and, you know, we've sent a couple over to NA and they've absolutely shocked the competition, and hopefully we can do that again. But it's been a pleasure hosting for you guys today on the Play Apex channel. With our epic Apex South teams. I want to say a big thank you to the Long Shot production. You know, it wouldn't be anything without the people behind the scene. But of course, nothing without our casters, Genome and Elfish. So thank you so much, guys, for having such an epic day. I hope everyone has themselves an excellent week, and we will see